on 104.3 Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Are you as frustrated as the Bears brass seems to be with Kyler Gordon's health status?
The frustration is, are you there or are you not there? Aren't you paid to be there? Shouldn't you play? That is all that a fan looks at, and clearly that's what coaches do too.
What's been your message to Kyler Gordon?
Get healthy.
I don't know. Did they miss him last year?
Moving guys around is really tough, so he'll have to earn that back when he gets back.
See, the problem is you move on.
The point is maybe you're right, but maybe not. Life goes on, and it comes at you fast. And if Kyler Gordon doesn't get on board, train's moving. Choo-choo!
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
Look out, here comes the Spider-Man.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Wow, it was a wild night of baseball, some ups and some downs and ups, and that's the nature of our city and our sports scene. And Bears back, and the Bears looked like everything was up.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Thursday.
Up.
What a night it was.
Yeah.
Back and forth, back and forth. You had
Incredible.
the Cubs coming back and then blowing it. And, oh, wait, the Sox are still on. The Sox coming back,
Wow.
nearly blowing it,
Well,
and walking it off.
well, the Yankees did blow it.
The Yankees did
Yeah.
blow it. Thank you to the Yankees
But
for throwing the ball into left field in the 12th inning.
I was done.
11th
David.
inning.
I was done with any trade talk, to be honest with you, at one point last night.
And now?
Now I'm,
Reignited.
willing to listen.
Lured back in. That's how tenuous this is. Back and forth, back and forth.
I felt like
it's great drama.
I felt like after watching the first inning,
Yeah.
and seeing the runs go up on Davis Martin, I felt like I could just strain an ear and I could hear it. Not now.
Not now.
Don't do it.
I get that.
Not ready.
I get that. They didn't look ready.
It didn't look
when
like
one of
they
your
were-
best pitchers gives up 4 in the first and you're about to lose your third in a row at home, then I get that reaction. Now, in retrospect,
I heard them, and then they gave me a different message.
if you hung in there, I think at the end of the night, you're hard-pressed to find a victory that meant any more than that one.
It's a big win.
Because you had...
It sets up a split today. We got day baseball. That's awesome.
On both sides of town.
Both sides of town.
Gotta love that.
So that is really interesting because I didn't have a lot of faith going down to Tampa. I was really worried they were going to be in the worst portion.
They have a chance
their,
to split the series today.
Yeah, I know.
And it would feel like they won the series if they split it.
Would feel like a win. We've been through that before, and that's exactly how it feels. So
but I think
hope. Still in first place.
Within a week, they have experienced one of the more demoralizing losses of the season last Friday night when they blew that lead and they gave up
8 runs.
8 runs in the 6th inning. And then
Houston.
less than a week later, they come back against the Yankees, a very good team, a playoff team, and they erase a 4-0 deficit. They win in 12 innings, Mully. A playoff-like game?
It was really fun to see, but it also, I honestly believe they were, I said I didn't want to be fickle in the way that I was watching them, and I felt like they hung tough and stayed in there in that second game of the series against the Yankees, and they just weren't good enough to beat them.
But they were last night.
And they were last night. And when they went down like that, that was my fear. They're just not. They're not ready for this. They're not good enough for it. Why are we pretending?
And what did we say going in? This was one of those games where you needed, as he did on Sunday, Mully Murakami to step forward and hit the ball out of the park in a clutch moment. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, he was good.
He
Followed Sam Antonacci, who did that.
Sam Antonacci
back to back,
gets it started.
Woo-hoo!
People still like re-energized at that big hit. And then here comes Mully with the same result. They go back to back, and the Sox
tie the game.
Hold on for dear life.
Force the overtime.
And the Yankees invite them back in. The Yankees up 5-4.
Extra inning.
And then the ball gets thrown into third into left field after Mooney.
And who scored? Yes, Mooney.
He's a
2-0 to Benny. And the pickoff play goes into left field. Murakami gets up. He will score. And we are tied here in the 11th.
What a nimble heads-up play. He gets up,
Oh, yeah.
then he races home.
That's how you do it.
I think a less nimble player might not have scored. So he showed a little good
Yeah,
awareness.
I'm very happy with
You don't want
Mooney.
you can't do it, can you? You don't want to
Can't
get
do
too
what?
you don't want to get too excited about that game.
Not at all.
'Cause today-
I'm not going to let anything.
Today could
I just want
kill
to
the
see
buzz.
how it all goes.
Are
Are we going out there? Are we gonna? Are we?
you want
a
momentum.
Show of hands? No, apparently. Not.
you want momentum. I was out there last night.
No, but I'm saying the crew. But look, they're not even listening.
I'm out there almost every night that they play, but not for the whole game.
Totally
Great
engaged,
atmosphere.
Engaged in
Tepid
some other-
response.
That's nothing.
I know. Where's the love?
There is no.
Where's the love?
No.
This team is an easy one to like. The Cubs. The White Sox.
Okay.
The White Sox are very easy to like and embrace.
Yeah. Yeah. The Cubs need a closer.
Well, let's
It's
go.
as simple as that.
Let's
right?
go. Let's go to how the sequence of events. The Sox came after. The
Yes.
Cubs before that.
Well, the game lasted longer.
Flipping back and forth. Yeah, the game in the Cubs scoreless tie. It was a soccer game for 9 innings.
Oh.
Goes into extras. And what happened was with PCA, that was a dramatic home run.
Like he scored out a bicycle kick. If I could just pound your metaphor into the dirt.
Thank you. Do that. And nearly made the pitcher flop. And PCA celebrates in a way that was just so satisfying if you're a PCA fan. So they had a really good out here. This wasn't, to me, tell me if I'm wrong, I know Dustin will.
It was a grindy game.
This wasn't a terrible loss.
No, it was. You got into extra innings. And
Well, you had
lost the game.
Boyd performing like an ace.
Yes.
You had PCA behaving and doing things like an MVP. And you sent a strong, clear message to your front office that you need bullpen help because Trent Thornton's not it. And that was the game because they let the Cardinals back in after taking that lead, 2-0 lead.
Yes.
In extras, you got to close it out.
Yeah, you do have to.
You got to
win
close
that
it
game.
out.
Yeah, but again, hard to do when you don't really have a closer.
You don't have a closer because
Yep.
Jacob Webb already was lights out before that, and he can't pitch every inning in relief. And so you have a loss. If they win today, they take 3 out of 4 in St. Louis, and you'll take that every time. And you have a loss last night that felt like a win after PCA hit that home run, but you have the idea reinforced that go get help in the bullpen, Jed.
Did PCA was it his fault or was it the bullpen fault? Because I have somebody next to me who was really heated up during the pregame about this, even before we started.
How
the
in the
show.
world would it be PCA's fault that they lost that game after he hit the home run to put them ahead?
Poking the bear.
Oh, gosh.
The sportsmanship gods frowned on that. There's bat flips, and then there's what he did. Okay, that was way over the top for the situation. That didn't win them the game. If that had won them the game, fine. If that's what you want to do. But I'm a big believer
You're that guy
in
today.
Act like you've
You're
been
that
there
guy
before.
today.
Yeah, I am. They poked the they woke the Cardinals up.
Shush.
Let's hope they didn't.
They woke the Cardinals
woke
up?
The Cardinals up with that bat flip. That
Do you
was
know-
way over the top.
I'll turn his mic off. for
Thank you.
I did it myself.
Was there anything profane about what PCA did?
No,
Was there anything vulgar about what PCA
I thought
did?
over the top is when you kind of cuss at a woman with some rude
That's
comments.
a separate.
That's over
long
the top.
ago
But no, but I'm making
incident.
the.
Right.
I'm
a
making
woman,
the.
a woman
You're right.
that came to the rate with a planned intention.
We're not
doesn't matter.
We're not
Totally
relitigating
irrelevant.
that.
well, wait a minute.
You can't say
let's get
that
all
to
the
a
facts.
woman.
I agree
Let's
with
just
you,
get
but
that out
let's
there.
get
The
all
facts are
facts.
PCA hit a home run.
The facts are that
And he had been hearing and getting
Not the story today.
in that building, in
Thanks,
that ballpark. Tarps off crew were on him all series long. There aren't very many people there in St. Louis at these games these days, so you hear those guys. And if I'm PCA, I'm hearing it all series long.
And I don't think
Fine.
throwing a bat is
Fine.
What that
Celebrate.
First of all, they're not a Giant.
He looked at his bench. He looked at his teammates first. He turned to them and he's like, hey. And then he rounded the bases.
And I've had enough with the pelvic thrust as well.
Oh, I just can't believe this.
Nobody has defended this guy more than me. And last night,
to the point where you defended him a minute ago.
No, I didn't defend him.
Inappropriately.
No, I didn't defend him a minute ago.
No, you
said
wanted to talk
him.
circumstance.
You said I defended him. I did not defend him about
You
that.
sure sounded like
I would say that
There's Q-tips.
that wasn't baseball karma. That was something that happens when you have a closer that you can't trust. And the Cubs now need to go out and get a closer. And that was a great moment, I think, in that Cub-Cardinals series.
They needed a closer in that game. That's what happened.
So you get done with that game, and you turn on the Sox, and you see that victory, and then the news gets somewhat more palatable from a Cub fan perspective. Patrick Mooney from The Athletic, fine reporter, plugged in.
Yep, good man.
Posts a story at 10:07 that says Cubs trade deadline search for pitching includes Tariq Skubal, according to sources.
Which it should.
Thank you.
I mean,
it
they
absolutely,
should.
positively should.
Unequivocally should include.
I love that response because mine was maybe a little bit of, oh, this is interesting now because Patrick Mooney is a pretty trusted reporter on the beat.
I was confused earlier in the day when I did not see them mentioned in connection to him. I know that it's a fantasy that you're going to get the best pitcher available, but he is the top dog. He's the number one guy. And you're talking about giving up quite a bit for what effectively is a rental player, because I don't believe that they have it in their mind to sign him and keep him long term. Although that's an interesting idea if indeed this ends up being a situation where there is work stoppage and they change rules regarding contracts moving forward.
Yes.
Get him signed, and then he's grandfathered
Sell
in.
the idea to him.
That's kind
Sell
of...
Wrigley Field and the Cubs to him.
That's a good idea.
He lives in Arizona.
He could be here for a playoff run. He could be a centerpiece to it, and he could hear the adulation and the excitement and all of that.
One of his best friends in baseball is Matthew Boyd. They both have a shared past from Seattle. They were teammates in Detroit. Skubal considered Matthew Boyd a mentor. They faced each other in the 2024 playoffs and reminisced. I remember that story in that series. That would be there are a lot of things that contribute to this making sense.
But if your plan is not just to get to the postseason, but to make noise in the postseason, and if your plan is also not to watch the team up north sign him for a World Series run, that's a terrible idea to not get involved if he is heading there. And we've heard a couple people, including Jim Bowden, say they're the favorite to get him because they have the most to offer.
And Patrick Mooney includes the Brewers and the Dodgers and the Cubs as the three teams in the mix.
Well,
so you're exactly right.
You better be involved.
You better be involved because it's one thing to look at the metrics and the percentages and the odds of being a team without a bye going deep into October. But all those calculations and permutations are done without Tariq Skubal on your staff and without Tariq Skubal on Milwaukee's staff.
And without Tariq Skubal striking out everybody else that's on your team. Quite frankly.
And watching him celebrate on the Wrigley Field mound as you lose again to Brewers in October.
You can't let that happen.
You can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. So that helped me get over the Cub loss as well as the message that it sent Jed with Trent Thornton losing and blowing the lead. And also, I wasn't even bothered about the PCA celebration, so I didn't have to get over that.
The other thing is that with Skubal, if you watched any of that yesterday, that was unequivocally a goodbye to Detroit.
Farewell, Detroit.
And the fact that he left with a 7-1 lead And they lost the game.
They lost the game 10-9 to the Orioles.
So that tells you everything you need to
Yes,
know
it
about
does.
where they actually lost the start he had, and they're further behind than they were when the day started. And, oh, by the way, see ya.
You talk about a change of events. You talk about a shift in your mood in Detroit. If you're a Tigers fan and Scuba walks off to a standing O, you're thinking 7-1 lead. He got his 1,000th strikeout. Isn't this special? Maybe they make a run. 2 innings later, they're down. They
It's
lose,
unbelievable.
and all of a sudden the bottom falls out.
Yeah.
That's why talking to Jeff Rigger at 9 o'clock from Detroit.
Sure.
That'll be fun because he covers the Tigers and he'll give us an idea about how that loss was processed and what it means. And Scooble basically said it's out of his control. He didn't say anything that would make you believe he's staying.
Yeah, no, he's not staying. I don't think he's staying. After watching that, the way the crowd reacted and, even Jason Benetti, everyone in Detroit, thank you, Tariq. That's a way of saying goodbye. It was
thanks, Tariq.
Thank you. Thanks, Tariq. It was thank you for that performance, but it was also for the career. It's a goodbye, man. That seemed like a goodbye. And he stood there and he was moved.
Big week for Jason Benetti.
And he's moving.
He's moving. He was moved, and now he's moving. Yeah, Benetti called the squirrel race on Sunday night the other night. Now he got the Scooble farewell.
Now he got the goodbye.
I think his next start will be in a different uniform. And the Cubs are in play. And I don't want to say, well, that's all you can ask for is them to look into it. I want them to close the deal. I now want them to close it.
They have to be in play.
Especially because of the Brewer factor.
Choice. It's the Brewer factor, the Dodger factor. You cannot let him – if you have a chance to get this guy who could totally change the way we think about them going into the postseason, you can't allow him to go to a rival. You can't. It's part of your survival is blocking other teams from getting him by getting him yourself.
Now, Texter says, if the Cubs trade for Scooble, will they have any more ammunition for a good, reliable reliever too? That's a good question. I also think this, if you have a starter like Tariq Scooble, it makes everything easier to manage because you've got an ace, you've got a number 2 in Matthew Boyd, you've got the starters that are going deeper into games, so your bullpen is taxed less and less. Right now, you're trying to piece everything together, and you see Tommy Hotovy going out to the mound, covering his mouth and talking to the pitcher, and you feel like, oh my gosh, there's so much that they have done to try to manage this piece together patchwork bullpen, and they're just holding on.
If Tommy did that in the World Cup, red card, he'd be thrown out of the game.
Well, it was a soccer game last night.
They actually they changed that rule. Did you see that? They threw a guy out because I guess it means you're saying something nasty. It's pretty funny.
It is kind of funny. It was 0-0 though when he went out to the mound.
It was 0-0. It was a soccer score.
Try to figure out what was going on.
Yeah.
So big night of baseball, a lot of drama, a lot of implications, and today both teams have a chance to. I think the Sox win the series if they split it, and the Cubs to win 3 or 4 in St. Louis.
I mean, I feel like they really have to win this series. I feel like they owe it to everyone involved to win this series. And I think if they don't win this series, if 2-2 is a victory in your mind, then I feel like they're squandering whatever opportunity.
Well, I think because
they would have had.
Do you think I'm overstating it there? Wouldn't it feel like
it would feel completely different given how rough the start of that series was.
And
fair enough.
Sean Burke on the mound makes you feel pretty good.
Yes, but I mean, Davis Martin made me feel pretty good right until I didn't feel very good.
Yeah, 4 runs in the first inning, not a good way to start.
No, it was not good.
That was a downer,
and that's why
it deflated the crowd.
It felt like a double win, to be honest with you.
It
felt like that game was lost and gone very early. And then to come back and win was huge.
Sean Burke, by the way, early tease for Inside the Clubhouse, 10:30 Saturday morning.
Really?
Yes. Bruce has booked him. Looking forward to talking to. I'm not going to ask him to juggle.
I was going to say,
how
does juggling mesmerize when it's only on radio?
I don't know. Maybe we should get on Twitch.
Yeah.
Maybe Bruce and I should start doing the Twitch thing.
Oh my God, Dustin just did a backflip. That's unbelievable. I didn't know he had it in him. What is that? Was that learned years ago? Is that it? How does he do it?
I'm so short I can high dive off a dime, Mully.
That's a good one. I haven't heard that one. So the baseball came after the Bears talked all day and
Bears
practiced.
were good. Bears
Short,
were good.
quick practice.
Fun.
Caleb Williams sounding like a very mature, professional, elite franchise quarterback. He sounded that way.
He sounded great.
Sounded great. Sounded great.
His relationship with the coach, front and center.
Those guys
Love
are
that
like
stuff.
reading off the same script.
Great stuff yesterday all the way around.
Good to have football back.
No question.
Started with in the morning when we got really fired up with Dennis Allen.
Yeah, and there were a couple little Dennis Allen moments we should talk about.
Yeah.
Even though we did listen to a couple of the highlights. No
Good
doubt
stuff.
about it. But
Good stuff all the way around. They're
lot
back
of
at
good
it
stuff.
today, I believe.
Yes, they are.
And Press Taylor will be.
Taylor. We're going to find out how the new translator.
You're going to
works.
miss Declan Doyle.
Well, I'm going to find out. I'll find out more today.
I
I love Declan Doyle, the way he broke down what Ben Johnson was really saying. He just did a wonderful job of that.
He was the decoder.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was the Ben Johnson interpreter, and he explained things in very exquisite detail.
I agree. I wonder if he can coach.
I wanted
I'm
to.
just saying, I'm very curious how he'll do.
He's done this job before in Jacksonville, so he's got some experience. And
But he's never called plays, has he?
no, but he's not going to do it here.
No. I mean, not Press Taylor. I'm talking
Oh, you're talking about Declan Doyle?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
my
saying-
goodness sakes.
I'm
Yes,
very
that's a good
curious.
question.
I'm very curious how that will work, is what
Same.
I'm saying.
Because Lamar Jackson, if things
Yes.
aren't buttoned up, if things aren't going well, that might be a situation that gets a little bit off the rails.
It could go very well, alternatively. And
I hope it does.
you could have a star in the making.
I hope it does. I'm a big Jesse Minter fan. I hope he is one of these first-year head coaches that has success out in Baltimore. I don't think I'll pick them again to win the Super Bowl like I seem to every year. I might be leaning toward usually Buffalo or Baltimore. Maybe this is Buffalo's year. Josh Allen sounded pretty refreshed and revived yesterday.
Yeah, good for him.
Everybody's getting back in camp. Football season, everybody.
Except for Kyle Shanahan still.
Oh,
got
boy.
some brain issues. Not good.
No, that's not good for him in his personal health, and that the
Nor their team.
ramifications and after effects of the accident.
Awful. And he did do a good job of taking full responsibility for it and making sure that wasn't
He did such a good job
any
of
way
taking
misled.
responsibility for what happened that it raised questions about the way the team handled it.
It raised questions about the way the police handled it, frankly. Because
team, the police.
report had blamed it on this woman. It was weird. The whole thing and the way it was handled, he debunked a lot of that just by holding a news
Well, he
conference.
exposed what is being referred
Yes.
to as a clerical error that blamed the woman for the accident, which makes you wonder if a clerical error really did occur.
Yes, no doubt about it.
And as sketchy as all of the details have been surrounding this incident, I think skepticism is appropriate. And so you wonder what level everyone got involved in trying to conceal what really happened and how complicit the local media, local law enforcement, the 49ers, all those things are fair questions.
No question.
And you just hope that Kyle Shanahan is healthy and returns and they can focus on football
And
again.
I thought he handled it very well when he realized that it had gone pear-shaped.
He's definitely a class act.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you hope that he I think part of it was did he not want to have that session with the local reporters to take ownership or responsibility because of the way things had been
Well, I think part of
handled?
it, but I think part of it too. They said that it was an off-the-record session where he apparently got emotional. He's struggling. He's having issues, kind of.
That's hard.
Oh, it's very difficult.
Yeah, you wonder what he's gonna if he's gonna be the same coach this year.
Right. Well, it's you don't know the length of time these things take. It's very difficult. It's certainly the case when we see players have this, and this is along those same lines. Just some scary stuff.
Yeah, and then the Bulls were in the news yesterday, right? Benedict Mathurin, the restricted free agent from the Clippers, he's apparently, according to Casey Johnson, on the Bulls' radar. He's a backup wing, 16 points a game, coming off the bench, wants to start, 24 years old, fits their timeline. What do you think, Brandon?
I love that move, me personally. I don't know if he's going to start. He'll be a good, energy six-man coming off the bench if you need, another scoring punch. Kind of can help with Norman Powell do. And he can shoot the ball. So.
Hasn't happened yet, but they're interested.
Well, I mean,
you got to do a sign and trade to get him or something like that.
They might be more competitive in their front five than we thought, but that doesn't change the fact that they are bereft of
on
talent.
The bench.
Yes,
he'd be a good six man.
They have literally very limited depth.
That's a good point.
So yes, it would be wonderful to do something like that. It would change them a little bit because, I know this is a dumb thing to say, but the goal is not to be in the bottom three. As crazy as that sounds, you just don't want to be in the bottom three worst teams in the league.
Yeah, and you want to avoid it.
If people are projecting you to have 24 or 26 wins on a year, guess what? You're in the bottom three.
Don't be a dweller in the cellar.
Yes, very good. All right, we got so much to get to. We'll get right to it next with the pick 6. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
I will forever think of that moment when Caleb was asked about Ben, and he said, I have the best coach in the world. I got the best coach in the world. And Ben was asked about Caleb, and he's like, he's just clutch. They bought into each other in full along the way, and that's still where they are right now.
I think that Caleb may have changed Ben's mind on how quarterbacking goes.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the program is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for USDA Choice Inner Skirt Steak at only $6.99 a pound. Limit 10 pounds. Plus, Waterfront Bistro 16 to 20 count Easy Peel Raw Shrimp is also $6.99 a pound. Limit 4 pounds.
Hey, it's Mully. Before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to Dr. Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics. That's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept surgery as your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and know your options. The conversation and consultation are totally free with weekend appointments available. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. Guys, I am talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There's absolutely no one I trust more in Chicago hair restoration, so take advantage of your your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 872-217-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. Call 872-217-HAIR at advancedhair.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry nonstop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
Can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
Boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Bears fans, training camp is officially underway at Haugh, and we're covering every storyline, every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, WSCR, WSCR-FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. First place White Sox with a 8th walk-off win of the season, this time 6-5 over the Yankees. Edgar Quero with the RBI single in the 12th. The White Sox had battled all the way back after a 4-0 deficit after the first inning. Sam Antonacci, Mully Murakami hitting consecutive home runs in the 8th to tie this game up. So it's White Sox-Yankees again over at the rate this afternoon. White Sox lead over the Guardians is 1.5 in the American League Central. Meanwhile, the Cubs and Cardinals scored no runs through 9 innings, and then in the top of the 10th, PCA a 2-run home run. But the Cardinals would get to Trent Thornton, score 3 times, and walk off the Cubs. Cubs are 61-47. Javier Assad will start this afternoon right here on 104.3 The Score. The pregame at 12:40. Shota Imanaga will now go Friday when the Yankees take the red line up to Wrigley Field from the Rate. The Bears had their first practice Wednesday up at Haugh, practice number 2 later on this morning. 42 days until the NFL kicks off, and Sky Basketball will be right here on 104.3 The Score tonight. Zach Zaidman on the call, along with Layla Rahimi and Alyssa Bergamini, as the Sky host the Connecticut Sun. 6:45 a pregame with a tip-off at 7 right here on 104.3 The Score. The Hour brought to you by Jewel Osco.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh.
where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Well, what's your take on the Cubs rearranging the rotation? So Shota Imanaga now will start against the Yankees on Friday. How will Javier Assad fare in the series finale against the Cardinals this afternoon? Do you like the Cubs going with Shota, David Peterson, Colin Ray against the Yankees?
I think it's really interesting because it makes you wonder immediately, is Shota okay? Is there a reason they needed to give him another day? Or are they just arranging the rotation for the weekend? Is this more about how you want to line guys up? Or is there also an element of a guy needing every minute you can give him? I don't know the answer to that. I think the fact that you rearranged your rotation, it's always interesting when something like that happens because you just want to hear the explanation as to why that was important to do. I think Javier Assad will do fine. I don't think the Cardinals have looked like world beaters. I know they won yesterday, but I don't believe that. I think he can go, into the 6th inning. Can he get through 6 innings? I wouldn't bet on it, but I think he will give you the kind of start that you want from him. And I think he'll get into the 6th and, get maybe 4 strikeouts, a couple walks, and he'll do fine. And I think they can win this game with him on the bump. I just find it interesting. I like the Shota, David Peterson, Colin Ray thing against the Yankees. The Yankees are, however, pitching very well. They're really on a run with their pitching these days.
Yeah, this one does open up the speculation. You're 100% right, Mully. Why did Shota need it? Is this just a, let's give him one more day off? It's just, or is it the Yankees are better than the Cardinals, obviously. Does this say something about the Cardinals? Does this say something that they want to put Shota in a playoff-type atmosphere at home against the Yankees on Friday instead of a maybe just shrug your shoulders afternoon game, let's get out of town, let's pack things up, let's get back to Wrigley type of thing that might be going on this afternoon? But the pitching matchup, we've seen the Yankees have been in town all week, obviously, playing the Sox for 4 games, the 4th game this afternoon. Saturday, it's a night game, and I think the Score is going to be the only local broadcast Saturday night for Cubs-Yankees. Max Fried is going. He's really good, right? We saw that. Then Sunday, it's Garrett Cole. So I also wonder if you think, if the Cubs' thinking was, well, geez, Colin Ray versus Garrett Cole doesn't look like a win on paper, let's say. Max Fried Saturday night, that's tough. Let's get one of our top 3 pitchers in there against the Yankees so that we potentially don't get swept at home. What I really think it is twofold. It's give Shota one more day. Why not? Okay, it's not that big of a deal. And then number 2, put him in a playoff type. It's going to be buzzing, right? And the Yankees come to town, one of the better teams in the American League that's not so great this year, but it's still the Yankees.
They're pretty good.
They're pretty
the other
good.
thing is all their hitters are out.
Right.
So
correct.
they're not hitting bombs. Is that better for Shota?
Another excellent point. Yes, that is a good point too. They aren't slugging right now.
I'm not sure it's as complicated as I think they're just, when you have a chance to give Shota Imanaga an extra day at this stage of the season, you take it, especially when it sets up very nicely that you have a big series. I would think the weekend's going to be playoff atmosphere at Wrigley. You've got a very good team in the Yankees, and it might be as simple as they like the way that he lines up against some of their left-handers.
Yes.
And last time out, he's been good, and at Wrigley Field, he's comfortable, and definitely it makes sense. And plus, Javier Assad is somewhat, I would say, well-rested. He pitched 3 innings in the Skeens game on Saturday, but then he didn't pitch before that. He had 5 days rest after a 1-inning outing, and then he had 9 days off between that last outing. So Javier Assad is ready and raring to go. Shota can benefit from a day's rest. There was a really good, as they all are, the pregame interview with Zach Zaidman and Shota, with the interpreter, obviously, talking about his approach. Zach asked him the question that we should probably get us at one point and listen to today. How do you feel? How did it make you feel last year when they didn't pitch you in the playoffs? And I don't think I've heard really Shota address that as directly as he did. And I think Shota's in a really good place right now. I hope that translates into him having good stuff tomorrow against the Yankees when they'll need it. But I think this is probably just respect for Shota, putting him in a good, best position to succeed, and trust in Javier Assad that he can come through today in St. Louis.
I'll ask you guys both this question before I step out here, and that is,
Bruce Levine, he'll be here at 8:25 on a Thursday. How bad was last night's loss by the Cubs? And where would you rank last night's White Sox walk-off win, the 8th of the season?
Second with Edgar Caro, too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Not since he hit a homer against the Cubs.
Considering his season up and down, good and bad. So
mainly
him
down.
being but him being a hero, that was maybe
plate.
something he can capture as they continue to seek catching help at the deadline. I believe last night could be, depending on what happens today, and I guess it all depends on what happens today, but if they salvage a split in this series, that game takes on even more magnitude and meaning. It was a huge comeback against a playoff team in the Yankees with no reason to believe they were going to do it. 4-0. Davis Martin gives up 4 early runs, a homer, and then you start to think, oh boy, look at the Guardians. Oh boy, what are the Twins doing? Oh boy. And then here come the Sox. Sam Antonacci, where's the espresso shot? Mully Murakami, give me some sushi. I think this was a fun night to be a Sox fan because of the way they came back. Now, so I think it's got to be top 5 victories of the season. As for the Cubs, it hurt. Yeah, if you're a Cub fan watching, like you're getting so excited. PCA, regardless of his celebration and all the things we're going to argue about, he came through in the clutch. PCA did what MVPs do. He's carrying that team, and it gave him a 2-0 lead. Matthew Boyd, outstanding. Looked like an ace again. Jacob Webb, lights out. The bullpen guy you trust. But then it reminded everybody just how vulnerable this team is because of their bullpen. So it sent a message to the front office, go get Scooble, everything will fall into place. Go get a bullpen piece and they'll be fine. So I didn't hate that loss, but I did love the Sox win.
Let's start with the good stuff, the Sox win. That was awesome. I mean, I mentioned that I felt that it was a statement game, and you had your ace on the hill, and he gives up 4 runs. That's not the way
to open a game.
I watched the beginning, and I thought, oh no, and Mully was having some trouble with his TV, and I thought, well, luckily Mully's not watching this unless he was listening on an app or the old FM AM radio in the backyard, maybe with the antenna up or something. But it was just one of those games where you're like, this is not how you wanted things to start off. And the fact that they came back, and again, star. Mully Murakami hits the back-to-back home run to tie the game up. He waved as he went around the base. He celebrated. That's the way to celebrate. That's the whole nother. We don't have to get into that again. Anyway, that was a great win. The only one that I can remember that was better was Sam Antonacci walked off the Guardians, in July, I think, a couple weeks back. It's against the Guardians. It matters a lot because it's right there in the division. That was a really good one. But I think 8 is either tied or leads Major League Baseball for walk-off wins. Second?
Yep.
I thought it was tied. Okay. Anyway, as far as the Cubs, ask me tomorrow. If the Cardinals take it to the Cubs today, it's because of PCA poking the bear and waking him up, ticking him off. It could have been so different. I really think it was a factor. I know everybody thinks I'm being ridiculous. There's celebrating, and then there's that. If he had won the game with that at Wrigley, I could accept it. I'm not a fan of it, but I could accept it. That just puts you in the lead, and there still is the Manford man. They've got a runner in scoring position immediately, and it wasn't a grand slam. It's 2 runs. I just thought he woke up the Cardinals, and I hope he didn't wake them up too much, and I hope the Cubs win 3 or 4, and I will forget it by the time we get back here tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought that the White Sox game could not have opened worse. it was interesting because we've heard from the Yankees talking about when Bellinger went out, that's another power hitter, and how they're not going to be able to, they're going to have to score runs in a different fashion. They're going to have to put together innings, etc. Well, they did that, and they did it in the very first one against the best that the White Sox have to offer. He's been their best pitcher top to bottom all year long. Sean Burke has been excellent in this current stretch. But I think top to bottom consistently it's been Davis Martin, and to see that number go up is it's just gut-wrenching. And like I said, what I heard was them telling management, keep all the young guys. We might need them. Whatever you do, don't trade anybody. It's not prospect hugging. We're just not ready to be a serious baseball team. And then they somehow came back. They got back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the 8th. They tied that game. They go in to the 9th. Then they have to get this terrible play where Mooney scores on it so they can force another inning, and then they finally win. And they all look like line drives in the box score.
Yes, they do.
But that was a bloop single. That was not quite the same walk-off moment that he had.
What was the exit below on that?
I wouldn't say it was very high.
I'm not sure it was very high.
But hey, they all count as line drives. It was magnificent, and everybody was running around and enjoying it, and it was the kind of feeling we haven't seen enough from this team. Certainly not in the so-called second half of the season and post All-Star break.
We talk about the Sox with 8 walk-off victories, second in the MLB. You know who's first? Dustin, I'm surprised you don't.
It's the Cubs.
With 10.
Yeah.
10. Wow.
That's great. It's good stuff. And the Cubs,
how lucky are we? 18 walk-off victories between the two teams in Chicago this year.
And that you can't count on that. That doesn't carry over from one year to the next, but that's awesome stuff.
That's going to be a White Sox question you have to ask Will Venable.
AJ Przinsky there. More from AJ coming up in the extra point. That's a tease. How do the White Sox address this relative dip they've experienced in the month of July? Would you bring up Jose Urquidy, or how about Hagen Smith? Or would you wait till the deadline to see how things look? Or is that too late with the Rays series coming up next?
I would not start Noah Schultz again after what happened the last time out. I haven't given up on him, but I worry that he's pitched a lot of innings. I worry about where he's at, and I don't think you can afford to have somebody working it out at this level. I also don't think he's a bullpen guy. I would bring up Jose Urquidy and have him start a game, and I would bring up Hagen Smith if he is ready to go as a reliever and get him in the bullpen and use him in that fashion if indeed he's pitching well at this point. I could see getting help from both those guys. And I am not sure how the deadline is going to look. And I am not sure if you're going to change their idea by doing something today. And then I think I worry about that Tampa series, because that is a really seriously good team that wins in a lot of different ways and plays really good baseball. And I remember early in the season seeing the Sox lose to them and having a conversation where we were talking about how good they play the game of baseball. And I think it's something that jumps out to you as you watch them go. So I'm a little concerned about it. It would be absolutely fantastic if they can win this afternoon. I would be over the moon about that.
That would be great if they were to win this afternoon and even things up against the Yankees. All right, so Noah Schultz is kind of what's going on with Noah Schultz. So he's scheduled right now. He's penciled in, I guess, typed in ink, I guess, the way I'm looking at it on the internet right now. But he's throwing Saturday down in Tampa, Saturday afternoon game. I don't think Hagen Smith is I don't think you want to put that kind of pressure on him either. But, eventually I think you got to get Hagen Smith up here because he probably is an out-getter. And once you get to the playoffs, you want guys with heat. You want guys swing and miss style stuff. I'm surprised Urquidy hasn't gotten up here yet, but maybe that'll happen on Saturday. Maybe they had him down there, made sure he was stretched out, right, David? Stretched as much as they possibly could, and maybe they'll flip-flop it. Maybe they do an opener for Noah on Saturday against the Rays and bring him in afterwards, something like that. But I could see Urquidy up here before Hagen Smith, but I think you can't have enough good pitching on the major league level.
Sean Burke goes today. Big start for him. If the Sox split the series, we talked about what that means. Noah Schultz scheduled Saturday. I would not let him make that start. I would say to Jose Urquidy, and I would get the memo to Hagen Smith, both guys, meet us in Tampa. I think both guys are ready. The other night, Tuesday, Jose Urquidy, as we talked about yesterday, I think we mentioned that he went 5 scoreless in a minor league start. He's got major league experience. He's not going to be fazed by the moment. He's not going to be intimidated by the Rays. Hagen Smith would be making his major league debut out of the bullpen. He came out of the bullpen the other night, scoreless inning. They've been working him there to get him used to getting up, getting down, getting ready in game, not as a starter.
He's only just back, though. I mean, he hasn't been back very long.
But Mully, he is an out-getter. He's got velocity. He's got swing and miss stuff. I know he's not been back long, but you don't have long. You got about 50 games left. You're in first place. You have to treat these series like what they are, playoff caliber tests. You have to pass them. And I think the earlier you expose these guys to that environment, a guy like Hagen Smith, the better. You don't want to waste his innings if you are convinced he can help you down the stretch. It will be August on Saturday. What better time to make his would he be the 14th player to make his major league debut?
I think it'd be 15, believe it or not.
15, I think you're right. Okay, 15, I think you're right. But I'm in favor of that. It's not losing confidence in Noah Schultz, but it's being practical because he can't go into the 4th or 5th inning, and you need your starting pitchers to give you more length so you can preserve your bullpen. And right now, Urquidy is the best option until you get Reed Detmers here.
First, I ask questions.
Boy, there he is, QB1. How were you surprised to see Caleb Williams looking lean and fit, dropping 10 to 15 lbs in the offseason? He said he was consistently eating well, didn't eat after 7, made sleep a priority.
We have a real common goal, and it's to find a way to make the Chicago Bears champions at the end of the day. And so what he says, everything he says and what we've been through, like I said, everything he says and what he says to me, I'll do it at 200% and won't look back. And so that's kind of how it is now. If he yells and curses at me or anything like that, I know it's for the greater good of the team. And so whatever it takes is what it's going to take. Lost some weight, so it's good. I'm excited about that. Be able to move a little bit better. Be smoother.
How much did you lose?
10 to 15, something like that.
10 to 15. So he got his wheels right. Maybe think a little bit about Jay Cutler, that famous drop with he's going to Whole Foods to get his wheels right.
I mean, here's the thing. That's unbelievable.
I didn't think of Jay Cutler once yesterday.
Never.
I think Caleb Williams tightened up. Caleb Williams echoing Ben Johnson. Caleb Williams sounding like a committed, serious, professional franchise quarterback. That's got to be great news to Bears fans who heard that. And also to see that. This is somebody who's taking care of his body, preparing for a long season. And also, you remember, this isn't accidental that he hasn't missed a start. This is not accidental that he is as durable as they come. This guy gets himself in shape, ready for an NFL season. It's laughable to think back to what people were saying about him before the draft, about his readiness, his maturity, and all of those things that seem really antiquated and ancient right now. Caleb Williams is a winner. He is a professional, and he is a leader. And he's taking this leadership responsibility seriously. And yesterday, he could not have made a stronger first impression for the season.
Yeah, strong first impression. You're right, David. And he did look, you noticed it. I noticed it at the podium. He did look leaner and fitter. And I wonder if, the Bears asked him to do that. I'm guessing he didn't just do that on his own. But I think you're right. It shows leadership. It shows that even though I'm the cover guy on Madden, even though I had all those big moments late in games, even though I did this, I did that, I could still work on myself. I could still get better. And he's leading by example, and I think that goes a long way.
You know, Caleb Williams had some of the fastest times from non-running backs, fastest quarterback times. So I think he had some of the fastest times in the league, and it's pretty extraordinary that he was able to do that while playing quarterback a year ago. And now he's dropped 10 to 15 pounds because he wants to get faster, because he wants to be a guy that is what did he say, smoother? I mean, holy mother of God. It's great news whenever you have a guy who's working on an element of his game, and certainly a guy working on a strength of his game, because that's what this is. I did see him. He looked a little thick-legged to me when he was like at minicamp. Just some of the videos you watch, it's just like, oh, Caleb is filling out, and now he's actually lost weight since then, and he's done it by getting sleep and eating,
not eating past 7
p.m. That's good rule for all of us.
There's discipline and attention to detail that you love coming from your quarterback.
Exactly correct.
Because you figure that's the way he's going to run the offense too. You know,
yeah, I love it.
He runs his life that way. The offense is going to be run that way.
I absolutely love. There were a lot of things he said that we will talk about today that you had to kind of admire and love. But that was just the idea that a guy's never stopping working. That's how you get better.
That's how you get better.
Love it. All right, we'll be right back. We're in the midst of the Pick Six. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi from the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. We are your connection to Chicago sports throughout your workday.
If you're listening from work, make us your companion by listening on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
If you want to watch us do the show live, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking Bears, Cubs, Sox, Bulls, all of Chicago's teams.
And of course, when you're driving around on your lunch break, listen to us in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
There's no one way to listen or watch Rahimi Harrison Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. So listen and watch your way today.
This segment is sponsored by thechicagodogs.com. Don't miss Chicago Dogs baseball this weekend at Impact Field in Rose.
This is not, but they're just trying to pump it up like they're doing such a great job. And look at this. It's fake technology like everything else in the world. Here's the next thing that I laugh about, and I actually have talked to a lot of the old umpires and a lot of the new umpires about this stuff too, about them wanting to do the technological robot umpire stuff too. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but if you've actually seen the Atlantic League funny posts that people made about strikes being called at balls that are like 3 feet outside and this and that, and when, watch the news today, they're telling us all about more, watch out because Russia's going to get into our technology and try to mess with our stuff. Wait a minute, they can get into our technology from Russia? Well, you don't think that the front office can get into the technology that's running the strike zone at the home stadium?
Oh, this is fun.
I had never thought of that.
I had never considered this either, that like another front office would override the
hack
robot
the
umps.
umpire.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And it wouldn't be every pitch. It would be, okay, bases loaded. We got to get this pitch right here. Strike, quick. That's the kind of stuff that I know would happen.
Somebody's going to do it now. You just gave them the idea, Jack. So thank you for that.
They think they don't have the idea? Come on. That's metrics and that's technology. Do
you have a smartphone?
It's ruining our kids' lives. It's ruining our sports. It's ruining our countries all around the world. It's crazy.
Do you have a smartphone?
I'm on it right now, dude. So I'm sure that hey, maybe Putin's listening to us. You never know.
It's not that interesting. I mean, it's good, but it's not that.
How about Muhammad?
I think Muhammad's interesting because this is a guy that I think the Bears got a steal on. I think he was drafted a little lower than you would have expected.
Right.
You look, he played started 30 games at Texas against top-level competition. all of his testing profiles, 4-4-2. He can play zone, his own admission. He can play man. He says he can play inside. He can do anything you need. He's a guy that, like Ben Johnson says, if you take football away from him, you don't know what he's going to do. That's him. That's that guy. And I'm not going to mention his comments he said, but he had probably one of the funniest quotes at the post-draft talking about why he plays so well in big games. I really like this kid. I think it's going to be a real competition with him, Tyreek, Terrell Smith to see who wins that starting job. I don't think he starts off there, but I think at some point he'll start a game.
Keyshawn Elliott?
Keyshawn Elliott, as a third linebacker, I think it's a good possibility. I spent some time watching a solid 25 minutes of tape on Keyshawn Elliott. I was more impressed than I thought he was. I wanted to see how he got all these sacks. The guy had 7 sacks last year. And it wasn't the way you would think. There was some quarterback scrambling. There were some late triggers. But he can blitz. He's a delayed blitzer. But he was faster than I thought. All those scouting reports talk about doesn't have great play speed. He ran a 4.58, so I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. I think this guy's fast. He's physical. He's a green dot guy, team captain. He won their weight room award for the guy that spends the most time in the weight room taking care of his body. He's exactly the type of linebacker you want.
But they got a lot of linebackers, right?
TJ and Devin Bush. So it'll be a battle between.
Well, and they brought back the kid from
Sanborn. So yeah, he'd be battling with Sanborn.
No, I was going to say
DeMarco Jackson.
DeMarco.
There's a weight room award?
The weight room award at Arizona State. He won that award for the guy that puts the most time, that cares the most. It's like the strongest, and that's him. He's a captain, a green dot guy. He's calling the defense. But I think his main contribution will be on special teams, David. I David Weight Room Award. David never spent time in the weight room in college. But, yeah, there's an award.
Then the favorite, maybe my favorite prospect that the Bears have, the 6th-round defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
I mean, it's funny. Bears Twitter absolutely loves this guy. And it's hard not to. When you look at his profile, David, and I looked at I was telling you this last night about the relative athletic score. You know what that is, Mully? They put together relative athletic score. His was a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The second guy ever in the relative athletic score, a defensive tackle, to have a perfect 10 relative athletic score.
Who was the other one?
I didn't even know who the other guy was. But this is like, you look at his numbers. This guy weighed 310. He jumped 36 inches, had a 10.5 broad jump, 4.9 40. Like, I looked at this at 35 reps.
Can he beat a double team?
I don't care. I don't care.
He's a rugby player.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
South African, but he's physical. When I watch the tape, he's raw. Sometimes he's out there brawling, wrestling, just trying to beat the man in front of him. When he learns like the full grasp of this football thing, how to beat blocks, how to get in his gap, how to, when it's a pass rush, to go from your run fit to get into a pass rush, to transition to that, I think the Bears have a find here. And I think it's also interesting how you're starting to hear that this was a coaching staff pick. Mm-hmm. The coaching staff really loved this guy, and they were really pounding the table. Hey, why don't we have a grade on this guy? Why don't we
Back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
And like I said to a question earlier, is
how much you enjoy Caleb Williams saying that Ben Johnson's putting more and more on his plate in terms of reading coverages, handling checks, and adding pregame snap responsibility. How important is it to see the relationship continuing to grow?
We have a real common goal, and it's to find a way to make the Chicago Bears champions at the end of the day. And so what he says, everything he says and what we've been through, like I said, everything he says and what he says to me, I'll do it at 200% and won't look back. And so that's kind of how it is now. If he yells and curses at me or anything like that, I know it's for the greater good of the team. And so whatever it takes is what it's going to take.
All right, whatever it takes is what it's going to take. Do you like hearing Caleb say him and Ben Johnson are on the same page?
I think that's the best thing he said. I think that the idea that Ben Johnson is still challenging him, still looking for him to grow as a player, and still kind of pushing him a little bit, that's great. But the idea that if he's going to yell at me and he's going to curse at me, then that's fine because I know it's for the better of the team. There's nothing he can do that's going to put me off trying to be the best for him. And if that's how he goes about doing it, then I embrace it. And if he tells me to do something, as weird as it may sound to me, he's not 100% in. He's at double 100% in on that. He will do it twice as hard.
200%.
200%. That's a lot of percent. I'm not even sure you have 200% of something.
I do. I don't know about you.
I think you have 100% of something.
I'm trying 200% this morning.
I love that. I love the idea that they are now, there must have been a time where he was where Caleb was like, wow, this guy really hates me. Like, what is going on?
Who is this guy?
Can you believe what he just said? But he realizes it's all for the greater good of the team. And it just speaks to a guy coaching the heck out of him. It speaks to a player that wants to be coached that way, that wants to be great, and really believes that the guy that's going to make it happen for him is his head coach. I think it's the best stuff I heard yesterday.
Totally agree. And I do think for all the people, and I don't think it's unfair to talk about how much more difficult the Bears' schedule is this year, and you could argue they were 4 or 5 plays away from being a very bad football team and wondering out loud if Caleb was the right pick, if Ben was the right guy. But there is something to be said about the play caller, head coach, and quarterback duo being on the same page. And these two seem to be on the same page. I made fun of the fact that Caleb seemed to be whining and pining about not getting coached up enough, not knowing how to look at NFL film, and I thought that was ridiculous. But now you hear how he is just throwing his arms around the coaching and is okay with getting beat up verbally by the coach, because if that's what's best for the Bears, that's all he cares about.
Yeah, all relationships require some level setting. So you want to know exactly where things stand and where you think things are headed. And we heard from Caleb Williams yesterday after hearing from Ben Johnson the day before, and I can't remember what Ryan Poles said, but it just matters that Ben Johnson and Caleb are on the same page. And the quarterback coach alignment is most important because they understand that they control everything. They can make people, and even if you don't agree, it doesn't matter because they actually believe it. They have this unbelievable well of confidence that they think they can make everything and everyone around them better. They don't care about a first place schedule. They don't care about anything outside factors, injuries to a defense, how defensive line is thin, and all of these things. They're Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. And together they believe they can score enough points to win every game. They may not win every game. They're not going to win every game. But they think they can win enough games to talk in terms of bringing a championship to Chicago. And every Bears fan's got to be fired up to hear the quarterback sound exactly like the head coach. And when you set expectations, and that's exactly what they did the last 2 days, when you establish where your standard is, that's exciting. And that's where we're going to hold them to. The Bears believe they can play in the Super Bowl this year. That's not an outlandish thought inside Halas Hall. So, okay. With those expectations comes a responsibility and certainly the scrutiny, and that's the standard to which we should all hold them.
You can look back at it and say, remember when Ben said we're going to set the tone? Remember when Caleb said whatever? Remember when Ryan... what did he say?
Who?
Under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
Fauci.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did watching Tariq Skubal walk off the mound in Detroit with a 7-1 lead and a standing ovation feel like his final start in Motown? Did it feel more like it after the Tigers blew that lead and suffered a 10-9 loss in 12 innings to the Orioles that left them 4 games out in the wild card race? Do you have any concern that the Brewers are now the prominently mentioned team as the frontrunner for Skubal's services?
Cue the Motown farewell music. Yeah, that was goodbye. That was goodbye Tariq Skubal left with a 7-1 lead, and he went home with a 10-9 loss. That was bad if you're a Skubal fan and a Tigers fan, and that was on brand for what's going on in Detroit this year. Scott Harris almost has to trade him. There's a mandate because the Tigers proved again yesterday this is not their year. So, if you're the Cubs, you don't want the Brewers to get him, and that should motivate you as much as anything. And what would you give up? We can talk about potential deals, and we will from now until he's dealt on Monday, and I think he will be dealt. There are a lot of reasons why the Cubs should get involved. As we said earlier, you have the built-in advantage. Matthew Boyd was a mentor of Tariq Skubal. They both have Seattle connections. Matthew Boyd from Seattle. Tariq Skubal attended the University of Seattle. They were teammates in Detroit, and Boyd was a mentor to Skubal. They were close there. They could be close again, starting games 1 and 2 for the Cubs in October. Skubal has a home in Arizona that would give him reason. All these factors, I don't know what say he will have and where he goes, but it would also compel the Cubs to get involved heavily, offer whatever is necessary. If Tariq Skubal is available and the Tigers are trading him, the Cubs should try to get to the front of the line. And wherever they are in line, it better be in front of the Brewers. The Dodgers you could accept, maybe. The Brewers getting him, no. You could not accept that as a Cub fan.
That would hurt. That would really hurt if he ended up north of the Cheddar Curtain with the Brew crew.
Is he friends with The Miz?
Is he friends with The Miz, right? Does he have any connections with the Cubs? What does he think of Wrigley Field? I mean, I really like the fire and passion of this guy. I'd love to see it. I wonder about the cost. Does he have any say in this? Does he have any kind of say on where he gets traded?
Get him to Chicago so he can yell at Mike Vassell during the Crosstown Series.
Love it. I love it.
It is, it's really, excuse me, it's really fun idea that he could come and join the Cubs. I got to wonder what that would look like, because I think that the difference with both the Dodgers and Milwaukee is the number and the level of prospect they have. But wouldn't you prefer a guy like Matt Shaw over a prospect? If Matt Shaw is in the mix for this, then you have to start thinking about how much you can get for that deal. And obviously, Jed's got a close relationship with the GM there. He was with the Cubs, and they won a ring together, so that always matters. I just don't know if they're looking for prospect haul or they're willing to take major league ready guys. I don't know how much a rebuild they're staring at in Detroit. They've got some young players up already. I don't know how you replace a guy like Skubal, but it's not worth. I mean, he's won the last 2 Cy Youngs in the American League, and really it hasn't been close. And you think about how dominant a pitcher he is. This is the kind of guy that you need to win in October, and that's what he should be doing. And you think about how that would change your organization. I got no problem going all in on a guy like that, but then you don't want to get caught up in a thing where you lose on Monday and then you can't rebound and get somebody else. You don't have enough time to kind of complete a deal. You got to work at a lot of different levels on this stuff. But if you are pot committed and you're going to go for a guy like that, then you got to go for it. You got to really make sure that you're making up ground if you haven't already been in on this. And you've got to, I think that Matthew Boyd, get in front and circle, have him make a phone call. Hey, let's get the band back together, buddy. I mean, the whole bit, you do whatever you can to recruit a guy like this. And I don't think he has a ton of say on it. I think it's where they trade him. I think they're the ones, because this is just him as a rental player. This is not finishing out a contract.
You often hear the teams wanting to do right by a guy.
Then
you wonder about that.
It's a good thing to be on, but he's definitely out of there. I mean, watching that game, no shadow of a doubt that he is no longer a Tiger. That would be so foolish of them. it's almost unthinkable that they would keep him for a non-playoff run that again doesn't look like it's going to happen for them. They're not the entity they once were when they did manage to win a bunch of games in a year. All right. We'll be right back. We've got the extra point. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs and Sox fans, the MLB trade deadline is coming up Monday at 5 p.m. And 104.3 The Score is your trade deadline headquarters as the trade winds are blowing on both sides of town.
There was a report last week saying the Sox were going to be more aggressive than thought at the trade deadline. How does Kyle Teal's injury affect what we're seeing happen around this?
Pretty much every team has lack of catching depth. The White Sox were at the top of the list at the start of the season.
Keep it here as we approach the MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This afternoon on Chicago Sports Network, Sam Antonacci and the Chicago White Sox wrap up their series against Ben Rice and the Yankees. Stream these American League rivals on the CHSN app. Never miss.
So I think that's something really interesting. The coaching staff really likes him, saw something in him. And I think with his athletic profile, his physicality, he's not scared to hit. You know he's going to work. I think it might be a little bit of a project, but I think this guy could play, not starting next year.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976, you wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8-8-88, as you mentioned, first night game, 8-8-76, White Sox in shorts. Which one is more important in baseball history, you think?
Oh, I think quite obviously the lights. I didn't wear the shorts. I was injured with the Cubs at that point. So that was a rotator cuff injury in '76, and I was headed to become the first free agent ever to leave the Chicago Cubs. That was the first free agent class. That was the winter of '76. That had the stars of Reggie Jackson and Don Baylor and Bobby Grich. It had a lot of stars in that first class. I was a reluctant free agent, but that's when I went back from the Cubs to the White Sox and became a member of the Southside Hitmen in the '77 season.
But wait, there's more. I'm an idiot. My bad. There is pictures of you in the shorts though out there.
No, there couldn't be. I might have gone to the beach that day. No, I don't have any. I never wore the shorts.
Oh God, it's so good. Because do I have that right? No.
No, I didn't have that right.
But there are pictures of you in the shorts, and he goes, no. You were Viskurgen. He was Al Michaels.
Yeah, this is why I can't really hammer somebody who gets something horrifically wrong in an interview.
Spiegs is hiding under the desk. Spiegs told Steve Stone that he wore shorts.
There is pictures of you in the shorts, though.
No.
Do I have that right? No.
All right, so I'm your first contestant.
You are the first contestant. Do I have that right? No.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's good teammateship.
So here's my... Oh, come on. This is what this show does. What picture do you have of Steve Stone in a uniform wearing shorts if it never happened?
Yeah, he's not wearing shorts.
That was the problem.
He's wearing... baseball pants, but they only go to the knee. He's got the high socks, and my brain tricked me. I was looking for confirmation that Steve Stone indeed wore the shorts. So for my Google image search, I saw something that looked enough like shorts for my brain to go, yep, he wore them.
Was this photo like those optical illusion photos in the mall back in the day where you could stare at it for hours and see different things?
Is it a blue dress? Is it a yellow dress? There's no way to know. Can we play it again? Because texters are pointing out another understated thing. Did you have 1976 as being 25 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, that would be 45 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well let's just hear it again.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976. You wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8-8-88, as you mentioned, first night game.
Oh man! So you were so humiliated by it. You texted Steve Stone last night.
I texted Stoney. Yeah.
God, you are in your own head. I forgot about the Billy Hamilton, Brian Goodwin thing 2 seconds after it happened.
But here's the thing: I texted him to thank him because
the extra point with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
What'd you think of AJ's conversation with Jim Bowden on the Foul Territory podcast about the White Sox approach as the trade deadline approaches?
But I also will tell you clearly, I do not expect him to be inactive. He knows he can win this division. He's going to finish the job. I have confidence in Chris Getz. So at the end of the day, you'll be happy with me at 6 o'clock on Monday.
All right, what do you think? Happy at 6 o'clock on Monday?
I like that candor.
5 Central?
I like the fact that he's telling AJ not what he wants to hear, but what he expects to happen. I think Chris Getz will be responsible. I think he will be aggressive. I don't think he'll be reckless, though. And I don't want to mistake. Nobody should misunderstand. Asking him and hoping that he goes out and obtains a starting pitcher to help the White Sox doesn't mean mortgaging the farm. I don't think that you should do that. I don't think you should necessarily sacrifice what is happening with the White Sox for the chance of overpaying at the deadline and getting a starter that's going to win a couple games for you. You're talking about a starter that's going to make probably 10 starts. Now, can he help you? And you need a bullpen piece, but I think you need a starter more. So get a controllable starter. Do you have ammunition that are, without necessarily touching your top 10 prospects? Chris Getz is a smart guy. I think he's intelligent enough to figure this out, and he's skilled enough to thread the needle. And that's what I want the Sox to do. I just don't want them to stand idle. I want them to do something without necessarily – you want it all. But I think that he still can accomplish something because there are a lot of pitchers out there. Clay Holmes would be a great addition to this rotation.
I hope both teams are active. I really do. The White Sox have an opportunity to win the division. Nothing is promised beyond 1 year at a time. There is a work stoppage looming. I think you have to go for it while you can. I think some callers and texters made a great point. Look at the Orioles. Don't be the Orioles.
That's stuff and nonsense. Don't worry about the Orioles. Don't look at the White Sox. Look at your minor league system. Look at your top players in the minor leagues. Don't be giving away things for hopes and dreams. I'll be honest with you. I really did feel last night after watching the start of that game, after seeing the 4 spot put up on Davis Martin, I was thinking Ozzie got it right yesterday. We talked to Ozzie, and he was a little bit reluctant about some of these big moves and big ideas that everybody has for the White Sox. And I thought to myself, continue to work on development, continue to get better for next year and for the year after that. I think what we've seen, what they've built, has some sustainability. I don't care what went wrong with the Orioles. Could care less. It's not a cautionary tale to me. I think it's what went wrong with the White Sox, going through 3 consecutive years of losing 100 in games, including 121 games, setting a major league record while doing that. So I wanted them, at that point, I thought, hang on to everyone you have. You're not good enough to be able to compete with the Yankees, and they're probably going to get blown out in Tampa when they get there. That was the way I felt as I looked at it. So maybe now I'll change a little bit, but I like the idea. And I think Bob Nightingale said yesterday, as long as we're playing Jim Bowden, he was also on with AJ. I watched a lot of that. And he said, I don't think they're going to do a lot. I don't think that Chris Getz is going to be trading away very much.
It's very interesting to have such a different opinion from two guys, both talking to executives.
And that's what AJ asked Jim Bowden. He said, am I going to be happy with you, or am I going to be thinking that Bob was right on Monday? And Bowden said to him, I think you're going to be happy with me. I'm the guy predicting they're going to make these moves. He's got him getting a catcher, a pitcher, and I believe a reliever, maybe 2 pitchers.
They need all of them.
Get all of it if indeed it's going to work, but don't be giving away too much to do it.
Let me ask you a somewhat
bitter,
related,
long, and difficult to get there.
Somewhat related question. At the deadline, if they don't acquire another hitter, perhaps, Caleb Bonner hit his 25th and 26th home run of the season last night at Double-A.
So you want to trade him?
No.
I know. That's my point.
No.
Hang on
I'm
to him.
asking you the question. Do you
Bring
think
him
that
up? I
by
would.
the end of the season he might be in a White Sox uniform?
Where is he going to play?
Designated hitter.
Nah, I think.
I don't know. I think
asking. It's just different in the major leagues. I don't think. I think they need to have built in a timetable with these guys, follow it closely, and make sure they're following all the steps to get him there.
Okay.
And I agree with what Ozzie said. You know, if you got a guy like Braden Montgomery and he looks like he could be the best one of the bunch, then you want to accelerate things a little bit and get him up, and he's doing some good stuff. But I don't know that you want to do that. I don't know that you want Rock here before he even plays in a minor league game.
I didn't ask about Rock.
I'm just saying.
Bonnemer's having quite a year.
He's
a bat that is really hot right now.
He's a prospect that is right behind Rock Chalowski on their list. That's why I brought it up. But I think that you just have to be patient in the way that you go about it, and you got to make sure that you're following the right steps, and then it will reveal itself to you. As much as we love some of the guys currently on this team, I don't know that they're not going to be the ones that are ultimately traded, because we'll have to see how that looks, and you have to take into account chemistry and all sorts of different things.
Wait and see.
Yeah, a little bit wait and see with prospects is what I'm saying. I'm not hugging anybody. I'm just saying it took a long, bitter road to get to this point. Let's not throw it away. But if they need a little help, get a little help. Mully and Haugh, it's 104.3 the score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
I'm hoping that Kyler Gordon gets right sooner rather than later, but the worst part of this entire press conference describing him to me was to have your general manager, Ryan Poles, sound almost helpless when he said he didn't have a timetable, Layla, on when he would be back.
No, and I add all this up to the point about earning trust back, where he says he's got to earn the trust of the coaches. And that is a really, really hard statement to shake.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hollywood Casino and Hotel Aurora is calling. All new casino, all new hotel and spa, all new location. Your cravings are calling with fresh flavors from Giada De Laurentiis and Chicago's own goat, Stephanie Izard. Your lucky seat is calling. From your favorite slots to your go-to table games. Your getaway is calling. From overnight stays to perfect spa days. Hollywood Casino and Hotel Aurora. Now at 2500 North Farnsworth Avenue. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or text GAMB to 833-234.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Sunshine this morning, hazy this afternoon, very warm, high 88.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the official radio home of the Chicago Cubs. Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. A pair of walk-offs for our local baseball teams. The White Sox get the best of the Yankees, 6-5-12. Edgar Quero had the RBI single that was the difference. Same two teams over at the rate today, and it will be the White Sox going with Sean Burke. He's 7-5 with a 3.19 ERA. The White Sox lead in the AL Central over the Guardians is a game and a half. Meanwhile, the Cubs and Cardinals went to the 10th with no score. PCA, a 2-run home run in the top of the 10th, but Ivan Herrera had a 2-run double off of Trent Thornton, and the difference was 3-2. Cardinals win. So with the loss, the Cubs are 61-47. They're right here on the Score this afternoon, 12:40 pregame. Javier Assad will start. Shota Imanaga moved to Friday afternoon when the Yankees come over to Wrigley. The Cubs looking up at the Brewers, 6 back in the standings. 7 games left with the Brewers head-to-head. The trade deadline is Monday at 5. Practice number 2 for the Bears up at Haugh. And we just got 42 days left until the NFL kicks off. Don't forget, tonight, the Sky are hosting the Sun. They're from Connecticut at the Wintrust Arena. Zach Zabin, Layla Rahimi, Alyssa Bergamini will be on the call starting at 6:45 with a tip-off at 7 right here on the Score. Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence, it should never cost a fortune.
Here's the swing and a drive, left center field. In the gap, it's going to be a base hit. The tying run is in. Walker around third, heading home. The throw by Swanson is not in time, and the Cardinals win the ball game. Ivan Herrera with a double into the gap in left center, driving in 2. And the Cardinals rally for 3 in the bottom of the 10th inning, and they beat the Cubs by a score of 3-2.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That, of course, will go down as the bat flip game. The PCA with his bat
Quite a
flip.
bat flip. Gave the Cubs a 2-0 lead.
Well, he upset the baseball. Was it the baseball gods that turned on the Cubs, or was it the Cardinals?
No, I think that it was just the bad bullpen that caught up with the Cubs again. Trent Thornton couldn't find command, couldn't find the strike zone.
Yes.
And the Cubs blew a 2-0 lead, and they squandered an opportunity to take the 3rd straight game in that series. So that was the bad news in Chicago. The good news is that down at the rate, 35th and Shields, the Sox, after spotting the Yankees a 4-0 lead in the first inning and losing the fan base, or just maybe Mully, for a moment or two, come storming back with back-to-back home runs by Sam Antonacci and Mully Murakami. And then they win it in extras after the Yankees throw the ball into left field trying to pick off Mully Murakami. and then they walk it off for the 7th time this year? Or was it the 8th time this year? I believe it might be 8.
It's 8.
It was the 8th time this year. Edgar Carroll wins it again. Sox beat the Yankees, and they have a chance to split the series today with Sean Burke on the mound.
Yes, Sean Burke has been very good in his last 6 games, and hopefully that continues today, and that would then leave you feeling like, okay, this team is pretty good. I mean, it's not ideal because you want them to win every game at home and some on the road, but the way that Yankee series started following the series against the Astros, where they lost 2 and then finally broke through with some power and then didn't have the power against the Yankees, I think you were a little bit concerned after the first 2 games. And frankly, I was listening to what they were telling me after that first inning, and I thought I made a mistake. I thought it was their message to management about the trade deadline, and that wasn't it. It was probably It was probably their message to me, which is like, you're bad luck.
Stop watching.
Turn it off.
Stop
so
listening.
We can start winning.
Yes. Look away, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
it's on you.
Yeah, and they walk it off, and they get a big victory, and I wonder what it means, and I wonder how it affects the trade deadline, if it does at all. Let us know, 312-644-6767. Mully, but before we get to the phone lines and the Tariq Skubal possibility, can we just stop for a moment and appreciate how bad of a loss that was for the Yankees? They had no business trying to pick off Mully Murakami at third base.
Listen,
Ali Sanchez throws the ball into left field, and that was maybe the dumbest play of the night.
But that's
Dumbest
a team.
play.
That's a team that is down a lot of power, and that is a team that figures that they have to make plays to win. They've got to kind of. I'm just saying.
But they had a lead.
I totally
agree. They had a 1-run lead.
They could have won
guys
that
on
game.
third base.
This is a terrible decision.
Mune's not exactly a speedster, and I don't even know if his lead was that egregiously long.
Mooney's got better speed than you're giving him credit for. I'm going to defend my guy right now.
I will show him the respect. Mooney-san.
How awesome was that, though, that he had a home run?
It was great.
They win games.
It was clutch. And again, Sunday, when they had lost 2 in a row, what did he do? He carried the team with 2 homers. Last night, when his team needed it most, what did he do? He went deep again.
He tied that game. It's good to get within a run, but it's better to
His
tie.
homers will make him a viable Rookie of the Year candidate by the end of the season.
Here we go.
And last night,
now that they're going to trade Skubal and that team's going to hell, I don't think you have to worry about McGonigal anymore.
Now we're back to Skubal. This is the topic of the day.
No, I was saying Rookie of the Year.
Oh, well, Rookie of the Year, Kevin McGonigal of the Tigers is likely
Scratch
Rookie of the Year.
his name out.
But they're going to take a dive. They're going to head south after they trade Skubal, which they likely will do after yesterday's disaster. Not because of him. He left with a 7-1 lead. They lose 10-9. Tariq Skubal on the market, likely to be dealt, and according to Patrick Mooney of The Athletic, a highly respected journalist who covers the team as well as anybody on that beat, reported last night at 10 o'clock that the Cubs are going to be considering Tariq Skubal. The headline, Cubs trade deadline search for pitching includes Tariq Skubal, according to sources. That's big. Now, what do you give up for Tariq Skubal? How do you get in front of the line that includes the Brewers, which you have to stop that, and the Dodgers, which if that happens, you grudgingly accept it because they have made these kind of deals before? What do you give up if you're the Cubs? What do you have to offer? Do you have enough? You start with Matt Shaw, and then what else?
Well, I mean, I think they're going to tell you what they got to have. I don't think you're going to go to them and try to make a wow offer. I think they're going to tell you. But I would say, is it Jackson Wiggins? Is he your best minor league pitcher?
I think they would want a pitcher in return.
Yeah, they got to get a pitcher.
If you're going to get rid of an arm, you want to get an arm. I think Jackson Wiggins would have to be in play.
You might want 2. I don't know. But I think Matt Shaw, who is MLB ready, and I don't know if they want MLB ready or if they think, I don't know how they're looking at their team, but I would say that, You offer them the best players you have to offer. I mean, if you have to, you're going to give up a lot for a rental player. Let me ask you this quickly.
Okay.
We'll get right back to it.
Okay.
Would you rather get a bullpen piece? Like if you could get a Mason Miller, would that be better than Scuba for this team right now, or are they just too bereft of starting pitching?
Either or. If you're asking me, is it either Mason Miller or Tariq Skubal?
Yeah.
That's a really good question.
One really big move.
It's a really good question.
And then one
I think I would want Mason Miller. I don't think they're going to have to choose, but hypothetically speaking,
He's under contract.
I would want Mason Miller because I think you have to think about this move and what it means big picture. And what it means big picture is, you have the controllable years, but also in the context of this season, Mason Miller can affect more playoff games than Tariq Skubal.
So you're going to take Mason Miller and you're going to let Skubal go to the Brewers.
See, you set me up.
No, I'm just asking you.
Yes, I think you would. If you had to choose between the two, I don't think the Cubs are going to have to choose between the two. I think they're going to direct, if the reports are accurate, their efforts toward trying to put together a package attractive enough to get Skubal to the north side. And do they have enough to offer? I don't know. I just don't know, because the Dodgers and the Brewers have probably healthier minor league systems right now.
Okay, so let's say they're looking for, you're going to offer Matt Shaw, Jackson Wiggins, that Hartshorn kid, and one other piece.
Well, I think in a lot of the projections, the publications have had for Skubal, they have included probably 3 prospects. Like I think it was SI.com had the Dodgers giving up their 5, their 10, and their 12 prospects. So 3 prospects in the top 12 for Skubal for a rental.
Isn't Shaw, who's already been there and already shown something better than a prospect?
That's debatable. I would think you would. I would expect Matt Shaw, because of his ability to prove he can play at a major league level when healthy. You're trading him injured. But the proposal that the SI.com has, hypothetically, because everyone's going to come up with their own combination, is Jefferson Rojas, which is the Cubs' number 2 prospect, Jackson Wiggins, and Ty Sothasing. I don't know if that is a proper way to say that, because I'm not familiar with that shortstop prospect, but it's Ty Sothasing, who is the 13th rated prospect. So that's 3 prospects for a rental. I think you could mix and match a combination. If you could keep Matt Shaw, I think you'd prefer that, but I don't think that you would hesitate at all if they wanted Matt Shaw because of his ability to be major league ready.
You would think that they would know your system pretty well. If they're planning on trading a player like that, you would think they've gone through everybody's background and they're not going to be surprised and they're going to know what they want out of your system.
The Brewers have, a guy like Quinn Priester that they can throw in, which would be a more attractive major league ready pitcher than what the Cubs have. The Cubs don't really have anybody that fits that category. Jackson Wiggins has not had a great year because of injuries in the minors, and they don't really have a guy with major league experience that they could include in the deal. So it depends on what the Tigers are valuing. It depends on how their minor league system and minor league evaluators are rating the Cubs prospects. And I just like the fact that the Cubs are in it.
All right. 312-644-6767. John's on the Odyssey app. Hey, John.
Good morning, John.
Hey, guys. Hey, good morning. Enjoying you. First of all, I got 2 points. I would not go for the Struble. I would go for one of the other pitchers and then get Mason Miller, because one person can get hurt, and then what does that lead you? My other point is, man, I'm getting to the point, I'm getting angry with the Cubs manager. Why didn't you have up more pitchers up and ready? You know you're in the extra inning. PCA hits the dramatic 2-run homer, and you leave this guy in, and you let him lose. You stick with him knowing he got no control and let him lose the game. Man, this is what I meant last week about this manager makes too many mistakes.
I don't.
Comes to managing
John,
the game.
what did you want him to do? I don't
have had another pitcher up.
What other pitcher?
Yeah, I think the problem is that they got 7 guys on IL.
I love
out
you,
of the
John.
bullpen.
Love your contributions, but I just don't think that's a fair criticism because there weren't very many pitchers to choose from. Yeah. Jacob Webb came in and pitched in the high leverage situation that he was exceptional. Didn't he strike out the side, Dustin? Jacob Webb
that is correct.
Has been an anchor down there. He's been this year's version of Brad Keller. So I don't know where else you would have turned if you're Craig Counsell because...
Why won't he play Valencia? Oh.
He's playing...
He's not available.
Listening to Craig Counsell pregame talk about all of these pitchers and where they are in the recovery, it's depressing. You know, Ben Brown's playing touch and feel, and Daniel Palencia's coming to maybe in Chicago, pitch off a mound and live batting practice. Like, they're so far away, it seems. Edward Cabrera at least is going to be facing minor league pitching or hitting Friday in Iowa, so that's close. But last night they went to Theo Bar. He got through an inning. He struck out 2. Webb strikes out the side. Thornton's all they had left.
He was...
that's the point.
Yeah, I think they need a closer pretty desperately.
That's why when I came in here this morning, we talked about it in the opening segment. It's a tough loss to stomach after the PCA heroics, but it also sent Jed Hoyer a message, help.
Yeah, the bullpen's not very good. Let's get to Jeff. He's on the Odyssey app. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. David, I don't want to burst your bubble, but the Cubs do not. They have one person in the top 100 of the MLB rankings. That's number 61, Josiah Hartshorn. You have both Milwaukee and LA have 9 top 100 players, including Milwaukee having the number 1 and the number 18, and LA has the number 6 or the number 4 and the number 67. And their number 67 looks to be the best pitcher around. So I don't think you have enough to make that trade for Skubal to get him involved. And if I tell you what, if the Cubs get Skubal on what they have in their farm system, even with Shaw and injured Shaw, I'm going to send you a dozen cookies, brother, because you've earned them. And Mully, I want to know from you, how come Corey Lee is not a better option than Drew? Don't call me Tony Romo as a catcher.
He's apparently not a very good catcher. He's apparently a kind of negative WAR catcher.
They don't like the way he handles the pitching staff,
right.
apparently, or else he'd be in the majors. And, Jeff, I didn't say they're going to execute the trade, but the fact that they are in it is news, and it's news because of people covering the team, from Patrick Mooney of The Athletic to national reporters. If the Cubs are talking to the Tigers, it's worth exploring what they have to give up. Nobody's saying that they have a better farm system than the Brewers or the Dodgers, but they might have more major league talent ready to be traded than the Dodgers or Brewers are willing to part with.
Just out of curiosity, where would you include Ballesteros in that?
Depends on how badly the Tigers would want him.
But I'm saying, do you think he's highly desirable, or do you think that he's kind of been in a slump and you've seen?
I think if you're
flaws,
an evaluator of talent,
you're everything.
Right. And if you're an evaluator of talent, you look at the way that he has maybe lost some plate discipline this year and think you could probably find a way to get him to be more selective. And that swing is something that is really natural, and that he's such a young player that I would be reluctant to give up on Moises Ballesteros, especially from the Cubs' perspective.
Right.
But if that's who the Tigers would want, and that is somebody who gives you an advantage because he does have some major league experience, yeah, I would have that conversation. You're talking about a guy in Skubal that...
Oh, I know how good he is.
Yeah, I don't need to reinforce that idea.
But tell our listeners, it's very important that
he
people
changes
understand.
the balance of power in the National League if he goes to the National League. If you are the Cubs and you acquire Tariq Skubal, with due respect to Jed Hoyer and all his projections and all of these odds and all the things about a first-round bye, none of those projections, none of those percentages include a pitching staff with Tariq Skubal on it.
What if you add him with The Miz? What is that? If I'm just saying, if you
I
are
know.
the LA Dodgers and you're going three-peat, and they're leaning in to get him, how do you prevent that? Do you have to prevent that?
That's what I mean in terms of affecting the balance of power. There's no – you look at what the Brewers have in spite of their injuries to the rotation. If they're able to go into a playoff series and guarantee or count on Tariq Skubal and Jacob Mizorowski to start 4 of 7 games, do you think they feel very good about their chances? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Better than – regardless of who they're facing. Postseason baseball is different, and they would be built for the playoffs.
That's like Randy Johnson and
Kurt Schilling. That's a great comparison.
Yeah.
Because you have guys, a lefty and a righty, who just come at you and throwing 100-mile-per-hour plus heat.
Baseball may be the only sport where a pair of aces can beat 4 of a kind.
That's well played.
Thank you, buddy.
That's very
Kevin is in Palatine. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. On my list of who I'm blaming for last night, I don't know, you could get to about 150 before I say PCA's name. So Jed for not getting us a closer, Craig for pitching the wrong pitcher. But number one, the pitcher. Don't pitch scared. You have a 2-run lead because of the guy who stood there who hit the 432-foot rocket. The guy on second doesn't matter. Why are you pitching scared? Why are you walking people? And why wasn't Gavin Hollowell in? And sorry for that Brewers plant who just called in here before. So, see, reading is a skill. 61 is Johios Hostorn. 64 is Jefferson Rojas. And if Matt Shaw was in the minors, he'd be a top 10 prospect. You have more than enough to get Skubal.
Thank you.
So call TMJ. Hope the Packers go 0-16. Stop calling this radio station.
Thank you, Kevin. Great to hear from you. Gotta love it. Thank you, Kevin. I think he's exactly right when he talks about what the Cubs have to offer. You have to be ready to part with some good talent, though. And if you're not, then that's the nature of the deadline.
All right, we're going to bring in Dan Weedwer. We're going to talk some Bears. We'll do that next.
And we want everyone to keep listening because in the 8 o'clock hour, it's a fun chance to win a pair of tickets to Mullen Humphreys McGee at Hunter Pavilion on August 15th. Tickets and more information, visit Ravinia.org.
It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago. It's Pete Crow Armstrong.
Now the 0-2 on the way to Crow Armstrong. Hit in the air to right field. It's deep. It's back toward the wall. Beavers at the wall. That ball is gone. It's a home run for Pete Crow Armstrong.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
You're listening to 104.3 The Score. Powered by Circa Sports, the official sports book of The Score. Circa Sports. Sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey, it's Mully here. Before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics, whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear. Surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to Dr. Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you, patients here in the Chicagoland area that need some help. You'll start with a medical evaluation, reviewing your history, any imaging, and the actual source of your pain. And if you're a good candidate, they'll concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's what makes sense, to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and know your options. The conversation and consultation are totally free with weekend appointments available. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Save big money on everything you need at Menards. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements, and it enhances the appearance of your home's exterior. Owens Corning Duration Shingles offer ultimate protection and impressive curb appeal. Choose from 26 stylish colors and transform your home today. Shop our selection of roofing products on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville, Hattie B's Hot Chicken is heating up Wrigleyville. Now open right at 3649 North Clark Street, serving your favorite southern dishes and sides. Heat level ranging from sweet and smoky to all the heat you can handle. Visit HattieB.com or download the Hattie B's app to place your order today.
New shoes, new clothes, brand new grade. Switch to Verizon to make sure their tech keeps up. This back to school season, buy or bring any Android phone and get a Samsung Galaxy tablet on us. Get your kids ready for the school year without breaking the bank. Visit Verizon.com or your local store today. Bring an Android phone or purchase a new phone with device payment on postpaid service plan required. $329.99 tablet device payment purchase with new line on $20 per month tablet plan for 36 months required. Less $330 tablet promo credit applied over 36 months. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With the trade deadline approaching, two-time AL Cy Young winner Tarik Skubal sits at the center of MLB trade rumors. Falling out of playoff contention, the Detroit Tigers are listening to offers for their ace lefty, who hits free agency after the season. Contenders like the Cubs and Dodgers remain interested ahead of the August 3rd deadline. I think he's going to be a Los Angeles Dodger. I'm Addie Bates.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations, and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard-eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Dan Wiederer.
I mean, the dude is a tone setter, and that's undeniable. And I don't even think Ryan Poles and anyone in that front office would deny that.
Listen, we're not going to accept the status quo. We are going to push for more. We are going to strive for more.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Bear down, baby.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always fun to talk to Dan Wiederer. Dan joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Shout out to the fine folks at CHSN and everybody watching. We appreciate your viewership. Dan, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. Early mornings up here in Lake Forest. It's a great way to get your day started.
Get it done and get it over with. It's like doing morning radio.
Yeah, and this isn't like the old days here where your days would drag out to 5, 6 o'clock. They get in and out here with these ramp up practices early in camp, and you try to squeeze as much analysis as you can out of them.
Dan, we talked earlier about just how impressive Caleb Williams was a day after Ben Johnson set the tone. They are on the same page. They're clearly aligned. What has stood out to you after the first couple days up there?
Yeah, I would just use your word there, alignment, right? Like Caleb is all in on everything that Ben is pouring into him. And I think that is just such a refreshing sort of sign, given where they were a year ago, where Caleb himself admitted that, he was a little bit, felt like he was drowning at times during training camp, didn't know whether Ben really liked him. And now they're just at a stage where no matter what Ben tells him, Caleb is subscribing and he's applying it and he's trying to do everything that his head coach wants him to do to become a top level quarterback. And I just think that alignment is such a tailwind for what they want to get accomplished with the quarterback, what they want to get accomplished with the offense. And now you've just got to apply it to a 6 weeks period here that Ben again described as a race. You're trying to get ready for a season that you believe has championship aspirations attached. And so now you just got to make the most of every single minute of every day.
A year ago, the idea was, can the guy operate under center? Now the question, I guess, is, can he handle all the pre-snap assignments? Can he read defenses in the way the coach wants him to be able to? Can he handle any checks or any changes that need to be made? They are advancing in quarterback 101. Yeah. He's at a different level now.
No question. And yet with that, I think there's still this constant emphasis on basics, and making sure that your mechanics throwing the football are how they need to be. I think in the spring, they spent a lot of time working on making sure that his feet were aligned to the target to help that accuracy that we've talked so much about. I think there's a constant emphasis here on making sure that the ball goes where it needs to go, when it needs to go there. And sometimes that's just spitting it out right away to a receiver that's open, a target that's open, and not needing to kind of extend plays as often. So there's a little bit of everything mixed in to this next stage of Caleb's growth. And it's going to be fun, I think, next week when we start to get into a little bit more of the real training camp football to kind of see some of this applied on the field and see where his growth chart is.
Dennis Allen was very honest about how difficult it can be to evaluate players in underwear. I think he even said that. And I just wondered, though, in that context, when you look at what the plan is at the nickel position, Kyler Gordon, as we know, got a lot of attention for not being there. The players who are there rotated yesterday. It's only one day. But how do you think the Bears will approach that nickel position?
Well, they'll approach it with urgency, and they'll approach it with wide eyes, understanding that they have no promises of when Kyler will be back and for how long he will be back when he gets back. And so what you need to do now is just start leaning into your contingency plans. Jalen Jones getting a bunch of reps on Wednesday. Cam Lewis, a safety, mixing in there with some nickel experience as well. We know Josh Blackwell can do the job if called upon. And then you just kind of got to lean into the rookie Malik Muhammad and figure out how much he can handle. And so there's going to be a lot of guys taking a lot of reps at that position in Kyler's absence. And it's unfortunate because I think the ideal situation for everyone in this building would be to have Kyler Gordon on the field and playing up to the contract that he got and trying to make this defense better. But for now, you've got to kind of plan with the idea that you're not going to have him anytime soon.
It was very interesting to hear sort of the difference between Ryan Poles speaking about it versus Ben Johnson. And, Ben didn't spend a ton of time on it. Ryan Poles, he's the guy who drafted him, and he's the guy who paid him. So I think he's got more to he's got more riding on the guy in a weird way, and really is as frustrated as anyone. I'm not saying he's making excuses or anything, but he understands the urgency of getting that guy healthy.
No, and those are human dynamics that you bring up there, Mully, of a guy that's invested a lot in a player and another guy who's trying to figure out who that player is, and so that's going to be a little bit of a dynamic that factors into everything that they do here. But look, like if you want to dream the biggest dreams, and I think this is one of those years where you can do that, where you can say here in late July that you have a chance to go chase a Super Bowl, you want to be at full strength, and when you have one of your key difference-making defensive players unavailable, it makes you kind of adjust and go into that troubleshooting mode more than you want to. And so, look, they've got 6 weeks here to kind of figure out where everything's headed, and they've got to get themselves ready to be going to Carolina with answers on defense and at that position in particular.
Dan, you've been on the beat since 2013. I remember the first day that you arrived. So with that experience,
what a great day it was, wasn't it?
It was. But with that experience comes a lot of respect, and certainly you've seen a lot. Perception shaping reality or affecting it. We had a conversation or exchange the other day, which I wasn't quite sure I saw it from the same way you do, but you believe that aside from the football operation, which seems to be functioning at a pretty high level, standards are high this year, the PR operation might not be ready for the kind of season the Bears want to experience. Why does that matter?
Well, interesting question, David. I just think there are so many parts of preparing your franchise to be successful and setting your franchise up to be successful, and that requires everything. In a year like this, when you have a A-list quarterback, when you have a center stage head coach, when you're going to have national demands coming from all angles, you just have to make sure that you're ready to handle that storm of attention, and it comes from all directions. It comes from the people that are out here every single day. It comes from national people that pop in. It comes from, people on TV that just want to get guys on for 15 minutes or whatever it may be. And so I just think you need to have, one, the manpower, and two, the preparation to be able to handle all that. I know I've told this story a handful of times of 2019 where I felt like that team kind of got itself drained in August because they were constantly kind of reacting instead of being proactive to things. And so, as you mentioned, you guys have been around for a long time too. This is a department that, no matter what the leadership has been, has had a reputation at times of being a little bit disorganized and not ready for their moments. And so this is a big year. I think we'd all agree that. And so I just think when you're trying to create a championship culture, that has to apply to every part of the building. And like I said, that's manpower and it's preparation and it's just understanding what you're diving into.
One of the things I heard from Dennis Allen was maybe the same sort of enthusiasm about Kobe Bryant that he once had for the aforementioned Kyler Gordon. He talked about him in terms of demeanor, mindset, sort of playing style, and how that could influence their defense. Are you big on those sorts of things? Do you agree and it is true, man. You get a guy that can hit, a guy that can make a play, it seems to really feed people. And I don't know if he was saying that as much as he was saying just a guy that's, locked in and ready to do something.
So I'm going to read you the list of adjectives that Dennis Allen used to describe Kobe Bryant yesterday.
Yeah.
Fast, violent, instinctive, smart, tough, nasty, physical, and he said violent again. So there's two violence on there. But I think what we're talking about here is a tone setter, right? And every defense needs a tone setter. And this defense has had some turnover on who's playing for them over last year, and there's different ways to set tones. And Kevin Byard had his own way of leading from the back end. Kobe Bryant seems to have this edge in his play style that feels contagious to the coaches and players that are in the building here with them. And so you just hope that makes a difference. Obviously, you got to make plays. You've got to earn your teammates' respect before you get too vocal. But I think there's a runway here set up for Kobe Bryant to put his fingerprints on this defense a little bit, and we'll kind of monitor where that goes.
Dan, we know you got to go because Press Taylor speaks within minutes. But what can we expect from Press Taylor this year? We got used to Declan Doyle being the great interpreter for Ben Johnson. What kind of style is Press Taylor going to offer?
Well, we talked at the start, David, about alignment between Caleb and Ben. I think it's also there with Press and Ben. And so I think what you're going to get every time that Press goes to the podium is a guy capable of doing everything Declan Doyle did and more in terms of just explaining the vision inside the building and what they're aiming for. Along with that, I know Ben really respects how innovative Press's mind is and what he can do to kind of help him. Not only in the off season, but during the season when you're trying to absolutely specifically attack an opponent, and he feels like he's got a great resource there of a guy that he can use to help him do that. And so I think it's going to be fun for the rest of the outside world to kind of get to know Press in this role. And today will be a good starting point for him to communicate some of the vision.
You know, it was really interesting when he put that staff together. He wanted people that had worked in other systems with other ideas than the ideas that he has. I found that fascinating. Can you just give us a little background on Press and where he's been? I know where he's been, but what are his influences and where does his brother fit in?
You know, and time in Philly, working with Jalen Hurts there when Carson Wentz was there, time in Jacksonville, working with Trevor Lawrence. And so there's, he's been around the block a little bit and he's got experience to know what works and what doesn't. And sometimes, as Ben says about himself, like there are failures in your career that help shape you into a more successful coach in avoiding potholes and avoiding those landmines that come for every NFL team. And so I think that's part of it. You mentioned he's Zach Taylor's brother, and obviously they talk a lot due to their blood relationship. And so, look, I think
those guys this year, yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to see over time, I think you're going to see some of his creative influence mesh with Ben's creative urges. And so hopefully I think as this offense expands and becomes more innovative, it's going to become very entertaining for people like us and obviously for a fan base that's eager to see a show every time they sit down on their couch for game night.
Good stuff, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, guys, talk soon.
You too.
That is Dan Wiederer.
Press Taylor's talking within minutes. He's got to rush over to see what Press has to say.
We'll be able to break that down for you. We'll have.
If he says something interesting.
Well, I mean,
Dennis Allen talked yesterday, and he was fascinating.
I want to hear from this guy. I want to know what Press Taylor, what he's offering. I'd be very curious. He's introducing himself, even though he's been here already.
I'm less curious because, number one, I think he's been here a year. Secondly, everything about the offense is going to be the Ben Johnson
very true.
Vision and explanation. And Press Taylor is a very professional, well-established assistant coach in the NFL. I don't know what impact he's going to have on this game plan.
Yeah, and I think that might be a good thing. I mean, the game plan is Ben Johnson. Everything he does is what matters. Can he decipher it for me in the same way that previously occurred? That's my only question.
Yeah, Dan was interesting. He's got some thoughts on the whole, like I said, the PR operation and whether or not the Bears are equipped and ready to go.
It's a big part of your organization. It's how you present yourself to the
world.
And
what he was alluding to is they're down a couple people in that department.
Yes.
They lost a couple people in the offseason, and the indications are that they're not necessarily fully staffed. And I'm not sure if they're going to be fully staffed for a season that could be very special.
We'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Right now, you're listening to Mully and Haugh on your way to work.
I really don't like going on about ourselves, but can I say it? Greatest sports radio show in the morning.
That's a Mully bomb. And once you're at the office, tune in to Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker or the Odyssey app. Or watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Then keep listening to Chicago's #1 sports station all day long. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
It's definitely not true. I was wearing a jersey at the ball game. I'm lying now to cover up my insecurities.
I've got really thick skin.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I just told a lie. I just told a huge lie. That's true. That is very true.
Right, we all get up in our own heads about certain things.
Of course.
You know what
I would have texted Brian Goodwin if I had his number.
So I texted Stoney to thank him because if you hear, he saves my ass. He turns it into a good moment because he tells a story about leaving the Cubs as a free agent. So he turns it into mildly compelling radio as opposed
to
the complete cluster bleep that it could have been and embarrassing me any further. He left that for my partner to do the next day.
Oh, it's so good. The thrust of the question, even if the premise was correct, was, what's more important, you wearing shorts or whites?
Yeah, exactly.
I miss a lot on Hit and Run. I should be tuned in more regularly. This show is great.
Hey, man, I'm solo, just flying.
I like it.
Trying to land the plane every couple of minutes.
That's really enjoyable.
Get on the plane. We're heading to DC, and I'm not looking where we're going. We're sitting first class. I'm like, I got my headphones on. They didn't tell me to turn it off when we took off because I'm with my pops, and I'm just sitting there. We end up getting to DC and we get our bags and there's a black car waiting outside for us. And like 20 minutes after that, we show up at the White House and sitting there. And then about 10 minutes after that, it's just my dad and I sitting in the Oval Office and we're just sitting there. And next thing you know, the door opens up and H.W. Bush comes out and he's like, Wally. And I'm just like, what? And he gives my dad this huge hug. He gives him a huge hug. He's like, you must be Jared. Let me take you around my house. So we start walking around the White House. He's showing me all the rooms. And then he looks at me. He's like, it's lunchtime. He goes, what do you want to eat for lunch? And I said, man, hot dogs and pancakes. And my dad looked at me with this side eye, like, what are you doing? So they made me hot dogs and pancakes. Then we go outside. He's showing us the renovations that's going on in the White House. And then a little bit after that, we jump on Marine One and we go to a golf course and we're golfing. And it's somewhere in Baltimore. I don't know where it was, somewhere in Maryland. And next thing you know, it starts raining. So I'm driving around this golf cart. I'm like 11, 12 years old. I'm driving around this golf cart and it's raining out, Secret Service everywhere. And the president hits this ball on the side of this elevated green. And he jumps into my cart and he says, young man, take me to my ball. So I'm driving him and I get on the on the side of the elevated green and the cart starts to slip and the Secret Service jumps out and they grab the golf cart. My dad is trying not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look and I get over by him. He goes, you are not driving anymore. No more. And the president looks at him and says, Wally, let him drive. So I didn't know who to think. You know, I'm talking about the leader of the free world or my pops, right? And my life was a movie. Crazy, crazy story.
Where were you when you heard the big news, Wally?
Oh, it's amazing. That's an all-timer.
Don't call me Wally.
Your dad did not let Mike Murphy call him Wally on the score.
Dude, but H.W. has more pull
gets to do
than
it.
Murph.
Weren't you going to kind of have to watch a few starts before you determined if he was back as the same guy or if he
no
was,
doubt about it, Mully.
You know
would be
what I mean?
cautious. There would be trepidation.
Yes.
There'd be all kinds of
Yes.
things. You'd be looking for cues and holding your breath, start to start.
And now
inning to
it's going to
inning.
be worse.
But now it's like, oh, God, exhale. Give me some of that Malort that Craig Counsell was drinking.
He did a shot of Malort, huh?
Yes, he did.
Is that what?
He celebrated his 900th victory with a shot of Malort, according to Taylor McGregor on Twitter.
Why would that be a celebratory shot?
The Chicago thing.
No, but Malort is meant to, it's supposedly like it tastes awful. I've never had a shot of Malort.
Well, I know you haven't.
And I'm from
proudly
Chicago.
You say. I know.
And I never heard of it.
It's not for everybody.
Until I was well beyond my shot drinking days. So we didn't have Malort when I was in college. So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know the context. I don't know where they got it. I don't know why he in San Diego had a bottle of Malort handy. It might have been all that was handy.
It's funny because I was at a wedding and there were gift bags for everyone going to the wedding, and the gift bag included a little bottle of Malort.
Yes.
And I looked at it and I thought, that stuff's meant to be especially nasty. Like
It's supposed to be a Chicago thing, right? I know you guys.
I don't know. Chicago handshake. It's a shot of Malort and
so that's probably why somebody may have brought it. Okay, so light them up. 312-644-6767. If you were going to celebrate a milestone, what would you do a shot of?
Maybe champagne, something classy.
A shot of champagne?
No, like maybe.
What would you do a shot? But you're doing a shot. Not a glass of you're not like toasting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family.
It's a really good.
No, you're just doing a shot.
It's a very good question. Like
I know what I would do.
If you were having a shot, what would you want a shot of?
I know what I would do.
Give it to me.
Peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah. Okay. Now you lost me. I mean, a shot of whiskey. I suppose.
A peanut butter whiskey. A shot of.
You know, you'll find plays like as a safety, you know, you find yourself running the alley a lot and tracking inside out on the ball. And so, you know, I can think of a few plays, you know, in my mind right now where you just see him and he's flying downhill from a middle of the field safety and making tackles 2-3 yards, you know, down the field. And so that's the mentality that we're looking for. We're not looking to, run up there and get on the side of somebody and try to drag them down. We're trying to knock them backwards. And I think that is something that he's going to bring.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 104.3. The Score, that's Dennis Allen, and he's talking about Kobe Bryant, their new safety, who they signed from the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, and the way that he plays defense, according to Dennis Allen, is going to change the mindset of their team because of his demeanor, his violence, his explosiveness.
I remember last year, Dennis Allen talked regularly.
Yep.
And what I remember most about it was that he talked on Thursdays during the season and always seemed to reference the fact that he wasn't going to talk about something that happened on the previous Sunday. And those sessions were not all that revealing or telling. So that's the context for the next thing I'm going to say. He was so animated yesterday, it seems as if nobody is more excited at Haugh Hall about this upcoming season than Dennis Allen, which tells me or suggests to me, I don't think he liked his secondary last year. And as absurd as that sounds, because of the takeaways that Kevin Byard and Nahshon Wright provided, I don't think that he liked his secondary because of the unreliability of Jaquan Brisker, the maybe happenstance nature of some of these turnovers. And I'm not quite sure about what he might not have. I'm not saying he didn't like Kevin Byard, but Kevin Byard was certainly a different style player than Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant has Dennis Allen amped this season, and they got rid of all three of those guys from a secondary that created takeaways galore.
Well, I mean, let's talk about that for a second, because if you really think about it, I'm not sure he liked. I don't want to say his secondary, but I'm not sure he liked his defense a year ago because he's moved on to this new defense. The things that he has seemingly were all damaged at some point or other, right? You think about they've got a new defensive end who has an injury. They've got a new defensive tackle who isn't the entity he was because he's recovering from an injury. Jalen Johnson is injured for a large stretch of the season. You're dealing with a bunch of players who are in and out of the lineup. Kyler Gordon very rarely in it. I don't think it was just the secondary. I see why you would say that because they got rid of so many members of that secondary.
And maybe not liking it is too strong, but I think that he prefers a different style of play.
But they had no style of play on their defensive line that aided the secondary in any way. So they're constantly, I mean, he goes out on the free agent market, signs a guy off the street to be his nickelback, and it worked. He did a good job of it.
They made do. They made do with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
But did he ever have the kind of player that he likes on deep? Think
Apparently
about the
not,
guys.
because they let Jaquan Brisker go for a pittance by NFL terms. 1 year, $5 million. Nahshon Wright, same deal elsewhere. Had they valued their contributions and fit the style of play that they want to take to the field every Sunday, they'd still be here. They would not have moved on. I really believe that.
Moved on from the linebacker.
They moved on from Tremaine Edmonds because of maybe it was too expensive. Maybe Devin Bush is a better fit because of the way he covers and the explosiveness he brings. This is more of a violent, fast defense, and the overall team speed has improved. And Dennis Allen came in last year in year one, probably in much of the evaluation mode. I'm going to do what I can with the scheme. I'm going to do what I can with the personnel, and then we're going to make the best of it. This year, having a complete offseason and last year's experience, you're seeing more of a defense I think you're going to see that fits his personality and is more, I think, reflective of his defensive approach.
I wonder about that because, like, one of the things that you know about him is that he always had a certain type of defensive end that was like a big, strong, physical player. I'm not sure that they have that.
Well, I think they got Montez Sweat. He's the guy. And they got Adengbo, perhaps healthy now. I don't know where Austin Booker fits into that sort of prototype, but they do have waves of defensive tackles. They have a committee to play that position, but I just think the back seven are going to be more in line with what he expects or what he wants out of a defensive secondary and a linebacking core.
All right, we'll be right back with more. It is Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
New shoes, new clothes, brand new grade. Switch to Verizon to make sure their tech keeps up. This back-to-school season, buy or bring any Android phone and get a Samsung Galaxy tablet on us. Get your kids ready for the school year without breaking the bank. Visit Verizon.com or your local store today.
Peanut butter whiskey is excellent right now.
The screwball peanut butter
Yes.
whiskey.
What about a little bit of whiskey in a glass that you could sip it and enjoy it, as opposed to
I would do that, but that's not the question.
Shooter, not a sipper.
That's not the question.
So if I was doing a shot,
yes,
didn't a listener buy you a shot when we were out at Jared Payton's place for a Bears remote? I thought didn't they bring over 3 shots for you, Olin, and Pat Manley?
Yes.
Was it JMO? I think it was shots of Jameson.
Yes,
that would be a fine choice. So you go with Jameson?
I had a shot of Jameson.
I'd go peanut butter whiskey screwball.
I wouldn't.
Like halftime.
I would if I were going to do a shot. I'd probably do a shot of tequila.
Okay.
Because it's get a little.
It's a good answer. Yeah.
Get a little lime and a little.
I need the training wheels for the tequila.
What would you have?
Oh, that's
like
rocket fuel. That
your
gets you
900th
fired
successful
up.
show with The Score.
Oh boy.
I guess successful is the key word.
Yeah, still working on it.
I mean, my typical shots are either Fireball or a Southern Comfort and lime chilled.
Wow, that sounds fancy.
What is Fireball? Is that
a cinnamon whiskey?
Cinnamon.
It's like a hot.
It's
good. Got a little. It's like that gum. Remember the gum? Like what was the name of that gum? Like the cinnamon gum.
Big Red.
Big Red.
Big Red.
It's like imagine that.
How did you forget Big Red?
I don't know. It just didn't come to me. Too many shots of.
Brandon?
I will go with Hennessy.
That's
Love
nice.
me some Hennessy. It's smooth.
I'm here for
Smooth.
you, buddy. I'm here for you.
Craig Counsell chose Malort, or somebody chose it for him, and he celebrated 900th victory. A little odd choice.
I wonder if he said, "Oh, where's the peanut butter whiskey?"
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Peanut butter whiskey.
It's really good. Screwball, I think it's called.
A screwball, I thought.
Yeah, screwball peanut butter whiskey. Yep.
Yeah.
It's newer. It's newer to the market.
It's newish.
A screwball is a drink, though. It's isn't it like vodka and orange juice or something? Is
That's
that
a,
a
that
screwball?
no that.
It's a screwdriver.
That's a screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All these screws are getting to me.
Screw loose.
Yeah.
Screws falling all the time. The world's an imperfect place. Name the movie.
That's a good one. I don't know the movie.
Classic line from a classic movie. Filmed in Chicago.
Tell me.
Breakfast Club.
Oh, Breakfast Club, of course. Yeah. You didn't strike me as a Breakfast Club guy, Dustin. Even though we're part of the 5 a.m. club. I love it every morning when Dustin refers to the 5 a.m. club on the pregame show.
The way the lineup is right now,
Yeah.
Ballesteros, I don't know if you caught Craig Counsell yesterday, all of it with the afternoon show with Spiegel and Holmes, but I think Craig Counsell might be with me on the over-under 1.5 more times. He was like, it would have to be a very, very unique situation, or we would have to have an issue with one of the catchers being
I heard that.
hurt.
It didn't sound like they were planning on Mo Ball or getting behind the plate again.
I'll take 2 shots of Malort on the air if he goes over 2 games as a starting catcher. Okay, 2 shots of Malort on the air.
We got that on tape.
Yep.
So that means if he catches 3 games this year, If he starts in 3 games catcher,
big key to that.
You're doing 2 shots of Malort
on
before 10 o'clock.
I mean, honestly, this sounds like you're just desperate to get permission to drink on the job.
Well, how many times did I talk about Michael Bush? And then all of a sudden, we had a six-pack of
Well, can
tall
you talk
boys
about
that
him some more?
David Haugh was like rifling down like it was a fraternity party back at IU or something. You know,
I didn't go to IU.
I know, but you
I
might
never
have
went to a frat party at IU.
Never went to a frat party at IU? Okay.
No, come on.
It was for the out-of-state.
I was at Ball State. We were the number one party school in America.
Do they have frats?
Yes, they do.
I just asked the question. I'm wondering how many frat parties you've been to.
Why is Ball State taking strays?
Ball State's not taking a
party
stray.
school?
Ball State's huge, back in the day, it was a big party school. It was known as a big party school. I think the year that I went there, it came out, and whoever was ranking party schools, we are number one. We were number one.
Sure.
I was surprised to find out how big of a party school Dayton was. I was surprised. They're big St. Patrick's Day at Dayton.
Yeah.
How's your daughter handling the big party school that Dayton has become?
Pretty good so far. No, pretty good so far.
Getting to the end of the year. Finals coming up.
Yeah. A week from Friday, you won't have to deal with me. I'll be going to Dayton to pick her up.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
She ready for finals? Let's hope
so.
Let's hope it's not too big of a party school the next week and a half.
Let's hope you're not drinking Malort that morning.
I won't be here for that one.
I'm saying as you drive
I'll
5
drink
hours.
I'll drink a whole bottle if he catches
3
games. If he catches 3 games by next Friday.
Don't say that stuff.
Yeah, don't say that stuff.
You never know.
First of all, don't drink a whole bottle of anything, okay? Just
like a Mick
lighten
Ultra.
up there,
I
Francis.
could do a Mick Ultra, whole bottle.
Yeah,
of Mick
okay,
Ultra.
great. A bottle of beer.
You don't want to make these proclamations because they end up coming back and biting you. I know I have done that
Who
in
are
the
you
past.
speaking for?
I've done that.
All
before.
humans.
Yes.
Hyundai dealers, this is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. 42 days until the NFL kicks off, and the Bears are going to kick off practice number 2 later on this morning. The White Sox and Cubs both have afternoon affairs. You'll hear the Cubs right here on 104.3 The Score. Pregame at 12:40. Javier Assad will start. Shota Imanaga has been moved to Friday afternoon against the Yankees. Last night in St. Louis, the Cardinals walked off the Cubs 3-2 in 10 innings. The Cubs are 61 and 47 overall. Edgar Quero had an RBI single in the 12th, and the White Sox got their 8th walk-off win of the season, this time 6-5 over the Yankees. They look to split the 4-game affair this afternoon, and Sean Burke will have the ball in his hand for your first-place White Sox. They lead the Guardians by 1.5 games. Don't forget tonight, the Sky hosts the Sun, Wintrust Arena, and right here on 104.3 The Score, as Zach Zaidman, Layla Rahimi, and Alyssa Bergamini will be on the call starting at 6:45 with a tip-off at 7. The Hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
I mean, that's, extra inning baseball. It's a little different with that runner on base. Everything gets amplified a little bit, and we obviously had a big swing. They hit a ground ball that just kind of hit in the right spot that started off an inning, and they had a pitch in the gap. So we didn't do anything for 9 innings essentially offensively. They had a couple more rallies, but didn't do much either. That was a good game, and they had some big at bats in the 10th.
Crazy game. It was awesome, great effort all the way around. Really cool to see Davis, after a rough first inning, making his adjustment, get back on track and pitch outstanding. Got us through the 6th inning, which didn't think was going to happen there after that first inning, and then the bullpen did their thing. And on the offensive side, the boys found a way.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. There you've got both managers in town. First, you heard from Craig Counsell following the Cubs' defeat in St. Louis. They had a lead, and then they lost it. Always difficult when you're talking about extra innings, the Manfred Man, all of that stuff. And then
crazy stuff.
Then you got the White Sox. It took them 12 innings, but they got it done against the Yankees on the south side.
Boys found a way. I think it's what Venable said.
Boys found the way.
Boys found a way. In a game that Cam Schlittler started for the Yankees,
yes,
and was as good as advertised, 6 1/3, gave up just 1 run, 2 hits. He was dazzling, 8 strikeouts. But the Sox hung in there, and they get the big homers from Antonacci and Murakami, and they win in extras, and they can definitely salvage a split in the series today. The Cubs can win the series today by beating the Cardinals with Javier Assad on the mound.
Yes.
And down in St. Louis, it's day baseball. It's ideal for us. Let's face it. That's all that matters. It's ideal for us. And the Cubs, they come home tomorrow, weekend series against the same Yankees who are in town all week, enjoying Chicago, summertime.
It's nice. It's nice to come to Chicago. 4 games set on the south side.
Gotta think so.
And then you go to the north side for a few more.
Gotta think you'd love that if you're from New York.
Wouldn't you like that?
Yeah, definitely.
Good restaurants here, beautiful summertime Chi. You gotta love it.
Trade speculation rampant, and it's going to only get more intense now that the deadline, 5 o'clock on Monday. Patrick Mooney reporting last night for The Athletic, the Cubs will be interested in Skubal. They will be part of the mix. The Braves, the Dodgers, the Brewers, and the Cubs seem to be the 4 teams that come up the most. The Dodgers, according to Jeff Passan and others, are the team to beat. They have the most to offer. And you mentioned a very fascinating little tidbit about the package the Dodgers may offer the Tigers.
We know the Dodgers have 9 top 100 prospects. And I'm reading a story here from MLB Pipeline, Jim Callis and company, and they pick a player off of every team who would be part of a potential deal. And so, without a surprise, Billy Carlson is mentioned for the White Sox. Jefferson Rojas mentioned for the Chicago Cubs. But take a listen to this one. So you've got Zaire Hope, an outfielder with the Dodgers. He is their number 5 overall prospect. He is actually the number 25 prospect in all of baseball, one of their 9 players on that top 100 list. And it says of him, he is their 5th best prospect, 4th highest ranked outfielder. He was acquired from the Chicago Cubs as part of the Michael Busch trade in January of 2024. He's a potential 25-25 guy with well above average raw power, solid speed, and the tools to play anywhere in the outfield. He's enjoying a strong season in Double-A at age 21, slashing .288, 367, 517 with 21 homers, 18 steals, and 91 games, leading the Texas League with 84 RBI.
11th round pick in the 2023 draft for the Cubs. So what you're telling me here is that
they got a chance.
Hope will crush the Cub dreams.
Well, let's not hope so.
Zaire Hope could be the centerpiece of this deal for Skubal?
Well, they're just saying he's probably the player that they're willing to trade because they apparently loaded with outfielders. We talked about this yesterday. They're handing them out.
I really want to know
Halloween.
What
everyone gets one.
In all of these trades, but especially this deadline, I really am curious what role previous relationships play in negotiating a deal or executing a trade. And I wonder what advantage, if any, it gives Jed Hoyer, who once was Scott Harris's boss, essentially, in Detroit. Does that relationship, Scott Harris spent some very good years in Chicago.
I think Scott Harris has to get the best package he can get.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, if the Cubs don't have prospects as good as the ones the Dodgers are offering, I think you give it to the Dodgers.
No doubt about it, Mully, but that's not
Milwaukee has very good prospects too.
They have a deep farm system. But I guess that's always going to be the case. But you can always do better in a negotiation, right?
But when you got a guy sell already and you call him already and you talk to him about other things, are you more likely to be able to
or to give him the chance of last refusal, right? You know what, Jed? because of our relationship, because of our bond, and what you have done for me in the past.
Yes.
I don't know. I just wonder. Is that naive to think that?
No,
because
I don't think it's naive.
You get your offer from the Dodgers or get your offer from the Brewers, and you're like, I wonder what Jed thinks about this. Let's see if the Cubs have.
Here's the deal, though.
Let's see what they can make a better offer.
This you're not bidding for like a CTA contract where no one's supposed to know what you're offering versus somebody else. It is public information. You would imagine if you're on the phone that you're going to hear, well, they're offering me this, and this. So from you, I would need this, that, and that.
Yeah.
Now I'm with you. You can get that final phone call, but it might be you got to wet my beak a little more.
Sure.
Because I can't justify not taking this deal unless you're offering this deal that I want.
Here's the other thing that they have to be careful of if you are the Cubs. You definitely saw last night with Trent Thornton really struggling and losing that game, but he was the best the Cubs had to put on the mound at that time. You need a bullpen piece. You definitely need a starting pitcher, and if you spend too much time preoccupied with the Skubal deal, could you miss out on somebody else who might be a controllable pitcher? I like that both pitchers from the Mariners, both pitchers from the Angels. Those are objects or trade targets that might be more attainable, but they're not Tarek Skubal. And I think that when you look at, you wonder, would you miss out on other possibilities? Because there's going to be a robust trade market. There's going to be a lot of activity, as according to people who cover the league. So while you're trying to work out a deal for Skubal, are you missing out on potential deals that, you don't want to stand there at the end of the day like they did last year with really very little to show at the deadline. You want to go out and help put your team over the top. That's the idea and goal of every executive this time of year.
I wonder, I think we know what the trade deadline is and how it impacts every player in Major League Baseball. I think we know, we've been around long enough and in enough clubhouses to understand that players are aware of who could be leaving or whose name's being mentioned or what's going on as you get around this time of year. But it makes you wonder, does Zaire Hope understand that his name has come up? Does Jefferson Rojas know, hey, you're doing great and you're a big part of the organization. We can't wait to bring you up, but we might trade you for Tarek Skubal. You could be a trivia question that someday for a
I'm
major,
sure they're somewhat aware, or their representatives
Billy
make
Carlson,
them aware.
I saw him interviewed. I saw an interview with him. I want to say they moved him up in single A. Is that he's at the I forget. I think they moved him up, but he had been out with like a broken finger or something, and he was interviewed about, hey, are you following the trade deadline? Do you know? And he said something like, well, just the stuff I read on the internet. Like no one's talking to him, no one's telling him, but he's aware of it.
No,
and he knows his name's been mentioned.
Look, they're prospects who are trying to do one thing.
Yes,
and that one thing is to get to the major leagues.
Yes.
Honestly, while they get drafted by a team, it would be great to debut for that team, but it's somewhat naive to think that that's going to happen. All you want to do,
just want to get
when
into
you're 20
the show.
years old or 19 years old and you're a minor league prospect, my thought is that all they want to do is get to the bigs, regardless of where it is, regardless of who they debut for. So they might not be following it as closely as people who, are in major league cities, who follow major league teams. And I don't think
But it's just so bovine. I mean, the way that we talk about these guys, we don't know any of them. We don't know what their life situation is. They're just names and numbers. 25th prospect, they're in the top 30, they're in the top 10. And then we're kind of like, well, we'll give you two of him and one of those.
Well, that's why, Mully, I think you're right, because we don't have an expertise at these evaluations of minor league prospects. So to me, it's reckless to suggest like either A, the Cubs have more to offer than the Brewers or the Dodgers, or B, they can't come up with a deal to match the Brewers or the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I don't have a good sense of that. Now you look at the rankings, and it's, the Dodgers have 9 in the top 100. The Brewers have X number in the top 100. The Cubs don't have as many. But how about a combination of a major league player like Matt Shaw and 2 minor league prospects who might be top 30? You can find out, there's prospect math that you can calculate an equation to bring you Tarek Skubal to Chicago. I got to think that's possible.
Yeah, the news,
I got to think it's possible.
The news is that Skubal is being pursued by the Cubs.
Yes, that's exactly all that we can really go on.
And that's a big deal.
Yes.
Because now we've speculated, well, why don't they get this guy? But the thing is, we don't even know if that guy's on the market or not. We don't know if Mason Miller would be traded, if the same package that could get you this could get you that. We don't have that information. But we're just speculating because names are thrown out and it's fun to kind of consider. But when the actual wheeling and dealing gets down to the nitty gritty, you've got to be inside of it to be able to understand how many teams they're talking to, how many of the same players are being mentioned, and what deal you would prefer if it ultimately came down to it.
It's news because the Cubs think they can pull it off, or else it wouldn't be reported that they're interested.
Yeah.
They're not going to waste their time talking to a team about a trade they don't think they don't have the capital to pull off.
But I think what's funny and what's interesting is that you've been interested in this since the outside of a hint of a chance of this happening has been out there. And now that it feels like it's more likely and there's news that they're interested in it too, that becomes kind of exciting.
Well, I think when
because I've been boiling water and tearing up sheets trying to get this done.
Well, when you are an observer or a fan and you look at something that you think would be sensible or fun and exciting, depending on your perspective, you are maybe cautiously optimistic, you are reserved to a point, but when you see the news or the headline that, oh, wow, they are fully exploring this. Oh, wow, they're trying to come up with a plan to execute this. Then you're like, all right, now it's okay to jump in with both feet and not just put your toe in the water.
But more often than not, aren't you kind of disappointed?
Yeah. But if you're a fan, you have to risk being disappointed. You have to be willing to be disappointed.
What
you have
stinks?
to be. You don't want them to be reluctant. You want them to be able to be in a position to do what you think they need to do to put them over the top.
If I were I would want no leaks at all. I would want no one suggesting anything at all about what I really wanted to do. Because number one, like what if they end up getting a guy that we had talked about, Reed Detmers? Wouldn't you be, oh, damn, why didn't they get Skubal? Like, you don't want to disappoint with what could be a really good move. You don't want to set yourself up to look like you failed at one thing and settled for something else.
You don't want that information out there. You don't want the details out there because you don't want it to appear like if you're dangling a prospect and it gets out to him that you don't value him and his representatives, it may affect you later down the road in a negotiation, all those things. But there also are times when it benefits you potentially to make it known or to, I don't want to say leak it, but the stuff gets out. You know how it works. You used to be part of that. I mean, we're all part of that. But it also isn't the worst thing in the world for Cub fans to know that Jed Hoyer is exploring a trade for Tarek Skubal. I love it because it tells me that this is a bold approach at the deadline. If they can't get him, they can't get him. I'll be disappointed, but at least they tried.
Let me ask you one other question. Let's say you've got a really close relationship with someone and they're trying to get a big deal done that really isn't up your you're not interested in that because it's too expensive for you. Would you nonetheless portray yourself as trying to get a deal done in order to make the deal that they want to get done appeal better, more appealing to the person that is really wanting to get the deal done?
My sense is that happens more than we know.
I think
my sense is that happens probably most of the time. You are executing the executive misdirection.
It is the
Yes.
the Night Moves song by Bob Seger. She used me, I used her. Neither one cared. We were getting our share. That is kind of
Gotta love a Bob Seger reference.
Yeah, you gotta love a good Seger reference about
our demo loves that reference.
A Detroit player.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what? This could all be a front.
Sure.
They're sincerely interested in the possibility of Scuba coming to Chicago, knowing that they probably don't have the ammunition or the capital. But as much as people are focused on that now, let's look at what the Mariners are offering for Luis Castillo. What about Emerson Hancock?
What about you get Casey Mays after they've traded whatever? I mean, who knows?
The Tigers are willing to make a deal if they're unloading.
Yeah, I'm saying if they're unloading.
Mize and Scuba are guys that are on the market.
Sorry, Mize. You get Mize and you get somebody from we've already
I still think the Cubs,
whomever.
Reed Detmers or Soriano, Hancock or Castillo. Those are pitchers that might be more within their price range, more attainable. And we're talking about, an impact kind of addition to the rotation. They're going to get Cabrera back. They're going to get they might get
Palencia?
I hope so.
I mean, aren't they getting their bullpen back? And aren't there a bunch of guys?
Says you.
Well, I'm asking.
I will believe it when I see it.
Have you not heard of some of the updates? We've heard updates.
I know. I've heard updates. I don't know. We'll have to get Bruce to give us some more updates, but I don't know that I trust these updates. I know they need bullpen help as badly as they need a starting rotation help.
Is it all a setup, or is there going to be real horse trading?
I think there's going to be a lot of activity. Maybe not until Monday, but there seems to be a lot of smoke right now.
We'll run that question by Bruce Levine. We'll bring in Bruce next and continue the conversation. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Coming up at 10 on Rahimi, Harrison, Grote, Mark, and I in the studio, and we're joined by Herb Howard of The Bigs Media from Haugh at 11:25. And for the entire 11 a.m. hour, we've got CHSN analyst and former NFL tight end Clay Harbor.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grote, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Every great team has a coach, someone who studies the game, analyzes the competition, and makes the right calls. But when it comes to your financial future, who's coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJANwealth.com. They will craft a game plan tailored just for you. TRAJANwealth.com. Whether it's planning for retirement, getting a second opinion, rolling over an old 401k, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance, Trajan Wealth is calling the plays. They've got offices right here in the Chicagoland area, Naperville, Orland Park, Park Ridge, TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth now, 1-855-TRA.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Okay. Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland than Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan, 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's a he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. They benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are you going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So it's, I think it's a good pick. I like it.
So Acuna comes to the White Sox. I don't know where he is in terms of his development, how ready he is for the majors, but also Truman Pauly, a right-hander who was a 12.
Pauly.
I love that.
Come on. Finally, we get to cheer it again.
Pauly.
How did he have that already? Brandon Fryer at the top of his game this morning. It's like he was up all night since the trade, working tirelessly to bring us the best in White Sox trade hype.
Truman Pauly is totally going to be nicknamed the Professor.
Can I tell you this, though?
Yes.
This guy, to me, is Will Venable's contribution to this trade. Saying, guys, Chris, I need an Ivy Leaguer.
That is exactly what he is.
The Princeton man gets the Harvard guy.
He's a Harvard
guy. Can you imagine those plane rides?
He pitched at Harvard.
Yes, I know.
I'm trying to get that through my head.
The spin rate conversation is going to be out of this world.
He's kind of anybody that goes to the Ivy League is called the Professor.
Yes.
That is just how it works.
This is, then when you say that,
yes,
you think that the White Sox just traded for a future Kyle Hendricks.
I don't know much about Truman Pauly, other than he's got a chantable name.
Yes, he does.
We know that.
Yeah.
And he's a well-educated man. I think he left after 3 years, was it? I mean, he didn't get his degree from Harvard.
That we know of.
But he probably could just mail in and
correspondence courses.
Yes.
These days you can get a lot done via Zoom classes.
It's hard to get into Harvard.
It is. It's hard to finish Harvard.
It's hard.
So maybe
Congratulations.
he, in the offseason, has been working toward that degree.
How do you play baseball and go to school at Harvard?
Well, it's difficult, but those guys can balance that. They're high achievers.
All right.
And I think now you've got
very pleased with that piece of information.
A bright young man.
Yes, he will think it through.
He will think it through. He's 22 years old, was a 12th round pick by the Mets out of Harvard, where he struck out.
Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
On Inside the Clubhouse, Saturday mornings, 9 to 11. Award-winning show. Not yet, but, close.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. Time now to go out to the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM 911. Local 130 plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Good morning, Bruce. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Do you want to talk about two very exciting games or back to what we started yesterday before the other rumors started to come out and confirm that the Chicago Cubs are after a big pitcher?
We got to get to the games. We'll get to those in a moment because the Sox had their 8th walk-off. The Cubs lead the league with 10. They had a bad loss in St. Louis. The Sox had a great win on the south side. But the report from The Athletic last night at 10 o'clock, Cubs trade deadline search for pitching includes Tarek Skubal. According to sources, Patrick Mooney reported that, Bruce. How realistic is it that the Cubs will be in the mix down to the wire on Skubal?
Well, I don't see any reason why not. We talked about it yesterday at length. Talked about it here, and I talked about it on Marquee as well, and that is, why wouldn't the Cubs be after the top pitcher in the game? The way they played, look, the parameters that were set by the Cub front office was, if the team is playing at a high caliber when we get to the deadline, then we're going to look at this a little differently than we would if they're just, marginally going to get into the playoffs. They've been playing as good a baseball or better than anybody for the last, what would you say, 5 or 6 weeks? With that in mind, why wouldn't you go after the top guy now? Are you going to be able to get him? Will the Rojas's and Ayers be enough to get Skubal? And let me just throw in one other reason why the Cubs would be involved in Scooble, not only to try to win a championship this year, that makes sense, but as we talked about, not at length, but a little bit yesterday, the Cubs, whatever team gets Scooble, will be the only team that can talk to that pitcher until November 7th. And after November 7th, you'll only have 3 weeks until there's no CBA and you can't talk to any players. The likelihood of signing a guy like Scooble after December 1st is somewhere in April or May if there is any type of lockout. So with that in mind, you say, well, who is the agent? Well, the agent is Scott Boras. And then the next thing you're going to say to me is, well, Boras always holds his guys out the longest time to get the most money. Well, maybe sometimes that's true. But last year, the first big free agent that signed in November last year was Dylan Cease, and the biggest contract of any pitcher. So all of those things are something you have to consider as well. The Cubs, if they acquire this guy, will be the only one that can talk to him about a contract over the next 3 months.
And given the state of the industry in terms of the potential for a lockout, you could potentially sign him to a really rich deal that would then be grandfathered in. In other words, can't you get him signed to a contract that wouldn't be impacted by whatever the labor strife leads to?
Of course. I mean, there's tons of contracts that are going to be looked at that way, and the industry and the union are going to they're going to insist on that being a part of the deal. The other part of that is that when you look at what's coming off the books, the Cubs have potentially $100 million coming off the books in potential free agents. Okay, so it's not like they're going to strap themselves into a $300 million payroll moving forward if they sign Scooble to a $40 million a year deal for 5 or 6 years. Okay, that's what it's going to take. Under this system right now, he's a $40 million pitcher, and that's what they're going to look at. The Cubs are one of those teams that will be able to afford to do that.
So, Bruce, aside from Scooble, we saw last night why Jed Hoyer also needs a bullpen arm at the deadline. Trent Thornton couldn't find the strike zone, and he was brought in to protect the 2-0 lead given to them by a Pete Crow Armstrong home run. That was dramatic. What did you think of last night's game, and how will it affect Jed Hoyer's urgency to not only approach Scooble and those possibilities, but a bullpen arm?
Well, I mean, you got 2 really good bullpen performances last night, right? So before Thornton came in, you got 2 guys that shut him down after Boyd. Do you need an extra bullpen guy? Yeah, you probably need 2. So could be said for almost anybody in the game. My contention is the bullpen, you can get an arm. I think you'll be able to get an arm out there. The starting pitching part is, what starting pitcher is going to guarantee you a 75 to 80% chance of winning game 1 of every series? And that's why a big-time starting pitcher. I mean, after Scooble, there's good pitchers out there, but how many would you say are the dominant type of pitchers that are going to automatically put you in a position to be the favorite to win a series with him going in game 1?
Not as many as you'd think, but there's a handful that would help.
He's the one. He's the one. I mean, he's the guy that if you're, and I don't know who's high on board with him, but if you're Milwaukee, he and the Miz together, that, as we talked about, is kind of this, Schilling and Randy Johnson combination that would make you believe you can win a World Series, even against the Dodgers, right? And
three other teams, Mike.
Okay.
Dodgers, Tampa, and Milwaukee. Those are the teams that potentially have better young talent to trade. And in the Dodgers case, there's a likelihood Ohtani's not going to pitch the rest of the year. So that would induce them to do that, number one. Number two, it's a chess game for the Dodgers. You take away the number one chip for another team that you're going to face if you're going to a World Series again, and he's sitting on your bench. And that's what they can afford to do with their inventory, with their money, and the way they are trying to approach winning 3 championships in a row, and it's something that's never been done in the National League.
All right, Bruce, let's look at the White Sox. They come back in dramatic fashion themselves. Back-to-back homers by Antonacci and Mully. They win it in walk-off fashion with Edgar Carroll getting his second walk-off of the season. But after they fell behind 4-0, Mully was ready to abandon hope and start to not trade anybody.
Well, at that point, I was like, okay, prepare for next year and the year after that. I just erased that idea from my mind.
Are we day-to-day with the Sox, or what do you think their approach will be?
It's the American League. So you guys tell me, not just looking at the White Sox, but saying, okay, the White Sox are in the American League. How does that change the equation of how you look at adding a player? Can you get as deep as the ALCS and then roll the dice? Do you need another starting pitcher to do that? I would say yes. The bullpen has been outstanding. Is it going to stay that way, or do you need to add a piece? So I guess I would say it looked like in the first 2 games that the White Sox were overmatched by the best team in the American League,
yes,
in the Yankees. And the White Sox have their best pitcher going today. We'll see how that works out. Then they're off to Tampa, Boston, before playing Cleveland again here. So it's a very difficult thing to figure out. And if you're Chris Getz and his people, I think they're thinking like Mully and every White Sox fan out there, we don't want to trade too much inventory, but we owe it to ourselves to try to win and get as far as we can. I don't know, David, I don't know if you can do both.
I think that's a really good answer, Bruce. And I think we talked to Ozzy a day ago, and he was kind of the same mindset that we're talking about, that they, we don't know. It's great that they're playing well, but this idea that they need to sell out and win now, it's been 3 years of 100 losses, 121 losses. Like, you cannot put that at risk. It's cost that to get to this point. And if you can get a little bit better, I'm all for it. But if the White Sox are now, they've got the prospects to go get Tariq Skubal, for instance, but why in the name of God would they ever do anything like that? It's just, they're not in that position, in my opinion.
Right. Well, again, predicting where franchises are going to go because you're looking at their talent right now. Always remember, you're 1 or 2 starting pitchers away from being really good or really not too good.
Right.
In baseball, it's never been more clear than that. How many teams do you know? You just put the Yankees and Tampa aside. How many teams do you know that have 4 really good starting pitchers that they can offer, in a longer series? There's not too many in the game, and you can even throw the Cubs into that. As good as they've been, and Colin Ray's probably been the most important guy for them over 2 years in that rotation. You're not going to want to throw him in game 3 of a series. You want to have another guy that's going to be there. Same thing with the White Sox. They have 2 really good starting pitchers. Yeah, I know Martin has struggled here of late, but the way he stepped up after the first inning was, that's what an ace pitcher has to do. You have to pitch the rest of the way and give your team a chance to win, and he did that last night.
Bruce, conceding the fact that the teams, back to Skubal, conceding the fact that the other teams involved that you mentioned have deeper farm systems than the Cubs do, what effect, if any, could the inclusion of a major league ready player like Matt Shaw have on the process? I'm sure that they also would have maybe major league talent ready to deal. But Matt Shaw is somebody who does have a season under his belt that was pretty good, and if he were a prospect, would be ranked pretty high. What effect do you think Matt Shaw will have in these conversations?
Well, I don't know. Is Hartshorn going to be ready at the end of 2027? Their top outfielder in the minor leagues, and is Matt Shaw your left fielder next year when they don't bring back Ian Happ? I mean, do you have outfielders in your organization that are ready to step up? We've gone over third base, shortstop, second base, center field, right? All there for the next 3 to 4 years, right? In the case of PCA and Horner, longer. So you have a veteran team tied up. You want to win every year, but do you have enough inventory to survive trading a Matt Shaw? Is he your number one backup at two positions in case one of your infielders gets hurt, or is he your everyday left fielder next year?
I think you worry about this year. I think if you were able to get a guy like Scooble, this year's needs outweigh next year's wants.
Spoken like a true non-general manager.
Okay, but I mean, look, and I love the percentages and the buys and all the things that tell maybe Jed to be cautious, but you got a chance to get the guy who's the most impactful starting pitcher in baseball.
I think they're doing that now. What is the perception going to be like? And I'll ask you guys this before we close out here. What will the perception be like knowing that they're in on Scooble and they don't get him?
That's what we kind of discussed.
What is that perception?
Depends on what your consolation prize is.
Well, but no matter what it is, it will be a consolation prize.
Yes.
You just said that.
It will be.
And I'm not arguing that, but you're right, Bruce. I mean, when you declare that you want to do something and you're going to do something and you can't get it done, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, is Jose Soriano or Castillo from Seattle, are those guys going to be your consolation prize? Will they be good enough to get you to the dance?
If Scooble goes to the Brewers, no. There will be nobody the Cubs acquire that will make you feel better about what happened. If he goes to the Dodgers, yeah, I think you could rationalize the fact that they are the Dodgers. They get everything, and all you're trying to do is to get something that helps you get to the NLCS.
You're right. I want that pitcher that I want Scooble to get me to the NLCS to beat the Dodgers.
Yes.
And that's how Milwaukee's going to look at it. That's how the Cubs are going to look at it.
Great stuff, Bruce.
Great. Thanks,
guys,
Bruce.
have a great day.
We'll see you soon. That is our guy, Bruce Levine. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago football fans, this season has the makings of something special, and the excitement has never been higher. Join Dan Wiederer and me, Mark Grote, for a special Take the North Live on Monday, August 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Gurney Hyundai, right here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. Listen as we break down all the biggest storylines from training camp and the preseason and get you ready for the 2026 season. Don't miss Take the North Live with Dan Wiederer and me, Mark Grote, Monday, August 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Gurney Hyundai. Live on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, sponsored by the Rohrman Automotive Group.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Jack Webb at Packy Webb Ford, the Bronco boss. During our summer event, choose 4.9 financing for 84 months or 4,000 bonus cash.
91 walks, 48 and 70 in third innings. He was a draft-eligible sophomore.
That's what I mean. What does that mean?
He's a long way from the majors. Yeah. So he'll be cracking the books in places like Kannapolis, on the road,
and in
Birmingham.
I am appreciative of a man that has that kind of brain power. I'm not making fun of it. It's just a fact of the man's life.
Well, when you lead with the prospect they got is a Harvard product, I don't think we're talking about his fastball or his great breaking stuff.
Right.
And that's the most interesting thing about him. But Will Venable gets a smart guy for the clubhouse if he makes the Sox at some point. So he broke camp last year with the Mets. He has 175 major league at-bats, and he's a speedster.
You know, I'm not look. I hope he's
16 stolen bases. Wow.
Yeah, 16 out of 17.
16 stolen bases.
Out of 17.
Sox got faster. Little speedy
they got a
guy.
lot faster. But like in Major League Baseball, and I don't know any of this, but is there I would always imagine that on draft day, there's like a line on the wall, and it says, must be this tall to ride.
That's a shot.
It's like a guy getting on a roller coaster.
The Mydroth meter. You just have it right there. If you can't be taller than Chase Mydroth.
See, that is so mean.
It is Luis Angel Acuna. Luis Angel Acuna. That's the way you say it.
Luis Unleash Hell Acuna.
There we go. That's a good nickname. Pass it along to Schriffen. Get him going on the nicknames early.
Paulie.
That's the other guy. That is
Paulie.
Truman Paulie.
Paulie.
You go with Paulie. I'm going to go with the Truman Show.
Truman Show's good.
The Truman Show. And we'll find out when that will debut in Chicago.
He's going to suddenly realize that he's not at Harvard, that he's actually playing for the White Sox. That's the big surprise at the end of the show.
This is a move for the future.
Nothing about television.
Okay. Trying to keep focused here.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm making too many bad jokes.
When did you get in?
Okay.
AKA, when did you get into spring training? Pat Hughes, Ron Coomer, take it away.
7th inning. Ron, I've been in Arizona now for a few days. I know you've been out here for a couple of weeks. But you always hear the similar questions when you first arrive. And it becomes kind of comical after a while. You anticipate hearing them, and then you just smile when you do. But it doesn't take long. Do you remember the 4 questions that we have informed our audience that you invariably will hear over and over and over again every single spring? You'll hear 4 questions. Do you remember what the first couple were?
Yeah, I remember them. Go ahead. No, I do. I know. This is.
Well, the first one, they see you.
Yeah.
Usually they've forgotten your name. That's A. And then B, when did you get in? Here's a ground ball to short. And the throw to first is going to be in time. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Bottom of the 8th inning gets underway. We were chuckling about the 4 questions that you hear when you arrive at spring training every year. The first one is, when'd you get in? And that's exactly the way you hear it many times, too, especially if the person hails from the southern portion of our great country. When'd you get in? So, in other words, when did you arrive? Then the next one, where are you staying?
The Tigers haven't gone to teams that are interested in him and said as much at this point, but the expectation is that's going to happen within the next day or two. And frankly, everyone has been expecting it. When you see how the Tigers have played recently, and certainly their game Wednesday was a perfect encapsulation of their season. They understood that they needed to go on a really big run in order to have Tarek Skubal stick around, and they didn't do it. They're taking a healthy view of this. They understand that they have a lot of engaged teams right now. Teams that in particular are being cited by others as being the biggest threats, though, the Milwaukee Brewers, who have a tremendous farm system, and of course, Phil, the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are the favorites at this point, and frankly have been since the possibility of Tarek Skubal getting traded first surfaced a couple of months ago.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. That is Jeff Passan. He was on SportsCenter this morning, and he doesn't leave any doubt that
he's going.
I think we knew that. I think Tarek Skubal, we recognized that yesterday when he left the game. And then, of course, they lost. They were winning 7-1 when he left, and they managed to figure out a way to lose to the Baltimore Orioles. So it would be a shocker if, given their situation, they hung on to a guy who's going to leave at the end of the year, and all you would get would be a compensatory pick. So it would be bad business not to trade him.
And it would be terrible for the Cubs if they traded him to the Brewers.
And the Brewers are one of the teams.
That's the worst case scenario.
That is. If you want to prevent
Worst
the Brewers
case.
from beating you again in the playoffs or finishing
Let me
better
ask you
than
this.
you,
Let me ask you this.
then you
because
better get them.
I don't want to be defeatist here, and I don't want to be negative or glass half empty. But if we assume the Cubs, who are considering this, according to Patrick Mooney, who are in the mix,
yes,
according to The Athletic, they are searching for pitching, and that includes Tarek Skubal. Story broke last night at 10 o'clock. Is it better in terms of perception that they pursued and went all in after the most attractive pitcher that can make the most impact, and they were going for it and taking that big swing? Or is it because they didn't get him, it doesn't really matter how bold you were because you didn't get him? And
I think if he goes to the
finish
Brewers,
second.
finishing second won't make anyone feel better. If he goes to the Brewers and you're suffering from seconditis, that's not good. But as you said, should he wind up with the Dodgers, then it's going to be, well, we just didn't have as much money or as many picks as the Dodgers.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to be a different feeling altogether.
Yeah, so I think...
But if the Brewers do get him, and now the Cubs are looking at them making the kind of run the Cubs once dreamed of. What are they, 6 games back after last night? It's hard to believe that they haven't made up more ground against that team. It just tells you that they've been... The Brewers, I mean, how is it that they can trade away a guy a year, a good player, and in this case, their best pitcher, and still be able to beat you?
Because they've lost pitchers too. They've lost.
I know.
They've had injuries, and Kyle Harrison will come back. I think he started a rehab stint, so I think he will be back.
That would be pretty scary.
And so if you have
Skubal, the Miz,
by
and him,
October, you start Skubal, Mizorowski, and Kyle Harrison in a playoff series.
It's not good for
the
Cubs.
Anybody in the National League.
Well, maybe it's not good for the Dodgers. Maybe we should silently cheer for that as a method of keeping them
if the
from
Cubs
3 in a
lose
row.
out on Skubal, I hope it goes to the Dodgers. Actually, I hope it goes to the Rays. The Braves were mentioned as a possibility. They have a lot to offer.
The Rays are really good. That would be something.
Yeah, just let him go to the Rays. Because if he leaves the Tigers, stay in the American League, stay out of the National League, stay out of National League business. Don't let him going to the Brewers ruin the trade deadline, because you're exactly right. We talked about this. If they don't get Skubal and they get, say, Reed Detmers, that might be a really good move for a lot of reasons, but it's going to feel like you finish second. If the Brewers get Skubal, won't matter who you get. You won't feel like you can beat them.
The other thing is, and this is a silly thing to even bring up, but we don't even know if there's going to be a season next year or whatever. But one of the things Bruce just said, you don't know who's going to get hot pitching-wise. Let's say you get Tarek Skubal, just for the sake of argument.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you get him signed because he doesn't want to not get paid as much as he can. You get him. Then you got Justin Steele coming back. And he'd never give up on a left-hander, David. And then you've got Kate Horton coming back. You've got all this. Do
not tease me.
I'm merely saying it could be like a sneaky good dynasty
don't
you're
do
building.
That. I can't look that far ahead. I'm worried
you
how
want to let your mind go a little bit.
How's Javi
why not
Assad
let
going to
it
beat the
go?
Cardinals? All right, that's where my mind is right now.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
Should they bring back Shota in that situation?
Shota would want to be a part of this. Shota is going tomorrow against the Yankees. Looking forward to that. We'll talk a lot about that tomorrow. I don't know where this is going with Skubal. I think this development last night, the validation of their interest based on the report from The Athletic was, I think, significant.
Listen, they better be interested because they're in the market for a pitcher, because we all know that there is no Justin Steele walking through that door. There might be at some point, but doubt it. And there definitely is no Kate Horton walking through that door.
847 has a good point, though.
Yeah.
Even if they get Skubal, they still need to close or remember his final Tiger game. He left with a 7-1 lead.
That's true.
and they blew it because the bullpen stinks in Detroit. So
yeah, they do. But honestly, I don't know if you heard Craig talk about some of the guys in their rehab situation. Maybe
I did. Okay, enough. They're playing touch and feel. That's what they call it, or whatever. And
Touch
they're
and feel.
throwing off the mound and live VP, and then they're up and down. All of these, all this terminology about pitchers who are on the mend. They can't help you today. Maybe they'll help you next month. Maybe they'll help in October.
Touch and field, post office, whatever the hell it is.
We got some business to take care of, Mully.
All right. We were going to thank the fine folks at first of all, this is a wonderful giveaway. The Blizzard treats are being, they're going to give $1 or more for every Blizzard treat that is, sold at Dairy Queen.
Yep.
That will go to the Children's Miracle Network.
What a great program.
Yeah.
Yeah, for more than 42 years, the DQ brand has sponsored Children's Miracle Network, benefiting member hospitals across the U.S. and Canada.
Yes, and for $1 or more from every Blizzard treat sold at a participating DK location will go to the local children's hospital. It'll help give all kids the chance to grow up strong.
And donations from Blizzard treat sales provide urgent, high-quality care. Kids need to thrive. The DQ brand recognizes the importance of memories created with families and together impacting the health of all kids so they can enjoy moments of happiness for years to come. And everybody loves a Blizzard.
And they've sent them,
yes, they have.
versions of them to the station. And let me just say that I mistakenly thought M&M was my initials, and they were sending me something, but it is a M&M Blizzard.
And that's a good one.
Yeah.
Mine is better. Mine's a peanut butter one. I'm a longtime Blizzard guy going way back.
So you know the difference between the two?
I've had all of them. I've had all of them several times.
And you've rejected it. I was given David's reject treat, and let me tell you, it's excellent.
There really isn't a bad flavor.
Brandon, what do you have?
I have Oreo.
And,
that's a classic.
And
Classic.
Dustin, what are you?
I went DH. I went PB.
Yeah, it's good.
What's
peanut butter?
Oh, okay.
David Haugh.
Excellent. Peanut butter is excellent. You can't get a bad Blizzard.
No.
You really can't.
No.
Now, we're also going to give away some tickets. Here you go. 312-540-0670. Caller 6 can win 2 pavilion tickets to Mo and Humphreys McGee at Hunter Pavilion August 15th, provided by Ravinia. For tickets and more information, ravinia.org, 312-540-0670.
All right. We might actually swing the deal for one Tariq Skubal next. We're going to bring in a man from Detroit, and we'll make a deal. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs and Sox fans, the MLB trade deadline is coming up Monday at 5 p.m. And 104.3 The Score is your trade deadline headquarters as the trade winds are blowing on both sides of town.
There is an opportunity here at the trade deadline to go out and get a great veteran catcher. There are 3 all-star catchers available right now. Don't you consider putting a package together for one of these absolute stud hitters from the catcher position?
Keep it here as we approach the MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Mully.
Puzzles me. Where are you staying? Do you really care where anybody else in the entire traveling party is staying during the spring?
No, nor do I really care to share where I'm staying.
Exactly.
I'm in the state of Arizona. How's that?
Yeah. I sometimes think that question is put to you only so that they can then tell you where they are staying.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Yeah, we're staying over in Scottsdale, real fancy place.
Uh-huh.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
I'm staying over in the Mud Flats.
Yeah. Oh, solid. Yeah. The old Mud Flats.
Yeah, the Mud Flats section
of
the Valley of the Sun.
Glad I haven't been over there lately.
Nah, you wouldn't want to be. And then those of us that arrive in spring training, did you have a good winter? And I'll tell you why it confuses me. How much detail do you want? Here's the pitch on the way, a swing and a chop foul. Most of the time you just say, yeah, great.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel like discussing things in detail.
Do you ever go into detail about your winter?
Well, our dog got sick and had to put a bandage patch on him for a while. The last one is always, well, have you lost some weight? You look good. Have you lost some weight? I like to say no, but I've gotten a little taller. I have. I'm working with a trainer and some real good stretching, and as a result, I'm actually much taller than I was a year ago. Thanks for asking.
I didn't know at our age we could get taller. But
It's a lot of stretching.
yeah, a lot of stretching.
That's what it is.
Yeah. I need to get one of those machines for the house. Very first day I got into camp, I wasn't thinking about your 4 questions, to be honest with you, but I got blasted with the first one really before I even got out of my car.
When'd you get in?
Right now. Because I pulled into the lot, saw somebody in it. That was the first question. And I'm like, well, I still got stuff in the back if you want to help.
Sure.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
And next year I'll send you my itinerary, so you'll be waiting for me.
He's not wrong about the questions. It's
not at all.
Right?
Like, as somebody who's been to Arizona, those are generally, and they might be different variations of those 4 questions. That's great.
Oh, when'd you get in is the best. And did you notice Pat tried to be formal about it the first time? He said, like, when did you get in? And I'm like, nah, Pat.
When did you get in?
But then it became, when'd you get in?
I don't necessarily ever remember it always being the Southern accent with the when did you get in part. I love that that's what it is because that really makes the whole bit. But I don't necessarily remember in my 3 years of covering spring training full time having an extra amount of Southern accents.
The underrated
When'd you get in?
The underrated question in there was, how was your winter? And it's usually, how was your off season? But that's a big question that people ask when I haven't seen you since the postseason.
Yeah, the weight loss thing too is real.
I definitely ask about the off season.
See?
I ask how people's off season.
How was your off season?
Yeah. Where are you staying?
That's a safety concern. I don't know if I like that one. Huh?
Yeah, don't tell him.
I think Coon was on to something. It's like, I really don't want to tell you.
I mean, some have been waiting for me to have my Cubs meltdown after the start of this season. Well, we finally reached it. The kettle is boiling. It's ridiculous. Kyle Schwarber has hit 225 home runs for 3 different teams since he left.
Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM in HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. A pair of walk-offs for Chicago's baseball teams, one on the plus side, one on the minus side. Let's start with the plus, as the White Sox walked off the Yankees last night at the rate. Edgar Quero, the RBI single in the 12th. With the win, the White Sox improved to 56-51, maintain that game-and-a-half lead over the Guardians in the Central. Same 2 teams this afternoon over at the rate. Sean Burke will throw. PCA hit a tie-breaking 2-run home run in the top of the 10th inning, but the Cubs bullpen, Trent Thornton, could not hold it as Ivan Herrera had a 2-run double with 1 out in the 10th. Cardinals walk off the Cubs 3-2. Cubs are now 61-47. Same 2 teams this afternoon. You'll hear it right here on 104.3 The Score. 12:40 pregame. Javier Assad starting this one. Shota Imanaga will throw Friday afternoon at Wrigley against those Yankees. 42 days until the NFL kicks off. The Bears are going through workouts right now at Halas Hall. And don't forget tonight, Chicago Sky, Connecticut Sun, right here on 104.3 The Score. Zach Zaidman, Layla Rahimi, Alyssa Bergamini on the call. 6:45, the tip at 7. Again, right here on The Score. The Hour, brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. The Hour is also sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Tarek Skubal's day is done at Comerica Park. You never know where life takes you. We don't know, he doesn't know. Tigers fans are thinking one thing. Thanks, Tarek.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We are delighted to welcome in Jeff Rigger. He's with WXYT in Detroit, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM 911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Doing well.
We gave you a little M&M there. You know, it's the whole Detroit thing. I hope.
You know, he's from Detroit. I don't know if anybody knew that.
No one. I never heard it. But I'm curious. Apparently, so is Tariq. He once was in Detroit, and now he'll be known as from Detroit. Is he gone?
Oh, yeah, he's gone. I think yesterday was the day, guys. I mean, dude, we've been fighting this fight in Detroit. It's been radio versus fans. The fans are like, hold on to Tarek. The Tigers still have a chance. They did it 2 years ago. Don't you dare trade this guy. Meanwhile, I think anybody with a brain is like, he's so valuable. The Tigers aren't going anywhere. Of course you trade him. So yesterday they pitch him. He was fine. He's been really good his last 3 starts. He's proven he's totally back from his injury. And he comes out in the 7th inning, 7-1 game, and the Tigers bullpen blows it. And the Tigers lose 10-9 in 12 innings. So I think yesterday was pretty much a microcosm of like, this is who they are, and now it's time. And then today, Jeff Passan, all over TV, he's going to get dealt. So I think definitely he's going to get traded.
Jeff, you tweet out this morning at Rigger 1984. Nice. I think when you talk about the Dodgers having 9 top 100 prospects, the Brewers have 6, the Rays have 3, and you say today is a great day for a bidding war. Hey, by the way, The Athletic reported last night the Cubs have interest too, and they have 3 top 100 prospects. They also have Matt Shaw to dangle. Do you not consider the Cubs realistic suitors?
So is it fair to say I only consider the Dodgers the most realistic suitors? I feel they have the biggest play in this, considering they don't care who they give away. They want to win their 3rd World Series. They're going to do whatever it takes. I feel that the Dodgers will react to keep Tarek Skubal away from the Brewers or the Cubs or the Rays. And I think, of course, they'll use him as well to add to their good starting rotation. And they got news on Shohei Ohtani that they don't know if he's going to be able to pitch. So I think it makes sense that the Dodgers swoop in. Nobody's going to want to hear that and probably gets Tarek Skubal. And then you hear reports that Tarek Skubal, if he becomes a free agent, wants to be a Dodger. So it makes perfect sense. But no, I think the Cubs absolutely need pitching. It makes perfect sense for the Cubs to get Tarek Skubal. Do the Cubs have what it takes? Do the Rays have what it takes? Do the Brewers have what it takes? So I agree with you guys, though. The problem with the Cubs, though, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not Baseball of America here, but you got 3 top 100 prospects, none in the top 50. Your best prospect's a catcher. The Tigers have a ton of catcher depth. So I don't know that Scott Harris would be interested. However, Scott Harris, of course, has a great relationship with Jed Hoyer, Jeff Greenberg as well, considering they used to be in Chicago. So maybe that would make a deal go by easier. But I still think it's probably the Dodgers, and then everybody else would be second.
Just a little thing about that. Ballesteros listed maybe as a catcher in the prospect list, more of a designated hitter because he doesn't have great experience behind the plate.
Fair point. Fair point. Yeah, I mean, I think more than anything, the Tigers are looking for controllable pitching, which I don't know that I quite understand, because I think if you're trading Tarek Skubal, I would take the best futures package. I would take the most lottery tickets possible, and hopefully you set your future up for a very long term. I wouldn't care about this year, but they don't believe their pitching depth in the minors is all that impressive, despite the starting rotation being very good. So I think Scott Harris is looking for arms more than anything first.
So let's say they do pull off a trade with Skubal. Who else goes? Don't they need to? Isn't Mize going to go? Don't they have a number of people that could go?
Yes. So that's the big question, and that's another debate in Detroit. Okay, so Tarek Skubal's gone. That's all anybody talks about. But Casey Mize, free agent after this year, I would assume he should be traded. Like, there's, I guess, 2 ways the Tigers do this. Tigers just called up their top prospect today. Max Clark is going to make his debut in Sacramento, wherever the A's play, tomorrow, right? So maybe they're still trying to go for it without Tarek Skubal. 2024, they traded Jack he still ended up making the postseason, and that's an intoxicating thing. And a lot of Tiger fans still believe it's possible that this team in a weak American League can still make the postseason. So maybe they hang on to everybody else. They trade Skubal because it makes sense, and they make a run at it. Or, to your point, they can trade Casey Mize, who in this seller's market, where there's not a whole lot of teams selling, would be a huge, I think, get for a team, and you could get a lot for him if you're the Tigers. So I would expect Casey Mize to be dealt. He's a free agent after this year. I would expect Gleyber Torres to be dealt. You can't even get a comp pick for him. So he's a free agent after this year as well. Kenley Jansen, the soon-to-be Hall of Fame closer, he's kind of up and down. I would expect him to get dealt. So there's at least 3 to 4 to 5 guys. If the Tigers are all in on selling and just want to have a fire sale, which I think would probably be for the best, because I don't think they're going to make the postseason. They got a bunch of guys that absolutely could set them up for the future if they deal them.
Talking with Jeff Rigger from The Ticket in Detroit, all about Tarik Skubal, all about the other possibilities here. I have to ask you this. So whoever gets Skubal, let's say it's the Cubs, 10 starts are what we're looking at, and then the playoffs. He did miss some time this year with what they called loose bodies in his arm. That sounds painful, and I don't know how he's recovered. Is he the same pitcher he's always been? Will they be getting damaged goods? What should the next team who gets Skubal expect?
Yeah, so I was worried about Skubal the first 3 starts after the loose bodies, if you will, because he wasn't vintage Skubal, but I guess that makes sense considering they put a scope in his arm. They're calling it, by the way, the Skubal scope, guys. He's got a scope now named after him. It's kind of a big deal. But the last 3 starts, he's been outstanding. And 2 of those starts, one against the Angels, so you're like, Angels suck, who cares? Another against the Royals, okay, fine, the Royals suck, who cares? But yesterday, into the 7th inning against the Orioles. Now, the Orioles aren't the 27 Yankees. They're not God's gift to baseball, but still a better team than the last 2. And they got some proven hitters on that club. And Skubal hits 99, and Skubal had 8 strikeouts, and he had 12 strikeouts the last time out. So I would say he's back. Here's the one thing about Tarik Skubal that's going to really irritate people and really irritated Detroiters. There's times when he doesn't go deep into games, and people wonder if he could have gone deeper. Like, prime example, last year, Game 5 in Seattle, had to win the game to move on to the ALCS. Skubal leaves in the 6th inning. So the 7th inning, he's gone, and he was at 99 pitches. Tigers are up 2-1. They blow the lead. They end up losing in 15. This town lost their mind on Tarik Skubal. It's weird because Skubal's won back-to-back Cy Youngs. He's a bona fide superstar. He's the best pitcher in baseball. But Detroit, some of them hate the man because he came out early in that game. So in the postseason, he doesn't have his money, guys. He wants to be a free agent. A lot of what Tarik Skubal does is what Scott Boras wants him to do. So if you get a Tarik Skubal and he hasn't signed his big contract and you're in the 7th inning of a massive playoff game, I don't know that he's going the distance. He's not vintage Justin Verlander throwing 130 pitches.
Well, if the Cubs get him, then you should give them Kenley Jansen just to make up for that. So that
you guys can have him. He'll be a throw-in deal for you.
There you go. Perfect.
Perfect.
You're the best. Jeff, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Guys, have a great one. By the way, enjoy Ben Johnson. We miss him.
Oh,
thanks a lot.
He's great. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Yeah. They miss him so much they boo him when he shows up.
They definitely miss him. They did last year,
Yeah.
and they may still miss him this year. Big year for Dan Campbell, but we digress. Tarik Skubal on the block. He makes some really good points.
It's very interesting that apparently, because he's headed to free agency, he's only going to go 6 tops.
Well, that is a Boras thing. And I don't know. I think it's something that if the Cubs are lucky enough to get him, it's worth exploring further. I have a hard time imagining him being in a 2-1 game against the Dodgers in the NLCS, and it's the 7th inning, and Boras goes to the dugout and says, "Hey, Craig, we're done."
He has like a mirror in the crowd.
No.
And he catches Tariq's eyes.
He's not going to do that.
Get out.
How about Kenley Jansen?
That's a free player, right? I don't know what you'd give up for him, but he was once a great player. If you so desperately wanted to make a move for Aroldis
They're trotting out Trent Thornton in the 10th inning.
Yeah.
To protect the lead.
Yeah.
I'll take Kenley Jansen.
Okay. I mean, get the time machine that comes with it.
I'm
Make
okay.
sure you have that.
I know.
I think Daniel Palencia, I don't know if you've heard Craig talk about some of these players that are coming back, but you need every one of them.
I have heard the touch and feel. I've heard the up and down. I've heard the bullpen live batting practice and all of the things that they talk about pitchers who are on the mend or on the way back. I just haven't been able to trust Daniel Palencia since the WBC.
Oh, boy. Now, there's an old complaint to bring back.
No. It's an old complaint, but it still is a current concern. He's just not been the same pitcher. Look, if Daniel Palencia comes back and is the guy that he was last year for the month of September, all is forgotten and not even forgiven. I mean, he did what he needed to do.
Yeah.
It was a great moment for him. But he has put the Cubs in a quandary here because they don't have the bullpen they thought they would have. He's not been the pitcher they expected. And a lot of it is because the injury that you can't reasonably say had nothing to do with the WBC.
No, there's definitely problems with the injury from the WBC. I don't know if every team has suffered through horrible setbacks due to the WBC, but I know 2 teams in Chicago that did.
Yes, I know. Poor Kyle Teal.
Yeah.
Now, do you think the Sox go after catching?
I don't.
You think that they're gonna? You think?
I don't think that. I think
they want to.
I take what John Heyman told us. I think that they're not going to be able to get the Mets catcher. I think that because of what happened with the A's catcher, that they're not going to get a catcher from there. And I think there are about 4 teams looking for catchers. I don't think they're going to get. They might be able to get a backup or a journeyman type of player, but I don't think they're going to get an impact.
Not
player
a needle mover. Nobody that's going to be that impactful.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
They need to get a impactful starter, and ideally, everybody wants a reliever.
Yeah,
a lot of relievers changing teams.
I'd like to see them get a starter. I'll give you that.
Okay, I think the starter makes sense. Casey Mize might be in play. If Detroit's got a fire sale, would they trade him within the division?
No.
Why not?
I think people generally don't like to trade within the division.
Let me throw it back at you this way. That's always the perception because you don't want to maybe help the White Sox get better this year.
It's not even that.
At the same time, you would be weakening them by taking their prospects.
Well, but I understand that, but I think that then if you got into a situation where you're helping them, but it ends up harming you, I don't think the fans are that forgiving.
You're harmed. You're harmed. You're out of it. If you're Detroit, if you're the Tigers, you have conceded. The white flag has been waved.
Yeah.
You are trading people. You got rid of Skubal.
I guess it's more about me. I would never want to trade within the division. And I'm talking about both sides.
But you know what I mean? Is that you have a chance if you're the Tigers to weaken the Sox.
That's what I'm saying. Like it'd be like if you were the Cubs, I think you can trade with Houston and give away players and take a guy for a year. But I wouldn't do that with St. Louis.
Okay, let's talk about Houston for a second. Where are the Astros in the standings? Because if the Cubs did have a conversation, they've won 3 in a row.
I know.
They're now 500. They're not trading Josh Hader.
No, I think I think they're kind of
What happened to that? That was a fleeting thought.
They showed up at the cell.
Yeah, thank you.
Unfortunately,
thanks, Sox.
Sox lost too. Thanks, Cubs. Thanks, Tariq.
That was a nice goodbye that Jason Benetti
did.
That
was nice.
Tarek Skubal. I think yesterday we heard a lot of Jason Benetti this week from narrating squirrel escapes to the farewell of Tarek Skubal to Detroit.
Yeah.
So the next move is going to come. I don't think it's going to come. They're going to wait until the deadline. It's going to be a weekend full of speculation.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of one of the issues that you have in a way. Like you asked me, are the White Sox going to get a catcher? I think they're trying. I think it's difficult to get multiple deals done as you hit the trade deadline unless you get one done this week.
Cubs made 3 last year.
I know, but I mean, they didn't do them all.
They're
at
smallish
that
ones.
second.
Smallish. And they got Kittredge, they got Soroka, and they got Castro. Remember Willie Castro?
I do. I remember the deals. I also remember that Soroka didn't help them at all.
No, he didn't. He pitched like second inning and then he was hurt.
And I think that the White Sox, I don't know that they're going to get any impact out of this trade deadline unless they kind of concentrate on one element.
By the trade deadline, there will be about 50 games left. If you get Skubal, that means 10 starts. And then you get to the postseason. You're getting him for the postseason, though, right?
You're getting him for the postseason. And you're getting him for that, 5 or 6 innings because Scott Boras won't let him go to 7.
That's going to be something to follow. I guess I wasn't that aware of that. I was aware.
I was aware of what happened last year.
Yeah. And I think that in the playoffs, I was reminded by a loyal listener that the 2 playoff games that Skubal started against the Mariners, he lost. The Tigers lost those games. So I guess it doesn't guarantee you much of anything, but it does increase your chances. You feel much better going into October if you have a guy like that.
I think it's totally different for the Cubs because they have lost so many starting pitchers. And I would include in that.
But you've got them all coming back next year.
No, I was just joking. You have to bring back Boyd because you're bringing Skubal, and then you got the other 2 coming back from injury, and all of a sudden you're building a dynasty.
Well, the Boyd Skubal connection is interesting, and would be something worth exploring if, in fact, it came to pass that he was a Cub.
Sure, absolutely.
But right now, I don't know that it means Skubal has any say in this.
I think Skubal also isn't alone in considering himself a good friend of Matthew Boyd. I'm sure there are tons of people.
Matthew Boyd's never met a stranger.
That's very well said.
He's just a nice guy.
Yeah.
And he's been pitching great. He's had a great season. The injuries kind of had a setback for a few weeks, a month or so. But every time he goes to the mound,
he was very good yesterday.
Chance.
He was very good. Unfortunately, the bullpen wasn't. And Dustin can talk all he wants about PCA and the bat throw. It wasn't a bat throw. It was my bat is so hot I have to drop it kind of
I think that was it. And he was celebrating with his teammates.
And he turned and he looked at them. I don't think that was showing anybody
And
up.
it was the tarps off crowd that he was responding to.
I kind of like that.
Those guys bring out the best in him.
My bat is so hot that I may burn human flesh. I like that whole idea.
I'm really surprised that bugged Dustin.
I am too.
You're that guy today.
Act like you've
You're
been
that
there
guy
before.
today.
Yeah, I am.
That was a bad moment early.
I think you started shushing him. If I'm not mistaken.
I mean,
that is really a reaction. All of a sudden, Dustin, you were in the library and Mr. David was letting you know.
A good game of Clue, huh? Is going down. Just also for the record, like I didn't bring it up pregame, like our pregame, the off-the-air pregame.
But according to
Brandon, just for the record, Brandon brought this to the table. I was still deciding if I was going to bring it to the air, and then Brandon kind of
he was
my
upset.
hand.
He was me and him. We talk, and
sure you do.
We talk about the game. We get our stuff ready for the pregame.
And you like to stir.
Oh, not all the time. Never me. No, it couldn't be.
Working the best.
But I'm looking at Dustin. He's getting a little red in the face, and in the PCA when he played the little clip, and I can tell he's getting upset. So I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know if he was going to say it or not, so I was like, let me just bring it to the table for discussion.
It was good.
I did not expect that today.
I've
That's
seen.
why I brought it to the table. I didn't think you guys would expect
bat
that.
flips, and that was just more of an amusing, bat too hot.
I assumed that it was a celebration based on the fact that is the building where the whole tarps off thing started.
Yes.
On May 30th, and he homered in their face, and then he's been a target of theirs every time since.
But Dustin, you would think that his reaction would be, show it to St. Louis. It wouldn't be, you upset the gods.
Yeah, I didn't think that. I didn't expect that.
Had they completed the goal, which was to have won that game, probably wouldn't have cared.
See, that's very revealing.
He
doesn't care about what anyone does, only if it doesn't go well for him. Very interesting.
Not for me, for the Cubs.
Well, for you.
When we come back, we're going to talk football, but first we're going to give away something from Raymont Harris. Raymont Harris, former Bear, is going to be at the Blue Cross Blue Shield performance stage August 11th, And right now, if you're the sixth caller to the Scores contest line at 312-540-0670, you can win tickets to see Spiegel and Holmes live broadcast featuring the Ultraback, Raymond Harris. And he's got a book out. He's the founder of Elite Mindset and Performance, and he has an exclusive book signing celebrating Control the Controllables, Mindset, Pressure, and the Power of Control. That's Tuesday, August 11th. Be the sixth caller, 312-540-0670.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
Back toward the wall, Pete Crow Armstrong makes a great catch. He made it look easy, and it was not at all easy.
Defensively, there's just plays that he's making that nobody else is making the plays. You're going to have to watch baseball a long time to find someone who's going to make.
He hit 20 in 2022. He hit 46. 23, he hit 47. Oh, last year, 56. And then he had that down year in 24 where he hit 38. Okay, the Cubs had 3 guys hit 30 last year, 2 of them at 30. But besides that, it's been quite some time since Cub hitters have had 30. You know when you go back to 2019. You know who did it?
Yes,
Kyle Schwarber.
I do know
Kyle Schwarber.
Thank you.
I mean, give me a. You know when the last time a Cubs had 40? Well, I don't know, but Kyle Schwarber somehow managed to have it 3 times. So again, you can't let that guy go. And then tonight, we're going to have an opener because we're afraid of Kyle Schwarber. Why don't we just cancel the game?
You should be afraid
Why
of
don't
Kyle
we
Schwarber.
just cancel the game? Just little league it. We don't have enough good pitchers. We are afraid of Kyle Schwarber, who we let go.
Who do you think is making that call?
I have no idea.
Front office or Craig Counsell?
Good question.
Is Craig Counsell making that call? You think Craig Counsell? Are you calling Craig Counsell afraid?
That's why I'm really curious because of the way it's been handled and all. So we don't want Colin Ray to face Kyle Schwarber. So we're going to get tricky. We're going to have it. So are they going to bench Kyle Schwarber because the Cubs are going with an opener? Oh, no. That's what the Cubs do with a guy who hits 30 home runs. They bench their left-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher because they got no onion. So now how about a standing ovation for what he did? For the first thing out of his mouth to apologize for what is going on and owning it and saying, I have to take responsibility for this, and I do. And then just amplifying on what you said there, Mully, that was going to be my part where Bryson talked about we will come, we will get together and we will, get the next head coach of the Bulls. And he was like, no. You. This is I interviewed you. I learned about you. This is now your organization. And I'm going to stay out of the way. And we get that from George McCaskey a lot, too. Like, yeah. I'm not the football decision maker. You guys are. And I think what we heard from Michael Reinsdorf, I'm not the basketball decision maker anymore. You are. And I like that.
And for those not watching on Twitch, Dustin actually was standing when he talked.
And he was
Mully would joke that I wasn't really standing. No. I was actually standing.
He might have been standing in a hole, but he was, for him, standing.
But Kyler Gordon's there. To be fair,
yeah.
Like I'm saying, he's at the facility, he's in the meetings, he's watching the tape. Listen, does Jalen want to be any form of a leader at all? I mean, okay, why did you have to get married? You know the calendar; these are not voluntary. It's just another excuse. Like, oh, I got married. Oh, I want to see my. Everybody on that team has a wife or a girlfriend or a mom or a dad or a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew they want to spend more time with. But this is not the week or 2 weeks to do it. Or bring them here while you're doing it because you're not there all damn day.
Yeah.
Who else? Anybody else? Dustin, do you have any favorite team?
I would go with the Phillies. I've never been to Philly, and that probably would change it very quickly based on what I've heard. But obviously, I still struggle with Kyle Schwarber not being a Cub, and I know he was with other teams, and I know. But the point is that I like the way the Phillies slug. I know how chicks dig the long ball. I dig the long ball. I like the way the Phillies slug. Okay, that's what I like.
And you are beautiful. Let me just say
Appreciate that. Compliment. Mark that down. 554. Mully compliments Dustin. It's Friday, clearly. Yay! Jalen decided to go to work. Woohoo! Good for you. Way to go, buddy. Come on. Yeah, I love Ben Johnson. I'm still happy for him. So
You'd be killing Jalen Johnson if he didn't show up. Come on, you can do more than a golf clap. You would. You'd be killing him, right?
Oh my God. Okay. There's a nice pregnant pause while Dustin refuses to answer another question.
You look at the Seahawks opponents, and it's the type of thing. Oh man, they're calling me with my room service.
Is that Robbie? Robbie's got your food.
Yeah. Robbie, iron my shirt.
No, Robbie.
Just leave it. Thank you.
Oh my God, they were calling you. That wasn't an excuse.
they're at the door. They're at the door.
Yeah, no,
he can't get him from his interview to
now
go
the
get the
phone is
door.
ringing with my food. I apologize for that. It's so unprofessional. What were we saying? Oh no, and we have Chiefs. Chiefs have been knocked up.
Right.
You can just leave it outside, please. Thank you. 1 second.
Don't skimp on the dessert now.
It's going to
Make
be
sure the tiramisu is
Danny,
there.
let's
with
be
what
honest.
we've got going on, Will Lawing adding the staff, but they have the whole offseason, and we can kind of help them along the way. Where last year everybody was probably in JT and L's office all the time trying to get clarity on what we went through, what we installed, what we talked about, and trying to get answers. And then things come up through the course of the season that you learn from that maybe they had answers for in the past, or we have our own answer for. So now, I mean, we're in second grade essentially. We've moved on from first grade. We're able to kind of pick up where we left off, but move forward with it and then evolve. We've had time to think about what fit us, what fit our people, who we're integrating into the offense now and how we're going to utilize those people. So I do think there's just a natural progression for things of where we're going to go. You've kind of gone through the early simple portions of answering certain questions for players, and they know it too. We have a really smart group that they're able to kind of evolve as well with us.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. That is the Bears' offensive coordinator. That is the voice of Press Taylor. And he was talking this morning at training camp, and he was telling you, I mean, maybe you'd prefer the old college 101 to 201 type of deal, but they've graduated from first grade and now they're in second grade.
It's elementary, my dear. It is elementary.
Watson.
Yes, I think you talk about Press Taylor. What's his role? What's he do? Declan Doyle, he was the organizer. He was the guy that watched tape, grinded it out, kind of did the little things. Press Taylor has called plays in this league before. He does have more experience than Doyle offered. I just don't know how he fits, but he does fit seamlessly on a staff that he was familiar with and already on. So the promotion made sense. He's done a lot of things in the National Football League, so he has that kind of respect.
And he's learned lesson number one.
What's that?
The lesson number one is to stay away from a certain guy in the big moments, right? Isn't that what you have to do if you're on staff with the Chicago Bears?
Stay away from Ben Johnson, especially on game day. Do not talk to Ben Johnson, which is what he...
That's the lesson.
That's the lesson.
Al Harris has described Ben as a different guy on game day. How would you paint that picture of what changes?
I don't talk to Ben on game day, so I don't really know. I just kind of steer clear. You see a certain intensity. We don't see him much in the locker room pregame, especially us that go to the box. We go to the box early, so you don't see him address the team necessarily before. But when he steps on the field, there's a certain look in his eyes that's kind of like, all right. And you get excited because we get excited on our side because we have Ben. Like, that's part of the process of, why do you think you're going to win? We have Ben. Like, that's a big part of it. And you just kind of see it in the way he operates, and you stay out of his way and let him do his thing and communicate when he asks you to communicate.
That's awesome. Didn't Declan Doyle catch some grief at various moments last year where he had the misfortune of talking to Ben?
Well, I think there were kind of anecdotal examples of times when maybe, or kind of speculation that Declan Doyle talked a little too much during games, and maybe they shut off his headset at one point or another. Possibly. I think you get a sense of what Ben Johnson is like to deal with on any given game day, and so you want that. As long as he's communicating with Caleb Williams, as long as he's communicating with somebody in the booth, I think that's good and positive. Press Taylor sounds like he knows when to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Which is key to be on Ben Johnson's staff, apparently.
I don't believe there have ever been any game day firings that held up. I think there may have been a couple of people who were told they were out of a job.
You think that happens?
It's just kind of get off this.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I think that probably happens and cooler heads prevail.
Right.
So Press Taylor was around for all of that in year one, so he knows better than to approach Ben Johnson. He also understands that the transition to being offensive coordinator is something that he gets the job description.
Well, it's obviously ideal to have a year in the building, kind of see what the expectations are of the offense coordinator, what everything looks like. You know, being in Declan's hip pocket last year and being able to hear all the communication that was going on between him and Ben or him and the coaches, what every meeting looks like, being able to keep detailed notes on that. So we're really kind of operating at the same standard or the same speed we were last year, maybe even more, because everybody in the room has heard it before. We all know what the expectations. We all know what meeting's coming up, what we're going to cover, what we need to talk about, how we want certain drills to look. So I think from that standpoint, it's helped. My time's probably a little bit different just in terms of scripting. I may pull myself out of a few more meetings just to be able to make sure we're staying ahead and the operation's flowing pretty smoothly throughout training camp.
And as the offensive coordinator, he has an excellent viewpoint to the relationship, to what is going on specifically between the head coach, Ben Johnson, and the quarterback, Caleb Williams.
You know, being in the quarterback room, seeing the way Ben communicates with all the quarterbacks, Caleb as well, there's a certain intensity, there's a level of demanding, but it takes a lot to be great in this league. It takes a lot to operate the system at the level we expect. So I think what everybody appreciates, though, from Ben is everybody knows it's coming from a place of what's best for the Bears, what's going to help us win, okay? And holding everybody accountable to the standard we all set and we all agree on. I mean, everybody understands what it is, and if you don't want to achieve that level or you don't want to work to that standard, then you're not going to be in this building. And so I think everybody understands that. Everybody understands that his mission is just to win championships, and this is what it's going to take to get there. And he can show you the tape, he can explain it, you can see it, and it's easy to get on board with it at that point. So if that's what you really want, you're willing to take any level of coaching you can get. And so that's the beauty of the guys we have in the room right now, is we can all be demanding, and they're holding us accountable as well. You guys said this, now it's this. What do you want me to do? And we have to have a crystal clear answer for them. And so I think that's just the standard in the building right now at this point. So it's really cool to see from the quarterback room, but obviously everybody across the board.
Yeah, Press Taylor, the more you hear from the Ben Johnson staff that he's put together, or I guess he put together in his first season, the more you like, because these are guys who this year just a little more comfortable, they're a little bit more knowledgeable. The transition will be smoother because there is no transition. What you're doing is just going into season 2 where the biggest challenge is how to handle these expectations, which are as high as they have been in many years.
And that's why we played the Caleb Williams stuff earlier in the show, and we talked about that idea. That's why you love it so much when you hear him and it's being, absolutely kind of repeated by Press Taylor, where you hear Caleb say, if he's yelling at me or cursing at me, it's for the betterment of the team. It's going to help me. And the idea is that we are here to win championships for the Bears. That's the way that Ben Johnson is approaching it, and that's the way players are taking it and assistant coaches are taking it. And I like the idea. We're blessed to have Ben, because I think that if you're a Bears fan and you've seen some of the goings on around this team and the coaches they've had, this guy is at a different level.
Yes, he is. And I think that because of that respect, which is now, I think, pretty much league-wide, you don't have to like him, but I think people respect him. You do wonder now, since Declan Doyle took 1 year in Chicago and turned it into a very lucrative job with the Baltimore Ravens calling plays for Lamar Jackson, what happens if the Bears have the kind of season they're expecting to have and the offense takes off in year 2 under Ben Johnson? Press Taylor's likely to get another job, a better job, a more lucrative job. And this is going to become a revolving door of offensive coordinators, which nobody will mind if you have the success. It's just like, one of those things, you don't worry about losing guys if the main guy stays and they benefit from their proximity to him.
What's fascinating is, we talk about Dennis Allen as a defensive coordinator. I think Dennis Allen had his turn as head coach. I don't think people are going to line up to hire him as
well, that's the beauty of it.
You see what I'm saying?
That's
you've got a guy, so you've got the offensive young dynamic play caller, the difference maker, and you've got the defensive guy who can run his version of the team without having to deal too much with any kind of influence from the head coach. I'm sure he's got ideas and can talk to him about it, but it's not like he's looking to go anywhere or is going to be hired anywhere. So there's stability.
Well,
on
we
both
don't think
sides
so.
of the ball. I think there's stability here.
I think there is. Dennis Allen might have aspirations and ambition to become a head coach again. I suppose that every assistant coach will have that hope in the back of their minds, but it doesn't seem to be as big of a concern or as realistic of a possibility.
But if they keep drafting where they give him like a 6th-round pick, if he's nice, I don't think he's got a lot of danger.
They're not drafting a lot of defensive guys.
They're not getting
Although
the
they did get a
positions
safety
we
in the
thought.
first round.
Well, that's
they
true.
did go after safety
That's
in the
true.
first round. So I think that was his.
That was the bone
That
he
was like,
throwing?
oh yeah, hey
Yeah.
Dennis, here's your safety.
Pat him on the top
Now
of the
you
head.
go. You can to go golfing, come back, and by the time you're back, we'll draft another defensive player. And no, if you want to go 36, go 36, because we're going to get around to it eventually.
It did seem that way, didn't it?
A lot of room between the 1st and 5th round.
Yeah, that was something.
Or actually, it was the 4th round, I suppose, before they got to a cornerback. But it was a surprise
that's a
when
nice
when they went center, tight end,
But
wide receiver.
in fairness, they did go out and get him that pass. Oh no, that didn't happen.
No, that didn't happen either.
But didn't they flirt with the idea? Of
They
getting
did.
him? Okay.
All right, a couple of things I want to talk to you about. I want to ask you a question about away from football. So we talked
Please.
Bears, got the
Fauci?
press Taylor. 2 things happened yesterday that I think curious about. I think they're significant in Chicago. The San Jose Sharks signed a contract extension with Macklin Celebrini.
That is something else.
5 years, $94 million. Just a week after the Hawks signed Connor Bedard
to a 4-year,
5-year, $75 million.
That was also a 5-year deal.
5 years. So there's an average
So there's-
difference per season of $4 million between Celebrini's salary and Connor Bedard's salary. Explain that.
Yeah, no, I get the agent on the phone. Explain that would be my question as a client.
If I'm Connor Bedard and the guy 1 year younger than me, now look, Celebrini
Yes.
is Sidney Crosby, right?
Yes.
That's the comp, and I get that, and he's a more complete player. I can accept that. Connor Bedard also has had the injury issue that Celebrini hasn't dealt
Yes.
with.
And Connor signed a contract while injured.
That would account for maybe a slight difference in salary, but boy, Kyle Davidson, what a deal. I want that guy. I want to go car shopping with Kyle Davidson because he'll get me the best deal. $75 million over 5 years for a guy that still makes him a top 5 highest paid player in hockey.
Right.
But Celebrini, is he that much better?
Well, I think it sounds like Connor believed he had to take less so they could pay other players, etc. Maybe that was
And then
explained.
went out and got
Maybe-
Kane.
And I'm not sure they explained that to Celebrini.
That's interesting though, because your reaction would have been my reaction. Like, okay, you get your agent on the phone. Oh, explain this to me now.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going
the
on?
difference? But it's embittering in a way that they lost and didn't get an opportunity to draft Celebrini and have Bedard and Celebrini. That would be your K's and Tays effect.
Yeah, that
Kane
would.
and Tays
Oh my!
effect.
Think about that generationally.
And who did they get instead? Was it Artie? Where's the
Levshunov,
Yeah,
Artie Levshunov, who still could be a fine defenseman, but he's not Celebrini.
But they had to shut him
and,
down.
and they
at
had
one
another guy
point.
too that could have gotten there. But look, nobody's
Was
gonna
that
feel
the
sorry.
Russian player that
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna feel sorry for Connor Bedard making $15 million a year. It just the difference in the 2 salaries stood out to me. All right.
Celebrini made the Olympic hockey team, right?
Yes, well, he was a difference maker. He was a difference maker for Team Canada.
Just saying.
All right, so the other one was the Bulls news that we alluded to a little bit
Yes.
earlier. Casey Johnson confirmed for CHSN that they have shown interest in Benedict Mathurin, who's a restricted free agent with the Clippers, spent most of his time in the NBA with the Pacers. He's a wing. He's averaged 16 points a game throughout his career. At 24, he's the right age.
Yes.
For a lot of these guys, but he'd be coming off the bench. He might want to be a starter. Does that make sense to you for the Bulls?
It does. I think they could really use him. I think they need more. I think they need depth. I don't think they have acceptable a level of depth. And some of the depth players they have, I don't think much of.
Yeah, I think that when you look at where the Bulls are, you can always add talent. He seems like he'd be an ideal sixth man. Don't know if that fits into his plans. And frankly, the Clippers, they may be limited in what they can do.
Well, that's another thing.
Because of the Kawhi investigation.
The investigation is still ongoing, but it seems, who was it? Pablo Torre talked about it. Yes, maybe that's who I saw yesterday. But anyway, that's pretty scary stuff, and I think they're going to get, I think they've got him. I think they've pretty much understand what happened.
So that might be put on hold.
It will impact what the Clippers can do. It's very true.
Yeah, keep an eye on that one, though. Mathurin could be coming to Chicago. If he does, I think he'd help a Bulls team that needs talent.
All right, we are going to bring in our guy Mark Grote and Marshall Harris. We'll talk to them next. We'll get an opportunity to chat a little bit, and we'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Baseball fans, coming up tomorrow, join 104.3 The Score at Gallagher Way, right outside Wrigley Field.
It's Layla Rahimi, and our show, Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, will be broadcasting live starting at 10 a.m. before the big series against New York. Then at 12:45, Zach Zaidman takes over with pregame coverage till the first pitch. Stop by and say hello.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote live at Gallagher Way, starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
It's either going to be the Patriots or it's going to be the Bears, and I'm thinking it's going to be the Bears. Because does the NFL want that smoke? Vrabel front and center off just from the tip.
That's the other thing. Can you promote Vrabel?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be the Bears. I'm convinced. I'll be shocked if it's anybody but the Bears.
It probably will be. I have a very angry room service person at my door. Can you guys hold on for 30
seconds?
Go.
You got.
We are listening to Danny Parkins go get his room service here on 104.3 The Score. You know, they say people get promoted, and you don't really understand the lifestyle. But then he starts talking about Robbie getting his bagel, and then next thing you know, the guy who's hosting your segment just abandons us for the room service.
Robbie, butter my bread. That's right.
That's actually hilarious.
Why do you think he's listening?
Maybe there's like an issue with the room
Robbie
service.
is not in the room next to you.
Is Robbie's listening right now?
So sorry.
Oh,
and he's back.
I called when I called for room service. I said, if this is going to come up really quickly, I'm going to be on a work call. Can you leave it outside? And I pre-charged it to the menu. They clearly did not relay that message. And so she was just banging on the door, yelling, I need a signature. I need a signature.
Oh, did you give her a little cash?
You're listening to Danny Parkins complain about the best room service ever on 104.3 The Score.
No, again,
I think it's bad room service, actually.
I'm thrilled that my food got here fast and will be piping hot for me to eat as soon as this call's over. I'm just saying I try to avoid the situation.
What is under the lid? What is room service?
Yeah, because our food's probably better than yours. So what we're feasting on right now.
Definitely. Just a chicken Caesar with a side of fries. Nothing crazy.
Love a
little
good
girl
chicken
dinner.
Caesar.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, girl dinner. Exactly.
I like it.
Well,
hell yeah, Danny.
I got a big meeting coming up in a couple hours, and so I need to have a light lunch. Got to keep the stomach under control before any nerves set in, that sort of thing. So I'm going out big for Mexican food tonight in LA. So light lunch, big dinner is the plan.
How about Russ Dorsey telling Layla and Mark yesterday that a scout called him last year while looking at the White Sox prospects and told him that the shortstop, Sam Antonacci, is his favorite guy.
My favorite scout texted me and was like, yo, I'm scouting the White Sox right now. And the kid that everybody needs to keep their eye on is not one of their big boys. He's like, it's not Colson Montgomery. It's not Caro. It's not any of the pitching prospects that he's like the guy that's I can guarantee you will play in the big leagues for 12 to 15 years is Sam Antonacci.
Wow. Sam Antonacci, a 12 to 15-year big leaguer. Come on the south side?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
That goes back to one of my other pet peeves, and you'll love this, Dustin. Like, when we predict success for prospects, what can we just kind of 5 to 7 is fine with. I'll take 5 good years, man. I'll take 5 good years.
This isn't a prediction, David.
Okay.
It's a guarantee from an unnamed scout.
Think about what he just said. 12 to 15 years. In the year, where are we now? Okay, the year 2041, Sam Antonacci is going to be waving to a crowd wherever the Sox are playing at that time, in the 78 or in Hammond or wherever, and he's going to be like a standing O for Sam Antonacci. Why? Okay, here's where I want to take a deep breath. Sam Antonacci is exactly who Russ Dorsey described him as. He's one of the best prospects in White Sox camp right now. So he has a chance to contribute this year. I would love to see him. I know you'll hate this. I would love to see him converted to an outfielder so he can play left field and they can find a spot for him. Because if he's got the bat and he's got the speed, I love the fact that he flipped his bat after taking Tyone deep. Wasn't it Tyone he took deep, I think?
No one can take 12 to 15 and turn it into 5 to 7 like Mr. Davis.
I know. I'm exaggerating too. I know I get carried away, but like 12 to 15 years, dude. How many prospects in the last 20 years have had 12 to 15 careers, 12 to 15 year careers for the Sox or the Cubs?
Guaranteed. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz. He gets us up and twitching away every morning. Appreciate that. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Thursday, the 30th day of July.
Happy birthday to my dear departed mother.
Oh.
Miss her every day, and thinking of her on her, this would be her 97th birthday, I believe. And thank you to our executive producer, Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Thanks, Tarek.
And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your great work.
振り抜いたこの当たりは高く上がってポール際どうなんだスタンドに吸い込まれた打たれてなかったのにアントナッチの一発今シーズンの第8号変わったブラックバーンがまさかの打たれました村上の当たりはセンターへ伸びていく届いた村上宗隆の同点弾今シーズンの第23号アントナッチの2者連発シカゴに花火が打ち上がりました
And that is how you say Mooney shot in Japanese.
Back-to-back homers, right? Those were the back-to-back homers. Antonacci and Murakami for the White Sox.
Pretty good.
Very good.
And they won that game. I don't know if you're aware of that, Marshall Harris. Marshall's in the room.
Oh, I'm aware. Unlike you, Mully, I was like, let's see how this plays out.
Pretty funny. Pretty special. Grote time!
Sam Antonacci will surprise you with a little bit of power. Not often.
I'm not surprised.
I'm
not surprised. Ever since Grote badmouthed Sam Antonacci.
I didn't badmouth him. I said what is true. He does not have a lot of power, and he is not going to be prone to hitting a lot of home runs in his career. But when he does hit them, Scott Podsednik, they're going to be massive.
Wow. You cannot compare that man to Scott Podsednik. He has more power than Scott Podsednik.
I agree with that, but Scott Podsednik has already hit a much bigger home run in his White Sox career than Sam Antonacci probably ever will.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm just saying.
Good power.
Come on, man. That's pretty big to hit one in a World Series.
World Series is just the beginning for this team after they get these trades off.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And it's not. This is year
what
one.
What trades are you speaking of?
Yeah. Which
Careful now.
trades? Yeah.
Careful.
Give me to go the other side of the coin of 2-1 Mike Mulligan. Give me Mason Miller.
They're not they've won 5 in a row. They're not trading Mason Miller. They're not going anywhere.
And wouldn't you have to give up a top 10 prospect?
But give him to Marshall anyway.
Wait a minute. But
they're not trading Mason Miller.
But didn't the Sox indicate that say that they're not interested in giving up a top 10 prospect, or was that just something they say?
It was reported.
We'll see. Yeah. But I think I'll be curious to see which team makes the bigger splash.
It's going to be the Cubs.
Which trade? Well.
Seems like the Cubs have moved into the league.
Cubs are all in.
The Cubs are all in on Skubal, but they still need a lot to match what will be the competing offers. And I don't know if they have enough. Nobody really does. The Brewers and the Dodgers and the Rays theoretically would have more capital, prospect-wise.
But it's so annoying that like the Dodgers are like, we don't really. All right, we'll just take him.
It's very annoying.
We've got all these pieces.
Is Matt Shaw eligible to be traded?
Yeah.
Well, because I'm asking from an injured standpoint, like, doesn't he have to pass a physical?
He'll heal.
Okay, no, they're still going to give you the once
Madrigal
over.
was traded while injured.
Yeah,
yeah, I think so.
But really, what is the value of a guy who is a borderline major league starter and a guy who, as you just said, is injured? Like we keep.
I don't think he's a borderline major league starter. I think he's on the Cubs. He's on the Cubs.
I think he's a prospect that would be a top 10 prospect on the Cubs.
Yeah.
If he were minor league. Yeah, I think he's got trade value.
You could argue be a top 10 prospect, maybe top 25 in baseball.
Yeah.
Because he's already proven some of the things he can do, such as gold glove, level glove, and multi-position use now.
He didn't make the Cubs this year.
The Cubs are freaking...
They went out and they got a $35 million a year free agent.
Right,
Yeah.
so doesn't that make him a borderline major league
No,
guy on a lot of good rosters?
Because the Cubs are a good team, Grote, and so when you're a good team...
such a contrarian.
No, I'm just saying.
I understand what he's saying.
I'm saying, like, how powerful is that name in a Tarik Skubal trade? Don't you want bigger and better? I'm sorry.
Know teams
he's better than
value these prospects and potential.
He does have and Matt Shaw has had some great moments. At one point in time last year, I was calling him the new PCA when he got red hot for a while. But it's just. Is that the name that is going to make the difference in the balance for Tarik Skubal?
I think there's something to be said about having a proven guy who also has big-time upside, and that's what Matt Shaw is. And he's already proven certain things at the major league level that a lot of these other prospects that you're talking about with these other organizations have not.
That's a good point.
That means that Ballesteros then would be more valuable too.
That's his guy.
Yeah, I think Ballesteros is going through a funk, obviously, but I think he's going to still have a fruitful major league career. He's just, bad spot. Not on a developmental team like that other team in town.
Will he never catch again?
Oh, he's going to catch.
Okay. Just don't make a bet with Dustin because he'll never pay off. What are you guys? How are you going to handle
those shots?
Wow.
How will you handle all this wonderful news?
Molly, there is a lot of handling.
In short order?
That's short order. Yeah, we're out of here at 12:40 today because of Cubs Cardinals. But we got to talk. Last night was a blast. And I know the Cubs lost, but it was still a blast. And what the White Sox were able to do last night was a blast. So we will talk about those games. Of course, we're going to get into the Tarik Skubal story by Patrick Mooney in The Athletic and what it's going to take for the Cubs and if it's plausible. So we will do that at 10:25. We'll even take your calls in the first hour of the show today. Guest-wise, Clay Harbor, Big Pro Football Show, will join us at 11 o'clock this morning. Herb Howard of the Bigs is out at Haugh Hall. He will be our Bears guy live from the Hall at 11:25 today. Halftime at 11:45. Big 5 on It segment at noon, and hopefully much more today on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Have a great show.
It's all about you, Brandon Fryer. It's all about you.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai.
And maybe you've answered this, and it's out there. Were you trying to hit a home run in that spot?
Absolutely not. I got ahead in the count 2-0, and I stepped out of the box, and I remember looking at Ozzie, and he's shaking his finger. He's like, "No way, you take a pitch. I don't want you swinging."
Wow.
So I took a fastball right down the plate, right down the middle, and I stepped out, and I said, "There's no way he's going to throw you that slider." At that time, Brad Lidge was fastball slider, so I'm like, he doesn't want to walk you, so let's look dead red here. Look fastball, and I was just looking to put a good swing on it. I was not thinking home run by any means. I was just trying to find the barrel, but it was a good pitch to hit. I put a good swing on it, and luckily I got all of it.
That's incredible. Yeah, I don't know that we'd ever talked about that, whether or not the intent was there. The result we discuss a lot, Pods.
No, there were very few times I went up to the plate thinking about hitting a home run, Layla. And even when the ball came off my bat, I mean, I knew that I had gotten all of it, but I was still at that time thinking extra bases. Let's get to 2 or possibly 3, depending on how that ball was going to carry them off the wall. But I got all of it, so I was a bit curious. But it was 45 degrees. It was cold. The ball wasn't carrying, so I was probably thinking 2 or 3 bases rather than thinking about that ball leaving the ballpark.
We'll get to the present, I promise. But now that we're stuck on this, like these questions, do you remember the sound of the crowd?
Well, that's a really good question, Mark. I was about to round first base, and in my peripheral, I saw Tim Raines throw his arm up. So I then looked out to right center field. I saw the ball leave the park. And from that point forward, I remember, because I have newspaper articles and pictures of it, I remember letting out a very primal just scream from the bottom of my gut. And from that point forward, it was just a blur. I don't recall hearing the crowd. I've obviously seen the footage a million times, and I just remember meeting the crew at home plate and getting mobbed, and it was pretty much what I remember, just mayhem from that point all the way till we got into Houston that night. So, no, so to answer your question, I don't exactly remember the crowd. I just remember this out-of-body experience and something that, outside of the birth of my children in competition that I've never felt before and, have not felt since.
You've had a lot of pinch me moments in your career, in your life. Certainly you've talked about them and addressed them a lot along the way in your own journey. But when the White Sox were the team that selected Landon, what was the impact of that organization taking him?
I mean, first of all, you have to earn it. Like to be picked where he was, he did the work. He went out, you can guide him. But to have the White Sox pick him, it was special. It's a special moment because it's his hometown, right? I remember growing up in Peoria. And I didn't know a lot about the draft, but I remember watching the Cubs on WGN and being a fan. Landon gets to live right now every kid's dream of, your hometown team that you've loved. And it is special. I'm in Charlotte right now for our draft camp, and to watch these kids, but then to look out and your son is in a White Sox uniform.
Yeah, it's hard to comprehend.
I'm telling you, I've had some great moments. I have to, there's been a few times I got to go off to the side, and I'm getting a little emotional. It's pretty great.
Wow! So you're at the draft camp. All the players are there, and does he look like he fits in? Does he deserve to be there, Jim?
He does. He does. You know what? He's been taking ground balls, up the middle with Rock, and it is a really cool thing that's going on. And we've got some players, our scouting staff, they've done a wonderful job, boots on the ground.
Game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is being brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
We've had some fun talking about the Savannah Bananas game. There's no doubt about that. We're on board, but not everybody is. An unlikely source of this, noted journalist Michael Wilbon, Chicago man, discussed on Pardon the Interruption the Savannah Bananas series at Wrigley over the weekend.
49-year-old Kerry Wood threw an improbable strike in his first pitch in Wrigley since retiring 14 years ago.
He's thrown out ceremonial first pitches as recently as a few months ago, and I'm sure he can throw a strike. Tony, I'm not acknowledging that banana stuff. I'm not. They can sell out Wrigley Field from now until the cows come home. Yeah. I'm not down with that.
You'd be the only one.
Apparently.
You'd be the only one not acknowledging it because it's entertainment and it sells out.
Yeah. Dump them. Tyler, let me know when you have that recued, because there's something I want people to pay attention to that Mike Wilbon said at the beginning of that clip.
On Saturday night, when 49-year-old Kerry Wood threw an improbable strike.
Stop her there. Did you hear the wow? That's the point, Michael. That is the point, sir. He did say wow, right?
I heard it. I just couldn't tell if it was like sarcastic, like wow. But he seemed like he was entertained.
Oh
by
no,
it.
he was entertained. That was a very much
That was
like
a genuine wow.
that was a genuine wow.
Wow.
Oh man, I feel like wow.
Over here trying to yuck somebody else's
Do you
yum.
think it's because he's a Washington Generals fan? He would not be okay
He's like,
with me
no, I
saying that.
don't do that banana ball stuff. Ever since they took out my Indianapolis Clowns.
Let me get this straight. You took all the money you made franchising your name and bet it against the Harlem Globetrotters?
I thought the Generals were due. That game was fixed. They were using a freaking ladder, for God's sakes.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
I'd say that wow is a good word to use to describe last night's baseball for both of our Chicago teams, one playing in the city, Profa, last night. Did you get that reference, by the way?
Yes, but I would go a step further. Not wow. Wowzers.
Wowzers is what it was. The Cubs and the Sox were both very dramatic last night. You don't need people in your lives to be dramatic when you have the Cubs and the White Sox creating all of this drama for all of us here in this great, big, beautiful city of Chicago as we welcome you into the Rahimi, Harris, and Grote show on 104.3 The Score. Welcome in. The text line is already popping. The phone lines will be popping as well because we will actually invite callers in later on in the hour. 312-644-6767 is the number. Marshall, I'm in danger today because I keep thinking, and this is a dangerous thing to have happen to humans, I believe. I am in Friday mode. I keep thinking it's Friday, and I think it's because, well, it's a beautiful day. Lollapalooza is about to go off, so that makes it feel like Lollapalooza starts today, so it makes it feel like the weekend is here. The Yankees are in town playing the White Sox. They're going to be here at Wrigley Field all weekend long. The Cubs and Cardinals were hot last night, so my mentality is I've got to get it out of my head because I'm just going to be disappointed when I have to get up at 6:30 tomorrow morning again, that today is Thursday.
You know what, though, Grote? I'm not going to help you with your feeling and make it feel any less like a Friday. One of the reasons it feels like Friday is because this is our last day here.
Truth.
We're going to be at Gallagher Way this time tomorrow.
Something's in the way.
So the fact that we're here for the last time this week, not that you're here every day anyway, because you like to go hang out at Haugh where the ballers are.
Amen.
Look, when we get to Gallagher Way tomorrow, it's going to feel almost like a Saturday. We're going to do a nice shorty show, talk a little baseball, maybe a little football. And we're going to be talking about a White Sox split against the Yankees.
Okay. I already like that you're predicting that.
We call this tenderizing. We're going to tenderize the Yankees up a little bit, the White Sox are, so that the Cubs can go ahead and just saute away.
Let's get into these games. And by the way, yes, we are in our second segment. We're going to get into the reporting on Tariq Skubal by Patrick Mooney in The Athletic and the fact that the Cubs might be going for it, that they are at the very least in play for Tariq Skubal, the two-time Cy Young Award winner for the Detroit Tigers. Never mind what you hear coming out of Skubal's mouth. That man will be traded. Do the Cubs have what it takes to get him? We will discuss that coming up in about 15 minutes from right now. And as we were just talking about, tune in tomorrow as we will be at Gallagher Way, as we will be live outside of Wrigley Field from 10 to 12:45 before the Cubs take on the Yankees. If you're going to the game, stop by and say hello. We love it. You can stop by, say hello, maybe even get a pic with us. You could also just hang out and watch the show. You don't just have to stop by. You can hang with us, and we will do our very best to entertain you. But yeah, man, your White Sox last night, it felt like a game the White Sox had no business winning, but then they end up winning it 6-5 in 12 innings. Edgar Caro, the game-winning hit in that 12th inning, scoring Tristan Peters' 8th walk-off win for the White Sox. And again, like I said about the big Munetaka Murakami 6 RBI, 2 home run day, I said it felt like he needed it. It felt like the White Sox needed another one of these because this is quintessential dramatic White Sox doing things that you didn't expect them to do. I did not expect them to come back and win that game after the poor Davis Martin start to the game.
So this was a perfect White Sox game. Going into it, I said, this is the biggest White Sox game of the year, like single game. And here's why. They're going up against the Yankees, who they've struggled mightily against this season. They have really stunk it up, honestly, against the creme de la creme of the American League. That's had been the story going in. Davis Martin against Cam Schlittler, and you're like, okay, Davis, this is a chance for you to show that you can indeed go toe-to-toe with another team's ace. But you're right, Mark. The way the game started, giving up 4 runs because this man couldn't get ahead in a count to save his life in the first inning, it also gave the opportunity for what has been, I think, one of the best characteristics and trait of this young White Sox team. Their resilience is peak. And it was peak here because they were going to lose 3 straight games, but after being down 4-0, to watch Davis Martin not only battle back and give up nothing else over 6 innings, throwing a career-high 106 pitches, and to watch a couple of guys who have been struggling mightily Carroll all year. His highlight before had been another walk-off when he walked off the Cubs. And then he's the only guy who's got 2 walk-off hits for the White Sox, who, by the way, are second in the majors. They lead the American League in walk-off victories. But they never quit. They never quit. Sam Antonacci, and then to also have Mully Murakami going back-to-back against a reliever who hadn't given up a single hit to a lefty all month long.
Stroking.
That was big. And yes, that man has power. And to see that happen and to see it pay off with Tristan Peters scoring the game-winning run because he's slumped mightily since the All-Star break, it just felt like a game they had to have, a game they just found a way to come back and win, and the bullpen was absolutely brilliant. I'm telling you, they're pushing it to be one of, if not the best bullpen in the major leagues right now.
I like that idea. And yeah, it was almost like a build-up to this, too, because the White Sox had, it was at the Chase Mydroth home run in the 9th inning on Tuesday for the White Sox to pull within 1. It felt like they were going to have that magic in the Anthony Case start and that the Sox were going to overcome, and then it built up to this. Yeah, and Cam Schlittler had what, a perfect game through 3. They had the early lead, so it just felt like a dud for the White Sox.
I was on no-hit alert because
totally.
When he retired the first 11 batters before the Miguel Vargas hit to break up the no-no, I was like, he looks like he could throw a no-hitter.
Yeah.
Because the fastballs were doing whatever, and the White Sox had no answer for him early in that game.
They did not. And but the real drama, we're talking about Edgar Carroll, who, by the way, was a negative point on our text thread last night up until he hit the home run because he made a poor throw at one point in time.
Poor throw. It was awful.
It was atrocious is what it was.
And so watching him, you just really realize how much the White Sox need help at the catcher position.
But that 8th inning, man, that was
fantastic.
Just a blast. And it does. It's amazing how the fine line between what we would have been talking about with the White Sox, leaving multiple men on. Like they had their own wrist issue last night, that a man on third at one point in time with nobody out, not able to score them. They had 2 men on with nobody out at one point in time, not able to score. Some poor plate approaches, I thought, for the White Sox in that game. But here we are now, the 8th inning. You talk about the ultimate make good. You had the back-to-back home runs with your guy. I give you all the glory, Marshall Harris. Sam Antonacci with the 2-run homer, and then Munetaka Murakami with the game-tying home run to make it 4-4. And boy, do they need it. They will wrap up that series today. White Sox and Yankees at 110. And yeah, there's all stuff. Like we're going to get into, like I said, the Scooble stuff, but there's all sorts of stuff blasting with the White Sox. John Morosi talking about the White Sox being at the front of the line still for wanting one of these starting pitchers. We know that there might be some things that the White Sox would say no to at this point, but it is so fun that we have 2 baseball teams fighting each other for glory in this town, but also for potential players on their team. And the trade deadline is real, folks. It's Monday. It's happening. We've talked about it like the whole year, it feels like. It's happening on Monday. It's about to go down.
It's crazy here on Rahimi Harris and Grote, Mark Grote, Marshall Harris, hanging out, talking about baseball in a way where you're right. 2 teams, if the playoffs started today, they'd be in them. They'd have, they'd be able to play at home. in their first playoff series, each of them, because I don't know if you've noticed, the Cubs, even though they lost last night, they're well clear of the field in the wild card race.
Yeah, 5.5 up in the first slot? That's pole position for the WC.
And so to see what they've been able to do, but to understand that, everybody wants starting pitching. We still don't know. It's Thursday. The trade deadline's Monday. We still don't know who all's even going to be available between now and the trade deadline. But we do know this. Both the Cubs and White Sox, they want a lot of the same stuff at the grocery store. And there's limited inventory.
That's a great way to put it. This hour on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score is being brought to you by, dramatic pause, Wintrust, ladies and gentlemen. To the Cubs. All right. This is going to be a rarity for me because the game did not end well for the Cubs. They lose to the Cardinals 3-2 in 10 innings. Ivan Herrera, a 2-run double in the 10th, split the gap in right field, off of Trent Thornton to win the game. That wasn't ideal. Cubs got terrific relief from Jacob Webb and Caleb Thielbar in the previous innings. They both put up zeros. It was a zero kind of night for a long time between the Cubs and the Cardinals. All the scoring done late in this game. However, so I'm supposed to be mad that the Cubs lost to the Cardinals.
You're not mad, are you?
The PCA moments, the home run, the way he put the bat down, the trot around the field, all of that for me, for once in my Cubsness, in my Cubdom, took all of that away.
Pete will hit a high fly ball into deep right field. Back goes Walker. That ball's got a chance. Gone. 2-run home run. Pete Crow Armstrong. Cubs lead 2-0 here in the 10th inning.
As soon as he hit it, he knew it. He threw the bat down, looked at the Cubs dugout, and watched the ball sail well over the right field wall. A long home run for Pete Crow Armstrong and gives the Cubs a 2-0 lead.
I mean, it's one of the most exciting, not home runs in Cubs history necessarily. I'm not going to go that hyperbole, but the reaction by PCA to the home run, as Ron Coomer sort of described.
What was your favorite part of the sequence?
It was the way he put the bat drop.
Is that I was like, is it a flip, a drop, or a slam? How would you describe what he did to the bat after the home run?
It's a succinct slam. It's like just a little slam dunk at the nothing exorbitant, just a slam of the bat, and then the way he looks at the Cubs dugout, pats his chest with the open hand, and then does his little dance on the dance floor around the bases because he understood the breadth of the moment. He knew where he was. He knew that tarps off. We're letting him hear it throughout most of the game.
I got your tarps right here.
Oh, and just like it was such it was a very natural reaction. What it brought back memories for me was the last time I saw a bat drop that good was by one Kyle Schwarber in 2015 against the Pittsburgh Pirates in the wild card game against Garrett Cole. Much more understated, the Kyle Schwarber one, but not a bat flip. I prefer the bat drop over the bat flip.
I don't know, man. The Jose Bautista bat flip lives in infamy because the way he just
that's next level.
That
can't be beaten.
And look, that's a bigger stakes moment for him to hit that home run. Here's what I'll say. Have you ever seen the movie Fear?
I have not.
Mark Wahlberg, and it's Reese Witherspoon. And
okay.
Wahlberg's like her crazy boyfriend that her dad doesn't want dating him, and there's this moment in the parking garage, right, where he just starts beating on his chest. He's like, And when PCA did the 3 beats to the chest, it reminded me of that. Now, the reason he was beating his chest like that was to go to Reese Witherspoon's character and show her, your dad beat me up. And then she's like, he showed me the bruises, Dad. PCA here it's like the way he looked into the dugout as he was doing the 3 beats on the chest.
Oh, yeah.
But Mark, did you notice how slow that man was running around the bases?
That was the second best part about it. I mean,
when I say take your time, I almost expected him to do a spin move when he was running. And the thing that stinks about it is, of course, that's not the end of the game. It's not the end of the story. If that had happened at Wrigley and it was the end of the story.
Holy bleep. I wish I could cuss.
But it wasn't. It wasn't. And here's my takeaway from the game. Three things. One, PCA is a superstar, and I got a lot of people telling me on social media and stuff like, oh, PCA is not that great, blah, blah, blah. It's like, look, if you don't want to believe your own eyes, I don't know what to tell you, but you're watching a star do star things. That was a star moment. The Cubs had one hit through 9 innings. That's not good enough. They had 3 hits for the game. Seiya Suzuki follows with a single after the home run. That's not good enough. That's why they lost the game.
It's a bummer when you talk and then whap.
Yeah,
whap,
it was
whap,
a lot of
whap,
whap.
whap.
But here's
Whap.
my bigger takeaways from this game. 3 of them, okay?
Where are we, by the way? Did you do 2 or did you do 1?
I did 1.
Oh, you did 1.
PCA
Okay.
is a star. Like, stop. The denial needs to stop.
Okay.
Whether
Texter says he needs to act like he's done it before. No, he does not.
No, he does not.
He
No,
hasn't
does
done
not.
it. But he hasn't done anything
I like
before.
dramatic flair. We talked about drama,
Yeah.
whether it's good, bad, whatever. I like drama. Number 2. I think they got something with Matthew Boyd. I think they're going to be okay with Matthew Boyd. I think Matthew Boyd in his 7 shutout innings and fighting through a bases loaded jam and getting out of that when they knew he knew he could. There was no margin for error. You don't have the PCA moment if he gives up a run in his 7 innings. He did not. He matched Dustin May toe-to-toe.
Super efficient with
And
his pitch count early on anyway.
One more inning than Dustin May in this game. So that's number 2. Number 3, they got to get some serious bullpen help and fast. The trade deadline, as you said, very close. And what they have is not going to work. It's not going to work because Trent Thornton, he came out disheveled mess. Hit, walk, bases loaded, nobody out. You've got a 2-run lead. You can't walk people with a 2-run lead in the last inning, Mark. You can't.
You cannot do that, right? And that's just it. Like, you'll get some good stuff like you did last night from Jacob Webb and Caleb Thielbar, and then all of a sudden you're exposed after that, and that's the danger as you go later into games, into exactly what happened last night, into extra inning. And then you have last man standing is Trent Thornton. Really quick, before we get to break, because we got to talk about this Skubal stuff. Boyd has allowed 2 earned runs in 3 starts since the All-Star break, so completely agree with you there. The offense was off last night, but my God, the Cubs' offensive approach in the 2 previous games against the Cardinals, with the 10-2 win on Tuesday, where they just tortured Michael McCreary, the starter for the Cardinals, who was like, get me out of here. He was laboring because the Cubs were taking him deep into counts. Ian Happ had a hell of an at-bat, going on a long at-bat before getting a 2-run double, and then the 7-3 win on Monday, where both Bregman and Nico had 4 hits each. So I guess this is me. Mark this down. Mark Grote is forgiving the Cubs for a loss last night because of PCA, because of the first 2 games in this series. When we do return, though, on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, the Cubs are reportedly in on Tigers ace Tarik Skubal. It is imperative that we discuss this next on The Score.
Baseball coverage on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop Grand Appliance for up to $4,000 back on the newly redesigned KitchenAid line of appliances.
Another part of my job that I've absolutely loved is the draft process and going and seeing amateur kids, seeing, the development. But the best part of this job for many things is to go out, watch the players, give information, and then watch it come to fruition. But the biggest thing is to watch these kids, live their dreams. That's the best part. And then right now to watch what we're doing as a big league club is just so incredible for our city.
We want to talk to you about the big league club, and they're awesome. But this is too cool to think about you watching Landon and Rock Chalowski. Have they turned a double play together? I know they're both shortstops.
They have. They've been doing some They do. Obviously they're doing their infield work, and today I was up there. And Rock is flipping to Landon's flipping, and it's like, you talk about a moment as a father. I mean, I've been look guys, I've been blessed in many wonderful things in my career, and to watch this for 2 days, I got to tell you, it is the most special thing, and you guys know this, having kids, to watch your kids enjoy what they're doing and love this. it is I don't think it gets any better right now.
But I was thinking about all the people they didn't give a big money extension to. Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo the second time around, and Javi Baez, and and Kyle Tucker, and they tried with Bregman last year, but all the people they chose not to invest in, this is the guy that they were able to convince Tom Ricketts to invest in. And Jed talked about how he couldn't feel better about the person they're investing in. A lot of stuff in that regard from Alex Bregman. And when he talked about what kind of player he is, it got me thinking about what the investment means and what kind of window is really opening for the Cubs. This is part of Alex Bregman's opening statement.
I'm a winning baseball player and focused on winning. And in talking with Jed and Carter throughout this process, I know that the Cubs organization is focused on winning. And I'm looking forward to doing that and winning a championship here.
So everything about Bregman, everywhere he's ever been, has been about pushing himself and his teammates to be the very best they can possibly be. And he chooses this place after lots of careful conversation about, are you guys going for it or not? What are you doing?
And because of the conversations that he had with this front office last year. Like that played a significant, that's what he said, that it played a role in him doubling back when he had the opportunity.
But there is a standard that he's expecting, and now the Cubs are signaling to him and to Boris Core and to you, the fan, that this is a go-for-it time. Like we've all kind of been urging them to do. The standard is now...
The standard?
World Series. You are announcing yourself as a team that should be expected to battle for the World Series right now and next year and the year after that and for the duration of this contract. And when you sign somebody like this with everything we know about him and why he made this choice and everything you're telling us about him, you are saying that he's going to help push you forward. And for the duration of his contract, the Cubs should be a World Series caliber contender every damn year. And that is different than the way this thing has felt since they unloaded Yu Darvish and non-tendered Kyle Schwarber and downsized and then slowly built it back up and went for it with this sort of, well, we're good enough to win the National League Central. Oh, no. Now you're telling us, and you're supposed to be good enough to win the whole damn thing every year of this 5-year contract. Let's go.
I agree with 90% of what you're saying, but I'm going to need the Cubs to back you up because they still have to replace the offensive production of Kyle Tucker. And just bringing in Alex Bregman doesn't do that. They still need more from that right field position. Whoever, it doesn't have to be bringing Kyle Tucker back, although that would be fine. That's still something that they have to do before they break camp.
Well, what if I told you that Matt Shaw's going to play some out there and he's pressed to the bottom of the roster because they're not going to trade Nico Horner, and that Seiya Suzuki's going to play a lot more right and Mo Baller is going to play a lot of DH. Like Matt Shaw is depth now. He's not somebody you're counting on to be an everyday player. That is a step forward to me as well.
It is a step forward, but if you're in World Series mode, don't stop now, boys.
And maybe they won't. But that another bat is something they could add along the way very, very easily. So, like, they're going to be in go-for-it mode, and that means every trade deadline.
Harris and Grote.
Let's go one time. Who let the dogs out?
Middays 10 to 2.
I don't know how many times I got to tell Mike to stop doing that. Sorry.
On 104.3 The Score.
Tarek Skubal's day is done at Comerica Park. You never know where life takes you. We don't know. He doesn't know. Tigers fans are thinking one thing. Thanks, Tarek.
Highlight courtesy of the Detroit Sports Network. That is potentially, as you heard Jason Benetti indicating by saying, thanks, Tariq, his final start with the Detroit Tigers. I think that's pretty much been decided on. It was, by the way, it was a Baltimore 10-9 win over those Tigers last night. Keep them down. Skubal, 6 2/3, 3 runs, 4 hits, struck out 6, walked 1, 92 pitches they let him go in his final start presumably, for the Detroit Tigers, with the trade deadline bearing down on everybody. And if you didn't see this or haven't heard this yet, late night last night, I think it was about 9:52 on my timeline, that I saw the alert in The Athletic to check out a story by Patrick Mooney. And that is that the Chicago Cubs are considering Tarik Skubal as their blockbuster option ahead of Monday's trade deadline, according to several baseball officials who were granted anonymity to candidly discuss the still developing market. So again, Patrick Mooney of The Athletic, the Cubs are in on Skubal, as we welcome you back into Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score.
It's an arms race, but really it's an arm race. And I'm so fascinated by this story and this reporting by Mooney, but also just, Bob Nightingale writes a piece talking about how the Dodgers are his preferred destination as a free agent. And so this sounds like it would just be a straight up rental situation. And it is an arm race because if you're the Brewers, you can't have the Cubs coming in and getting Tarik Skubal. And they have a deeper pool of prospects to pull from if they want to go get Tarik Skubal to pair him with Jacob Misiorowski for this one shot at 2026, not knowing if there will be baseball in 2027. At the same time, if you're the Dodgers and you see the possibility of a Misiorowski Skubal, that'd be something that could potentially stop you from winning a third straight World Series. So that's why I think the elevation, the bidding might be a little too high for the Cubs at some point.
If they were able to pull this off, I would have a lot of respect for the Cubs in that it is filled with risk. There is no doubt about it. But that's all we can ask our big market baseball team to do. That's all we can ask the Chicago Cubs to do. A team that in 2016 reset the standard at the very least winning postseason game series, and if not that, getting to the World Series. That's the kind of move that big market World Series teams make, to go for it, even if there is a huge opportunity cost attached to it. Even if it doesn't work out, and then suddenly you are stuck without all of those fringe major leaguers, the Ballesteroses, the Shaws, your minor league prospects, your Jackson Wigginses, and we can go through the top Cubs prospects. But that's what big time teams do. So while I get it, it's not ideal in that, as you correctly pointed out, it would most likely just be a rental, and then there you are. Let's play the feud. Now you're in the game. You gotta do real damage in the postseason to feel like you can justify it. But I would have a lot of respect for them to do that if they were to pull it off, even if you had to look away a little bit at what they potentially would have to give up. That said, it's going to be really hard for the Cubs to pull this off because of Tampa Bay, because of the Dodgers, because of Milwaukee, who all have better options in the minor league. And look, it was worth pointing out in the article by Patrick Mooney that Jed Hoyer has a close relationship with the GM, Scott Harris, but I think it's being overstated a little bit at large. There is no way in hell that Scott Harris is going to give the Cubs and his buddy Jed Hoyer some sort of home team discount. He's got his own ass to worry about. There's no discount. Maybe if all things are equal.
All things aren't equal. The Tigers are in trouble.
The Tigers are in trouble, and they hold all the cards. So this is going to be difficult, but get the Scott Harris is close with Jed Hoyer out of your mind. That should not enter into the chat.
What about he's in Arizona for...
No.
Guess
no,
what?
No,
Half the teams in baseball are in Arizona. What are we talking about?
Exactly. And ultimately, baseball players are here for a short time, and they can take all their money when they're done and go wherever they want to go in life. So, yeah, that stuff doesn't hold water for me either, unfortunately.
312-644-6767. Texas, call us. Please tell us what you think about this Tarik Skubal idea for the Cubs. Are you willing to give up prospects? If so, who are you not willing to give up? Because I think that's maybe a better question than who are you? Because you know how it is. It's like fantasy baseball, fantasy football. Oh yeah, I'll give you this. Like you just start throwing names out there to see if it sticks with a guy you really want.
the other guy, if he knows what he's doing, is not trading his star player to you for just a bunch of names. They've got to be quality names. So who are you not willing to give up as a Cubs fan for rental? Because it's a rental. Ain't no way this man is reset. Remember what you thought about Kyle Tucker last year? Multiply that by 100 in terms of the lack of odds of him returning as a Cub if the Cubs were to be able to successfully go out and get him. And I do think for him specifically, already saying that LA is his preferred destination as a free agent, the Dodgers, they're going to give him whatever he wants. They're going to give him whatever he wants when it comes to free agency.
So gluttonous.
But I do want them. Hey, look. If you think you've got an offer, if it's Matt Shaw, some of these other players, I have no problem with the Cubs giving up Matt Shaw and some prospects to get Tarek Skubal for what I know is happening, and that's this season. I don't know if next season is happening.
Phone lines are already popping, and there is room. We got a lot of phone lines here.
Yes.
So 312-644-6767. This is I can't keep up with the text line day today as well, but we'll try to get to some of those. I'm seeing all sorts of different thoughts pop up. Let me ask you, Marshall Harris, quickly, a parameter for the discussion of who you wouldn't trade. Does that include guys on the Major League roster right now, or are we just going under the assumption that nobody would be touched, that there would be no creative doings, that you don't touch any of the expiring contract guys on this team, most of which are pitchers, by the way. Talk about Shota Imanaga and Matthew Boyd, who obviously you can't get rid of starting pitchers at this point. Boyd. Somebody on the text line already saying, why not trade Nico Horner and have Matt Shaw play second base? No, because I'm not convinced that Matthew Shaw is an everyday second baseman.
Well, that would be fine, I think, for the Cubs.
Actually, he might be. He was pretty good at third.
That would be fine for the Cubs. Why in the world would Detroit do that deal? Now, here's what I will say about Detroit, and this is why the Matt Shaw component to me becomes important, because the Tigers play in the American League Central, and here's what we know about the American Leagues in general and the American League Central specifically. It's not just a year-to-year league, but they could trade Tarek Skubal and still make some type of run at a wild card. They're 4 games out of a wild card spot. Just because they trade Tarek Skubal doesn't mean that they can't make a run at a playoff spot. They could trade away Skubal and get major league ready guys who can help them right now and see what they can do. They'll still have other pitchers unless they trade multiple starting pitchers. So it's not we're sellers and we're giving up on the 2026 season as a playoff team. You could still win the wild card. We've seen teams do this before. And the other thing I would say is, if they want to do that, Matt Shaw becomes more valuable than some of these lower level prospects that other organizations can offer right now.
For me, there's nobody that's off limits in terms of, like, I got nothing for you on the Major League roster and the team. Like, I'm not going to get crazy like that. But there isn't a prospect, there isn't a borderline player like we're talking about the Biosterases and the Matt Shaws. There is nobody for me who would be off limits in a case like this, where you have an opportunity to get a guy who could potentially get you into the World Series. Couple things to think about here too, and this is part of the Patrick Mooney article in The Athletic. The Cubs, he writes, would prefer a pitcher under team control, of course. Joe Ryan is one of those who is under control through 2027. Now, we know that Minnesota seems to think that they're here to stay, so they may be a team that is adding on, but they're going to listen. These are just things that are out there and being said. Things change. Player compensation talks. The Angels' Reed Detmers pops up in the article. And
hey, he's the White Sox guy.
Stop. Oh, that's right. We'll do the White Sox too. Reed Detmers, a couple of Angels actually, and Jose Soriano are both under team control through the year 2028. The other rentals, too. Let me throw these guys in there for thought for our callers and our texters, 312-644-6767. Kevin Gausman of the Toronto Blue Jays. Again, these are all guys that would be rentals, one-and-doners. Clay Holmes. Hey, he's for the White Sox, right? Freddie Peralta of the Mets. You have Foster Griffin. He plays for the Nationals. You have Trevor Rogers, who plays for Baltimore. Isn't he a Cubs reliever or a Sox reliever? Trevors and Rogers. Casey Mize of the Tigers, whose name has continued to pop up. The former number 1 overall pick, by the way. Robbie Ray, the lefty from San Francisco, is a potential rental as well. So all these names continue to pop, but Skubal is at the center of all of it.
One of the things that's helped with this idea that they could make a push is that they have the Major League talent. It's not just just Matt Shaw. You could trade Matt Shaw because of what Pedro Ramirez has done as a 22-year-old.
I keep
you
forgetting
could
to bring
trade
his name
Pedro
up.
Ramirez.
Yeah, I keep forgetting
and
to
these
bring
are
that name
guys
up.
who can play all over the baseball field. And I think that's important when we're talking about options to send away. That's what's important here. And you look at the text line, they're firing up on us right now.
I can't keep up. Why don't we do this? Let's do a little call appetizer here. We're going to take more calls after the break for sure. But why don't we get in some mozzarella cheese sticks right now? 312-644-6767.
I prefer poppers. But
Oh, okay. I'll paint you poppers.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. Rob's in Crystal Lake. Rob, get us started, man. What's going on? You're on the score.
What's going on, guys? This is so exciting just to think about it. But I'm ready to give up, guys. I don't think Matt Shaw and Ballesteros are going to get us what we want. That's my problem.
It'd take more prospects.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot more. But would you rather have Skubal or would you rather have Detmers and Mason Miller?
Wow, that's interesting.
I mean, I'd rather have Detmers and Mason Miller. It's not even a question for me because both those guys are under control beyond this season. That's a move not just for 2026. That's a move through 2028?
Right, and that solves your Trent Thornton pitching in the 10th inning problem.
Awful. That was awful.
Poor Trent Thornton. I hate this because Trent Thornton never did anything to anybody. The Cubs just got injured. And by the way, Daniel Palencia, as somebody on the text line had asked about him, slowly rehabbing. I don't know if we'll see him, and if he does come back, if he'll stay healthy.
To put it in perspective, remember, this is a guy that Craig Counsell was refusing to use on back-to-back days when he was healthy because they were worried about stressing his arm out. So looking at the text line right here, it says here, this is hilarious. Marshall, trade your best pitcher and you still win in the playoffs. What are you drinking? I didn't say anything about
I was like, wait a minute.
Did I say that? No, I don't think I did that.
Who is
Tigers
that,
just
by the
did
way?
this 2 years ago, 708, sold and then got hit and went to playoffs. Like I think the Tigers, that's why I think the Cubs have as strong a case to make a trade for Skubal as anyone because they can give you guys that can help them right now this season.
Right, but the texter is right, too, and we do this all the time. Hey, all you got to do is give them Ballesteros and Matt Shaw because we're intimately aware of their powers and what they can do, but to the outside world, to the rest, they're like, who? What? You're telling us to take what? Guys that kind of play in the major leagues but don't play in the major leagues?
630 is asking, how much of a say do the players have in the trades? Listening to the discourse on Skubal, if the player wants to go to Chicago, how much does that factor into the trades? It doesn't. It doesn't. These organizations have to get what they can to restock their farm system and make good moves.
That's exactly right. So there's so many different layers to this, and we're talking about all of them. 312-644-6767. We are going to take more of your calls on Tarik Skubal. What are you willing to give up? What are you not willing to give up for Skubal? Do you like the idea at all? Would you prefer that they went with some of the other quote-unquote safer routes? Maybe you are more desirous of Mason Miller to be talked about. It's all in play here. 312-644-6767, the number. All of your calls coming up next on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6.
We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work.
Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day.
And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today.
This segment is sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite service team should be the new Toyota.
So all that happened. It wasted some time. They had to go to commercial and all this, and they're like, what is going on with the base at second base? And finally, one of the umpires did explain it.
So we are ready for
the problem was the plug that sticks in the hole got stuck.
What?
Dig it out.
That's what she said.
There we go.
All right.
Bill Miller letting everybody know what's going on. The plug in the hole, the thing to that, and here we go.
The old plug in the hole.
No dry socket. Hey, so
a little bit of the
Grote,
old in and out.
You know when he knew it was like, oh, wait, this is all about me. When he had to clear his throat because he heard what he sounded like on the PA.
Yeah, let's hear that again. That was hilarious.
So we are ready
the problem was the plug that sticks in the hole got stuck. Dig it out. That was the problem.
There we go.
All right.
Bill Miller letting everybody know what's going on.
Oh, man.
The plug in the hole, the thing to that, and here we go.
He's like your handyman at Menards or wherever. Now here's the problem. Here's the problem you got here is I see this right here, this spike, that goes in the hole. That's your problem right there.
So they needed a whole commercial break to get that thing back in the hole in the proper way.
Do you remember Little League baseball? At least when I played baseball, of course they didn't have the professional bases with the big spike in it. They would have like 2 thinner spikes, and the bag was super loose. At least the one that I played in. They're just tiny little bags that they weren't the major league bags.
Wait, the bags didn't move? I thought you played in the olden days where the bags, they just put the bags down and home plate was the only one that was actually out there.
Just hope it's 90 feet. By the end of the game.
One step up from Sandlot baseball.
Yeah, not that old, but definitely the ones with the 2 thin spikes that would go in it. So I was sitting there watching that and laughing aloud as Bill Miller just felt very comfortable telling everybody where the spike must go in the hole.
It all felt very, to your point, Mark, minor league-ish.
Yeah.
Like the whole operation.
Yeah.
Because it's a minor league ballpark.
Right.
The Sacramento River Cats still play there. You know?
The plug that sticks in the hole got stuck.
The plug that sticks in the hole got stuck. I want to have Bill Miller on. Bill, tell us more about this. Well, it just got stuck. You saw what happened. The hole in the plug got stuck.
Did that require an explanation, though? Because it wasn't like something happened on the field. That throat clear is going to be a drop.
In all honesty, I appreciated that there was an explanation, because if you're watching the game, you're like, what the hell is going on? It was nice. It was nice to get like a very specific answer from Bill Miller right there.
Yeah, I agree. Like any delay in the action, I like the transparency, even if, and I mean, if it's going to be as entertaining as that, I guess Bill Miller should be doing them all.
It'd be nice if he it literally explained everything in reverse. What happened was you got your leg down here, and the glove went on top of the leg, and you weren't able to get under it, so the guy's out.
I need one strange incident every game that guy is a part of.
No doubt. I will say, like, you were talking about the NBA refs in those situations. They're pretty good. Maybe I don't watch enough NBA.
I think they have real media training, because I tell you, they pull up to that scores table. Like you said, they give a little lean, like, all right.
This is my time to show.
Time for my close-up.
This is my one shot.
Time for my close-up. And then they go, and they let you know in a very succinct manner what has happened, sometimes a little flair, sometimes just straight up. Like, they all have their different ways of doing things, and I appreciate an NBA official on a call that is confirmed, or a call that stands, or a call that is overturned.
Yeah, I mean, they really get that zeroed in shot, you know. That's more NBA referees, NBA officials are more like a TV show host than any of the other officials. Yes, you're getting zeroed in on, but you got this wide shot. Like for the NBA guys, it's like they're looking right at you when they're explaining those rulings.
You guys saw the Walt Weiss tackle, right? And the whole melee. I was wondering, I don't know if an umpire came on much like an NBA official would after and explain, like, these are the players who are called out. Usually it's just like they just point and go, and there's no real, as you said,
they sort it out the next day or whatever to find out.
I wonder if they're doing that now in MLB. That's my next question. That's the next logical step, right?
I needed to be Bill Miller. Reynaldo Lopez hit Jorge Soler in the face with a baseball.
He got him pretty good. There was one return hit that didn't necessarily land, but he got him in the hole.
Can you imagine? Walt Weiss took him down.
The Cubs are going to perform for Dustin, is what I've learned.
That's pretty cool you're going. I hope the weather's nice. I hope it agrees with you. Maybe you could give us a report. If you get out there before 11, give us a report on inside the clubhouse.
Did you happen to see what the giveaway is tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh. Is it Pat Hughes Sweater Day?
Almost. It should be Dustin Rhodes Vest Day.
Is it?
It is a Cubs puffer vest.
Is that why you're going?
Well, part of it. I mean, if anybody needs to have that Cubs giveaway, it's I wear a vest if it's 20 below out or if it's 79 degrees. I wear a vest.
We call you
on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
We are so live and so on the radio. We're so guerrilla radio, as a matter of fact. We might even be raging against the machine on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote today on 104.3 The Score.
Are you the machine? Because I rage against you every day.
I know you do. I guess I am the machine. I don't like to think of myself as the machine, though. That's probably not a flattering thing, is it? We all rage against the machine.
I mean, AI's taking over, so that makes you like on the winning side, I guess.
The only machines we like around here, Sox machine. Shout
Sox
out to those
machine.
guys.
I've been begging for a sack machine for quite a while.
True.
Yeah, you have been. Hey, if Rage Against the Machine was here at Lollapalooza, I would go to Lollapalooza. I'm always a threat to go to Lollapalooza. If the Smashing Pumpkins are here, I do like John Summit because remember that pop-up concert?
That was crazy.
Oh, that was awesome, man.
Feet away from us, John Summit.
I got to see Rage Against the Machine at Lollapalooza, and it was while I had my jaw fractured and I had my mouth wired shut.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was awesome.
Raise your hand if you've had your jaw wired shut. I guess Ray and I will.
I drink a Boost for breakfast and Ensure for dessert. Somebody order pancakes. I just set the scissor.
I see Olivia Dean as well. Like they probably don't need me in that audience, though.
You're
probably.
Good. You're good, Grote. You're good wherever you go. You got the pass.
What about Lord? I would see Lord. We should all respect.
You're
the
very
Lord.
versatile today in your polo, by the way. You can get into any crowd with that polo.
I'm throwing people off by wearing a collared shirt today.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wear your graphic T-shirts and your the score.
Where's my sloppiness?
Yeah. I didn't say sloppiness. I just
decided not to bring.
I wear a graphic T-shirt every day.
Grote, did I overhear Dustin offer one of his vests to you?
I asked him for a vest because he was mentioning that it's always cool in these studios, and I said, "You got an extra vest?" He's like, "Yeah, absolutely." He didn't even give me crap for the shorts. As a matter of fact, when I walked in, Brandon Fryer was complimenting my legs, so that was very nice. And we thought it was going to be the other guy.
That might be tongue in cheek. I'm just going to tell you that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. And now I know how you feel about my legs. Coming up in just a little bit, we're talking baseball right now and the Cubs because per Patrick Mooney and The Athletic, the Cubs are considering Tariq Skubal as their blockbuster option ahead of the trade deadline, which is on Monday. And this is from Patrick Mooney again, according to several baseball officials who were granted anonymity and candidly able to discuss this still developing market, is exactly how Patrick Mooney wrote it. But we will have a bunch of Bears coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, led by Clay Harbor, who I saw out there at Hallis Hall yesterday. We took in that first short practice. Bears going a little bit longer today, an extra 15 minutes today. So we will also talk to Herb Howard, who will be reporting live from Hallis Hall and to give us all the nitty-gritty. I don't believe Clay is out there today. So Herb is on the spot. They're both out there, apparently. Okay.
Everybody's out there but you, Grote. Do you feel left out?
No, because I'm so happy to be here in studio with
That's
you.
the right answer.
Where else would I get leg criticism if I was out at Hallis Hall?
Criticism.
Everybody's nice to me out in Lake Forest.
Hey,
I come
Grote,
in here.
You're going to let Marshall talk about your legs?
Yeah,
like
I got
that?
chicken legs. What are you talking about?
That's a great point. See, maybe that's just it. He's been bullied so badly on his legs that he's handing it down, right? I mean, it really, you're so susceptible. It's unbelievable.
All right, let's bully some callers.
All right, let's do it. Let's get started. What do you think about Tariq Skubal coming to the Cubs? What are you willing to give up? What are you not willing to give up? How do you feel about it? Let's go to Dave in Round Lake. Dave, thanks for being so patient. You are on the score with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I just want to make sure that this isn't some type of PR ploy by the Cubs, so Cub fans aren't upset if we don't get Tariq Skubal and you get calls saying, oh, why didn't we get him? Why weren't the Cubs in on him? Just want to make sure about that. That's all.
Dave, the thought crossed my mind. I don't think that's crazy because in the article it also says, written by Patrick Mooney, he writes, the Cubs would prefer a pitcher under team control, but they are at least giving the appearance, and maybe it's legitimate. I'm not saying it's not, but the thought had crossed my mind too.
No, that thought crossed my mind, Dave. I think we'll be able to tell rather easily once you see whatever the package is if the Cubs don't get him, because you'll be like, could the Cubs have offered this type of package? And the answer will be yes or no.
Let's go to Michael, who is apparently at LA Fitness. I've been known to
get an LA Fitness run in.
Absolutely.
Hoop run.
That used to be when I lived over in the streeter of the Villes. I used to work out at LA Fitness.
Are you hooping or are you lifting over there?
No, lifting, guys. So, hey, man, hey, I look at it this way. I follow the minor leaguers, all the minor leaguers in baseball, but I don't think the Cubs would at least I wouldn't be willing to give up Ramirez or that Hartshorn kid at South Bend, because I think he's got star potential. He's a 19-year-old outfielder. The Cubs are going to need some outfielders because Happ and Suzuki are both going to be free agents. But I'd pretty much do a combination of one of those guys and maybe three other guys. Maybe a guy like Shaw, Ballesteros, maybe Wiggins, because maybe they're going to want a potential starting pitcher in return.
They're going to want controllable starting pitching. I mean, it might start with that. So Wiggins is definitely a good name. But go on, Michael. Sorry, bud.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, like I said, I think it's going to probably take about 4 players in the Cubs farm system. My guess is going to be a combination of Shaw, Ballesteros, maybe Long, maybe Wiggins, and either Ramirez or that Harston kid. But I wouldn't give them both. I would not give up both. Like I said, Suzuki and Happ are going to be. So maybe the Cubs will re-sign Suzuki, but they're going to need some young outfielders to replace those guys in the near future.
Heard, bro. What are you lifting? What are you up to, man? Where are we at? We got it up to 200. What do we got?
Yeah, I'm at about 175.
Nothing wrong with that. That's pretty good.
Is that your 1 rep max on the bench?
Warm up?
Yeah, no, actually,
1 rep.
Oh.
No. That's I'm doing 3 sets of 8.
Loves it. Michael, thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate you taking the time to call us during your lift.
Get after it, Michael. Get after it. Hey, protein up after the workout.
We had one caller who said, hey, guys, I got to get on. I got to be to work by 10:45. We are here to accommodate the people.
We try. Keep it going.
I love where we're going right now. We got to get to Michigan with all this Tariq Skubal talk. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to Kalamazoo and talk to our guy, Jeff. What's going on in the zoo, man?
Hey, guys, I'm into fitness sandwich in my mouth is what I'm in.
That's good. That's good. Thank you, Jeff.
Take it easy, Jeff.
I watch every Tigers game. I'm a Sox fan in Tiger Land. So I've seen Skubal. I'll tell you this: he's the best pitcher in Major Leagues, bar none. Skeens isn't even close to him.
Well, I'd say he's close to him.
Skeens is falling off.
He's not even close to him.
Well, this year, I
tell you what.
We'll have that argument another day.
I'll tell you this. If you want Skubal, I think the only way that the Cubs can sneak in there and beat the Dodgers is if they offer Ballesteros and Shaw, and then they get 2 people that have played, but they're going to have to give up numerous prospects. Probably the only ones they have in the top 100 are they're 61 and they're 64, Hartshorn and Rojas. So, I mean, those are way down the line. If you look at the Dodgers, what the Detroit Tigers will want is outfielders because they have infield. Mm-hmm. So the Dodgers are loaded with great outfielder prospects, and so is Milwaukee. Yeah, I know. So you're in trouble there. Also, with Skubal, they mentioned earlier today that, if you can if you get him, you get first chance at signing him. Bruce mentioned that. But Bruce also mentioned that he'd be like a $40 million pitcher. I don't think he's a $40 million pitcher. Zach Wheeler's making $43 million. Mm-hmm. I think you're looking at $45, $50 for Skubal, who's 30. He's going to be 6 years younger than Wheeler, and he's probably going to ask for 6 to 8 years. So you're looking at anywhere between a $300 to a $400 million contract, which I'm sure the Cubs are not going to do. And to kind of piggyback on what the other caller said, you might lose Happ and Suzuki. You may have to hold on to some prospects just to fill those spots next year. I hate to see the Dodgers get everything they want, but it looks pretty much like that's where it's going. So,
Jeff, thank you for the call, buddy. We really appreciate well thought out call. Some things to think about based on your call right there.
I'm pretty certain it's going to be the Dodgers because if you're the Dodgers and you've already won 2 World Series titles and money is not a problem for you, like it's not even really a thought to you.
I think their players are AI, like their prospects. Like how could this be the case every single year where they're the best team on the field and the best team in the farm system? Are they real? These are not real players, are they?
You know why it's the way it is?
Why?
Because everybody's blocked. Because they pay everybody to play as a starter on their team.
Yeah.
So all their prospects just get to a certain level. How did Michael Busch come to be on the Cubs?
Yeah, well, how about on the White Sox, their third baseman?
Munetaka Murakami.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Miguel Vargas.
Yeah.
I've got
I was having having a problem too.
I've got Mooney on the mound because, I don't know if you saw what he did last night, but
it was pretty
flick
awesome.
of the wrist.
Well, I can't believe that you would give him the headline over Antonacci, but fine. Okay, that's cool. I mean, Antonacci did it with the man on.
Antonacci's homegrown.
I'm giving you all the opportunities to slam me on Antonacci.
We got a whole series coming up soon with those 2 teams. It's going to be epic.
Oh my God. Can you imagine if Skubal was on the Cubs for White Sox.
He's not going to be on the Cubs.
And then you had the Mike Vassell wand. Remember when Vassell and Skubal went at it?
If he's on the Cubs, Tarek Skubal, I will. No, you know what? I'm not
no!
I got to think of something good. I didn't have anything off the top of my head. I'll think of something. By the end of the show, I'll think of something I'll do if Tarek Skubal ends up on the Cubs.
We were absolutely.
I'm the wizard. What's going on here?
He does not fall out of that character. Like Vassell has become that. They need to get him out of that character next year, though, because he's going to pitch, right?
Allegedly.
I would like him to come out with the wand to the mound. Let's make this like WWE wrestling. Like he runs out with the wand.
Oh, my God. Oh, man. We are Chicagoing today. I've heard, 4 Ballesteros is now? Ballesteros. I guess we still accept that to some degree. But
2 L's is a Y in Spanish, people.
Yeah, it is Ballesteros.
Ballesteros.
But yeah. Well, the
Ballesteros
are coming in hot. Hector Villanueva. All right, I got something to give away here. Caller 6 to the Score contest line, 312-540-0670 will win a pair of general admission tickets to see Tool, Morrissey, Nas, Social Distortion, and more at Riot Fest on Saturday, September 19th. I'm going. For tickets and more info, go to riotfest.org. Tickets provided by Riot Fest. Coming up next, we go down the highway. We go to Lake Forest. We're going to the North Shore, and we're going to bring in Clay Harbor, who is at Bears practice today. We will talk Bears for about the next 45 minutes, as a matter of fact, on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on the Score.
I wish I had some bald calves.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Patrick Mooney from The Athletic says Cubs trade deadline search for pitching includes Tarik Skubal.
If your plan is not just to get to the postseason, but to make noise in the postseason, and if your plan is also not to watch the team up north sign him for a World Series run, that's a terrible idea to not get involved.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Summer is officially here, and Chicago is...
Dork thinks he's going to drown.
That was his selling point. I saw him look at that vest like all week.
All week, he probably got tickets right after the promotions came out in the calendar in January at Cub Fest.
Yeah,
Cub convention.
What you saw is just fantasy. Yeah. He's getting ready for the vest. That's all. Appreciation of his purchase.
Is that what he was talking to Crane about at Cub convention?
I don't know.
Lining up the
puffer vest.
The promotional items. That's good. So the first 10,000, you better get there.
Yeah, you gotta. Ballet better go quick
that
over
would be
the
awesome.
Forest Dance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rhodes. You're 10,001.
Oh,
we just ran out.
Would that be something?
Here's an Alex Bregman bobblehead.
I would ask Bruce, but I know I'm going to be Bruce there because he's going to be working with you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Bruce is 9/11. We got guys.
Now,
we're set up.
Will he do it from here or will he do it from Wrigley?
No. Come on, technology. He's doing it from Wrigley.
Okay. So he'll beat me to Wrigley then.
He'll beat you to Wrigley. He'll be there 8:30 in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, he's ready.
When do they start giving out those?
Does that count as one of the first? If he's there at 8:30, he'll be one of the first 10,000.
He should now be one.
But he's not. He's going in the media. He's not. He's not at the.
That's true. He's going in the media entrance, and they frown upon that stuff. They don't even give you towels anymore when you walk through, like at the Bears games or whatever. If you go through the media entrance,
no rally towels.
No rally towels. No give outs. I couldn't walk out of there with a vest.
You got to pay for that.
You got to pay for that stuff. Well, that's exciting. Then you're going to get a vest. Kate Horton's going to deliver. And the Cubs will be 500 again.
Fingers crossed on the vest.
Fingers crossed.
Really? You think it's going to be that close? You're really going to be delayed that much?
To get the vest?
Yes.
Well, my daughter, it's just my daughter and I. It's a dad-daughter day, and she's got to do ballet. But so we got ballet finishes, and we're going to come right down.
It's not a competition, or
No.
It's
just class, but you can't miss class.
Okay.
What time does class get over?
I want to say 10:30.
Oh, you're going to be cutting it close,
right? Yeah,
you're going to be cutting it close.
Yeah.
Maybe
And Av Noon, the famous ballet instructor, likes to keep them a little bit late.
The tension in that car driving downtown is going to be just thick enough to cut with a knife.
And for Lent, I gave up road rage. So when I get in a pickle, I say a Hail Mary or an Our Father.
He gave up road rage. How do you have road rage when you're driving 35 miles an hour in a 50
Because
zone?
people are giving me a look as they pass me and cut me off.
And everyone in a car right now just heard you say that and say, no, that's cute. How do you give up road rage? Come on.
How do you get road rage when you drive as slow as you're driving? I don't understand.
Well, road rage isn't necessarily speed of driving. It's the decisions that are made that put you in a spot like I can just imagine Dustin flipping off somebody who happens to not give him the right of way on when he's turning left.
Yeah, but he could never catch up to him.
Have you driven next to me before?
Oh, that would be fun.
It's our guy. He has left us, but amazingly, we still have access to him.
To Heavenly Doug.
We are the only show in town, the only media entity anywhere that has access to Heavenly Doug. And what a thrill it is to welcome him to the Zoom. He's on Zoom, too, which is incredible.
Yeah, we never thought that.
Heavenly Doug knows how to use Zoom.
We're gone? Are we good to go?
We're good.
Are we back?
We're back.
We're live from 6-7 at 6 Heavenly, the score. I know we're not supposed to call it that when you guys 104.96 or I don't know. Go to the calls all the same.
And we're covering every storyline, every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour on The Score being brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Clay Harbor, former NFL player.
Clay Harbor, slot to the left. Here's Vick's pass, and it's caught. Touchdown by Harbor.
And that's a touchdown. Clay Harbor makes that catch.
And they've got Harbor for the touchdown.
Football analyst for Chicago Sports Network.
Theo Benedict went to the starting lineup last year. They were 6-2. They averaged 382 yards per game. So then when Theo Benedict went in, they really didn't lose a step. And that's because you got a guy like Ben Johnson who knows his players intimately. He knows what they need help with, and he's not going to put them on an island against some edge rusher like Myles Garrett without help.
Oh, my gosh. That's a scary thought.
Ugly.
Clay Harbor with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score.
Welcome back into the show. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote along with Marshall Harris. I'm Mark Grote. Layla Rahimi will be on the Sky Call tonight with Zach Zaidman and Alyssa Bergamini doing the pregame like she does. Looking forward to listening to that broadcast. We will be back at full strength tomorrow. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote will when we are at Gallagher Way ahead of Cubs, Yankees, and all this great trade deadline talk. But let us turn our attention to Bears, where they practiced a little bit longer today after a shorty yesterday. They went about 15 minutes longer today, according to reports. But I would say probably not enough. Probably not long enough for two-a-day Clay. Because Clay Harbor, when you were playing football, man,
back in my day,
it was two-a-day. I've heard you talking about that. This stuff out here, this doesn't fly, does it?
No, this is easy. These guys don't understand the old days back when Marshall Harris was with NBC Philadelphia covering the team out there. It was hard. It was difficult. It was tough. We had 2 days. Andy Reid had us tackling to the ground 2 practices a day.
Seriously? That's amazing. Did Marshall ever challenge you in the locker room the way he does these days? Or was he nice and easy because you were just Clay Harbor, the football player?
Marshall challenged me, but Marshall was he was busy doing a lot of other things during the time away from football. He was.
I was mostly
out at the
on
Jersey
football.
Shore.
Stop.
You know.
Stop.
Yeah, I can
Stop.
see that.
See the way you just tried to bring up the Jersey Shore. See how he tries to deflect and make it all about me. It was all about Clay. I saw Clay at the Jersey Shore doing his thing. I was like, that's a future reality television star right there. See how that works?
gosh.
See how that works, Clay?
Okay. So he tried to bring it back on me.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
that's where I met Marshall Harris. I've known Marshall Harris since like 2010. Grote.
Okay. Yeah, no, I know. He considers himself your mentor. I mean, he was talking about that earlier today.
What I was
That's how
saying
old he
is,
is.
you should go ahead and keep track of all your things, Clay, from now on. That's all I want you to do, okay? You got the message, right, Clay?
Okay, I got you.
We're still riding out Saturday, right? Because you got the head start with your training camp experience. I'm going to get out there with you on Saturday. We're going to have a good time. But tell me what's your biggest single takeaway from day one and day two?
Well, today obviously it was a different sort of day. Yesterday obviously was the first day of practice. You're just kind of ramping up. You don't want to get anybody hurt. Let's just get a feel for everything that's going on. So it was a quick practice. One period of 7-on-7, maybe one period of team. Grote was out there taking his notes. He's always locked in.
You know it.
Today was different. It was more competitive. It was hotter. It was more back and forth. The offense had an amazing day. Today, it looked like, to me, the offense is way ahead of where the defense is. Rome looked good for the second day in a row. Luther Burden looked like he is in midseason form. He's beating up on some of these defensive backs. Colson Loveland had a really good day. And then also Khalif Raymond was the player of the day and had the play of the day in a 50-yard bomb. So these weapons looked really good today, and the defense looks like they're behind the offense. Usually we don't say that. You guys know training camp, it's usually, the defense is supposed to be ahead of the offense. Today, the offense was ahead of the defense, and what I noticed from my 9 years of experience, they were using a ton of motions and shifts. Usually early in the install, you're doing more basic stuffs. I was seeing double shifts with a motion with the shift. You're moving a couple guys. So I was really impressed with the lack of penalties, everything they were able to do pre-snap, and how smooth it ran in this operation, because early in camp and when you're installing this stuff, that usually doesn't happen. So you can tell these guys have retained a lot from last year, and now they're going to be, we talk about speaking the same language. They're trying to speak the same language. They're going to be having much longer and more difficult conversations this year, something that Marshall Harris struggles with.
He's giving that look right now, just so you know. You probably see him on Zoom right now.
The sarcasm is duly noted. I'm the best conversationalist that Clay knows. Point blank. Period. It's not close.
Clay,
he'll tell you this.
Clay, this is though. You are. It is music to my ears to hear you saying what you are saying, because it's one thing to hear it from Caleb Williams yesterday and sort of taking a step up in the way he comports himself with the media and the words, literally the words that are coming out of his mouth, the language that he is speaking. But then to see it on the field, as you said, with the extra motions and the extra shifts, and Ben Johnson asking Caleb Williams to take it to another level, getting better at identifying defenses. That's the stuff right there. And it feels like, based on the jump that Caleb Williams made last year, that Caleb Williams is capable of making that next jump.
And it's really funny, Grote. I should have told you guys this. As I'm talking to you guys right here, Caleb Williams walks right in front of me. I'm talking about the Bears, talking about how these guys are making weapons, making plays, and Caleb just walking right in front of me. That was pretty funny. But now that he's gone, I will say
that was ripping now.
Yeah, and had an excellent day of practice. I mean, Dennis Allen isn't easing his way into this thing either. Like, for having a bunch of new players, 2 new safeties, a new linebacker, everything he's working with there, a rookie corner going in and out. He's running a bunch of different coverages. I saw some man. I saw some zone. You saw some blitzes there. Obviously, there's no pads, so the guys up front can't really do much. But he was trying to confuse the offense a little bit. He's running a lot of different things, and Caleb went to the right place every time. He was quick. He was on time. The rhythm was there. Every NFL player knows if you're a receiver, you're a tight end, you know when the ball should be there. You know where the hole is. You shouldn't have to look until you're at a specific spot in the route when you see the coverage. If it's man, it's going to be here at this time. If it's zone, okay, it should be in this hole. You're on the same page. And today, it looked like all hands were on deck. Caleb was getting the ball out on time. The receivers were getting to the right depth. They were getting to the right hole in the zone. They were winning in man-to-man coverage. There is going to be a lot of options this year, and Caleb seems to me like he is doing a better job of recognizing that coverage and getting the ball out on time. And that's just little tricks, little hints of telling him where he should go with the ball.
Clay Harbor joins us, the CHSN analyst for the Big Football Show. Big Pro Football Show, excuse me, on CHSN alongside David Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky. Okay, on the one hand, iron sharpens iron, so if the Bears defense has to go up against what you're saying is this much improved Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson offense, it should get better. On the other hand, Spider-Man's not out there. Spider-Man comes out today in theaters, by the way. I'm going to see it after the show, but Spider-Man for the Bears is not out there today.
I might go with you.
So
that's why I keep seeing people walking around in
Spider-Man
Spider-Man
stuff.
gear.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
You notice they don't have Kyler Gordon jerseys on because they forgot that he plays for the Bears.
Yeah, oof, yeah.
So, Clay, what are they going to do about their Spider-Man problem?
Marshall, you just made a huge point and something that I noticed today at practice. A lot of those catches I'm talking about, they were coming from the slot. And you had a lot of Cam Lewis. Cam Lewis is a guy that reminds me a lot of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He can play a lot. He's a jack of all trades, but master of none. So he's not a guy that you want to be a slot defender that's going to lock people down. Obviously, that's not what you're going to get from a safety slot defender, a guy that is a jack of all trades in an emergency. You can place him in there. Jalen Jones, he had an okay day. Malik Muhammad got beat at the end. I saw him on a route by Xavier Thomas. He got beat by Khalif Raymond once. So the slot defenders were getting eaten up today. And even some of the linebackers. Devin Bush got beat a couple times by Colson Loveland. So that interior defense is something that I'm looking at. And if Kyler Gordon can't get out there on the field, I mean, the Bears might have to look for help elsewhere because I'm not sure that they have the backup that they need in the building. And what in the analogy I know Marshall likes analogies. The analogy I gave the other day on the Big Pro Football Show with David Haugh, I said, it's like you're waiting on the red line. You don't have a backup plan because you don't know when it's going to show up. Or if it's going to show up,
that's a great analogy.
You better have a backup plan.
Right?
Yeah, we've jumped on that red line.
Transportation.
You walk downstairs, and on your app, everything looks good. You get down there, it's like delay.
Right?
And you don't know.
You have
when
that
it's coming.
conundrum. Like, do I get an Uber or do I wait it out?
Should I just start walking?
Yeah, should I start walking? Right.
So no, I hear you on that, Clay. But look, Christian Watson exists, and the Green Bay Packers.
Amon-Ra St. Brown exists.
Look, we can go down the line, right? People that other offenses will put in the slot to expose what is clearly a weakness without Kyler Gordon being healthy. Do you think that's their biggest problem as a team, both offense, defense, special teams right now, is that they don't know who can play the slot?
Right now, to me, that's the scariest problem because, as you said, you got Christian Watson. Jaden Reed is one of the best slot receivers in the league. People don't realize he missed 8 games last year, but he had the highest passer rating when targeted of anybody in the NFL, targeted over 50 times last year. Jaden Reed's a dog, too. Christian Watson. Then you go to, obviously, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Jameson Williams can play in the slot a little bit. You go to Minnesota. You got Justin Jefferson. You just, obviously, Jordan Addison. I mean, you got a lot of good players that they can put in the slot and create matchups. And right now, with Matt LaFleur, with some of these offensive coordinators, they're so good at creating matchups. If you don't have a good slot defender, you are setting yourself really far behind. And that's something that is concerning. I think you might have to look on the market to see if there is someone there that you could bring in to create some competition. I think Malik Muhammad is going to be good, but asking a guy that played 93% of his snaps outside in college to be a slot defender isn't really fair. And then Cam Lewis, not really fair to put a ton of pressure on him to play that slot when he is a safety by trade. He can do both. And then Jalen Jones, your great special teamer, Pro Bowl caliber special teamer. He's not going to guard Amon-Ra in the slot.
It felt to me like, too, as it pertains to, I'm so with you on Malik Muhammad. This does not seem plausible for him to step in from game one in this critical season with the defense as it is, as your starting slot cornerback. And not just because of what you said, because he essentially didn't play the position at Texas. I felt like Dennis Allen, the Bears defensive coordinator yesterday, was trying to tell us that as well when he talked about how complicated and how many responsibility one has that plays that position. Everybody wants to be on the outside because that's where the glory is and that's ultimately where the money is, and I get all of that. But it's harder to be a slot corner than it probably is to be an outside cornerback. So it just seems like Dennis Allen was almost trying to say, yeah, maybe, but probably not.
Grote, you know I'm all about the tight ends. I try to say the tight end's the hardest position in football besides a quarterback. You know, the tight end, we got to know the protection.
It's very difficult. It's very hard, yeah.
We got the hardest position besides quarterback is slot cornerback. It is extremely difficult. That's why these guys are getting paid the way they are now. These guys aren't even technically starters if you're in base defense, but it is so important to have a really good slot defender because you are in the middle of the mess, right? The receiver can go either way. You got to be able to run fit. You got a tight end coming at you. You got a tackle coming at you. There's so much you have to do. You can blitz. You have to disguise. That slot position is extremely difficult. And Kyler Gordon has become very good at it because he's physical, can play in the run game, and is a good cover guy, super athletic, quick. And when you don't know when he's going to be healthy, that obviously sets you back. And to me, it's concerning. And I know we've talked about this, but in my career, when you hear a coach or a GM talk about being frustrated with an injury, there's usually something more to it. If a guy is doing everything he can to be healthy and he's just not healthy, people understand the risk of getting hurt in football. And then when you aren't healthy and people are getting frustrated, usually there's some sort of a link missing there. Either you're not recovering the way you should be, you're not hitting the workouts the way you should be. There's something there, or you're not as hurt, or you're more hurt, or you're not as hurt as the training staff thinks you are, or there's some kind of a mix-up between the amount of injury, how big it is.
It's amazing that it can even happen in a situation like this where he's so important to what the Bears are doing. And he's, you would think, trying to prove that he is the guy that they paid him to be with the extension that they gave him. Clay, I want to ask you, Dayo Odingbo, it's early. Look, I'm not expecting some huge evaluation, but like he's out there doing stuff. Are you surprised, or how surprised are you that he's back from the torn Achilles in the fashion that he is, and they're talking about him like he's going to be ready to go?
I'm surprised. He's out here. I've been looking at him today. Saw him, Sweat, Booker. I saw all the guys out there, but obviously you can't see much because it's the underwear's on. Real training camp's going to start Monday. I know me and Marshall will be out there Saturday, see the last day of underwear, but real camp starts Monday, and that's what I'm be curious to see what Dayo looks like. Is he going to be a guy that can make an impact? You guys remember I went back. Obviously, last season he had 1 sack in 8 games. Then I went back 10 more games in the season before when he played with Indianapolis. In the last 18 games, he has 1 sack. So we're talking last 18 healthy games, 1 sack.
But how many?
He's got one more sack than Marshall Harris in the last 18 games. Okay, that's interesting. And the 1 sack came from a backup tackle when Brian O'Neill got hurt for Minnesota. So this wasn't even a starting tackle here. So that's something you definitely want to have more impact on. And we got Anthony Herron here. Everybody at the Score knows Anthony Herron. Big Ant hanging out.
Oh, you got him there too?
Oh,
okay.
my goodness. What up, Ant?
Give our best.
What up, man?
Yeah, man. And hey, we're about to have Herb Howard on too. So
I might want to have Ant out there at defensive end before Dayo at this point.
Oh, don't do that, Clay. That's
his knee. He just pointed to his knee.
Yeah, he's got bad knees.
Yeah, he said
he doesn't want me squatting because he's like, I don't want your knees to end up like mine, Marshall.
And by the way, the next time, I'm going to let it go this time, Clay, but the next time Caleb Williams is in your presence and we're on the radio, I swear to God, if you don't put him on the phone with us, man, I'm coming out there for you.
he wasn't really looking at me because I'm
Oh.
actually talking about the offense as this guy's walk. He's like, who the heck is this guy talking randomly about? He doesn't know who the heck I am.
He knows who you are.
I'm like, hey, Caleb, sir, can you come talk to me real fast on the radio? I mean, I'm sorry.
What do you
man.
mean?
I
You've
don't
seen
really...
every season of The Bachelor, Love in Paradise, or whatever it's called. He's seen them. He's seen them all. He knows
If
who
he
you
was
are.
a Bachelor fan, I would feel comfortable asking him that question. Be like, hey, Caleb, I'm Clay from The Bachelor. Is there any way you could come on and talk on the radio here? Mark Grote, he covers you every day. He's a big fan. He has some posters up of you at his place. Could you just come say hi,
I love
please?
this. I love this. Is the version of Clay that we need.
You are
Clay,
hilarious.
We'll see you in a couple
Will
of weeks.
there be a big pro football show tonight with Haugh and Polinsky? Are
That's
you
why
guys
he's
rocking
out
that out?
there.
Okay. All right.
No show tonight. We're
Oh.
hitting our podcast live, or not live here. We're hitting our podcast for TV out here today, and then we're back live at the United Center, not at the Rate, tomorrow
Okay.
with your guys' guy, David Haugh, and Ruthie Polinsky.
That sounds good. Clay, we appreciate you. We know who you are. We know what you've done. And even if Marshall doesn't know it, I know that you played football. Okay?
Yeah, appreciate it. Even though Marshall covered me, he still acts like I'm just some reality TV guy. Thanks, Marshall.
Tiddlywinks.
Always keeping
He
me
played
humble.
Tiddlywinks. He's an all-pro at Tiddlywinks.
Oh,
That's Clay
you-
Harbor, my friend and yours. Thanks, Clay.
See you,
We'll
buddy.
See you later. Gotta
Later,
get to
guys.
Herb.
There he goes. Yeah. Herb is. Let's keep this rocking here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Our very own Herb Howard, a reporter for the Bigs Media. He's out there. People are talking, and I understand that we are going to hear from Grady Jarrett and Roma Dunze as Herb has selected a couple of key cuts from those guys. Let's hear from the players. Fresh audio is next from Hallis Hall on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score.
Hey Chicago, this is Dansby Swanson.
Cubs lead ninth inning. The pitch, line drive, diving backhand catch by Dansby Swanson. Sensational play, and the Cubs win the ball game.
Right now, you're listening to the Rahimi, Harris, and Grote Show, 10-2 on 104.3 The Score.
If I'm pushing, I dropped it. I dropped your Zoom. Hey, stop yourself, Matt. I see you, little pal, laughing at me. You think I know how to do technology? No. I know how to talk to men like they're boys and make boys act like men.
Well, go ahead.
And I'm happy to do it.
Do that. Go ahead and do that. Do whatever you
Well,
want.
I'll tell you. Okay, all right. I got in a hell of a fight 2 nights ago with Brett Favre's dad and Paul Horning up here because they want to tell me that they still got something over on the Bears. I'm going to tell you right now, you got none, zero, nada, nothing, okay?
Are there post-game shows in heaven? Doug, you deserve
I'm running them right up here. Majestic third star to the left and straight on till morning. Brought to you by Black Poles Gentlemen's Club, or Black Cats, or Pole Jacks.
Something like that. I figured, hey, if you want to take some calls, go ahead. You go right for it. It's your show.
Let's go to Eric in Wakanda. Eric, are you on? No?
No,
Fine.
sorry about that.
Hey, that's fine. We'll go to Steven in Milwaukee. Let's see if somebody with half a brain cell moved north of the border. I'm going to tell you something else, too, about these Chicago Bears. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Jerry Angelo, okay? You can call yourself anything you want, but you can't call yourself likable. That's what other people call you. You got to earn that.
Why did Jerry... I'm confused. Oh,
Did he
no.
hang up?
Yeah, I guess Steven in Milwaukee hung up. Yeah,
Let's go to Donna on the 355 extension. Donna, I'm going to answer your question before you answer it. I'm going to tell you this. I still don't know why we signed Mano Money Luna, Manamaniolo, whatever his name was. That guy was a waste of money and cash. Give me that and a half a sack of garbage, and I'll buy some soup that we can all drink out of a can.
Doug, you spent a lot of years in Rensselaer, Indiana, doing camp. How would you feel if the Bears went to Indiana?
Oh, it's a good question.
Don't care where the Bears go. First of all, half the people living in Portage say they live in this city anyway, and they can't afford to even do the coat check at Gibson's, but they're more than welcome want to claim the city. And if any other Packers fan wants to come at me who lives in Illinois and say, how dare your team crosses state lines, all of a sudden you care about a state line and whether or not you can be a fan of that team? Because I see you on the way to Rockford driving between 2 lanes and I got to go in the shoulder to get around you with your Packers decal. That doesn't stop you from having an Illinois plate. So I don't care where the Bears go. I'm going to follow them. Now, if you want to make them the New Orleans Bears, maybe I'm not as much of a fan, but when I go to New Orleans, I'll be wearing a big C when I'm walking around the Big Easy. Okay, that's my team, no matter where I am or they are.
And then I believe it's a like a sim game or something like
He's
that.
6'6"?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But they don't like him, Dustin. Is that not what you've said?
Both pinkies, or both baby toes for 6'6".
I do that too. I got to be. I still want to make the NBA.
I got to tell you, man, you don't want to be 6'6".
What?
You
No,
do not.
Mully, you're absolutely wrong.
I'm giving you advice there that you should listen to. If you're 6'6",
Yeah, I can only imagine. I
you
mean,
don't
proper
fit
beds,
into a bed.
you don't- yeah.
You are uncomfortable all the time. You don't fit into an airplane. That's a little bit. That's just a hair too tall. You don't want to be much more than 6'3".
Mully, if I'm 6'6", I'm not going to be a regular guy. I'm going to be a superstar. I'm going to be something that's making money where I have custom-made beds. I got
Now you sound
jets.
like him.
Yes.
See, it's like this.
Six,
idea.
We'd be on the same team.
6'6".
Dave and I'd be on the same
batting
team.
2 and 3 right here.
Yeah.
6'6", Mully? Yes. I would be. Let me see.
If
What
you
would I
were
be?
6'6", you'd be.
I'd be the
Gabe.
Paraguayan
You'd
goalie.
You'd be a taller Gabe, is what
No.
you would be. You would be just
No.
a little bit taller.
You haven't seen my jump shot, Mully.
Oh, my
I'd
God.
I'd be Jose Alvarado, but in a 6'6" body.
You have to duck in that door to get into B96.
Yes.
The idea.
I
that
wouldn't
the
be at
only-
B96, guys. I'd be making millions of dollars somewhere. 6'6"?
You sound just like Dustin. Dustin has gotten up and done pass blocking drills when we were in Vegas in a tavern one time, just to show what he could do. He told me, which is a nice thing to say, I suppose, that if he had my size, he'd have played in the NFL.
I believe it.
Okay, so I'm a loser, according to both of you.
No, you
Mitch.
chose.
You chose writing. You chose journalism.
No, you chose to play soccer. You played in college. I mean, you did your sport at a very high level. The first time I met Olin Kreutz, I told him, I said, I'd have replaced Hilgenberg and you'd have replaced me, and he almost wet his pants.
Yeah, I don't think I can almost guarantee you he didn't believe that.
That's a guy I wouldn't say it to.
He bent over, absolutely laughing.
I'm sure.
And
about
Olin is a bad dude,
Right.
but he's also not your prototypical height-wise playing on the offensive line in the NFL.
He's pretty tall. How tall is Olin's? About 6'3", isn't he? How tall is Olin?
Maybe with the screw-in cleats.
That's hilarious.
But he had the leverage. He had the know-how.
Well,
he had the mean streak in him. He knew what he was doing.
He was an all-star wrestler.
Right. That's a huge factor.
Yes.
Huge.
All-state wrestler.
Dustin, you know the type of people that say that they dismiss our claims of 6'6" and greatness.
Oh, I hear it all the time.
It's those that are tall and didn't. You know what I mean? They're like, no, it's not as easy as you think.
I know, but for you to think that the only thing that stopped your...
Weekdays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Bears beat reporter for the Bigs, Herb Howard, is joining us.
Herb Howard is here from the Bigs.
Herb joins us in studio right now, and Marshall, he smells great. And that, to me, that is bonus points.
Herb immediately showed he was going to be somebody asking meaningful questions. He's going to ask a question that everyone else in the room is going to want to know the answer to.
What then happens that they can't get out and get snapped before?
It's a great question.
Tell him I shower, Grote. Tell him.
Okay, well, yeah.
Smells nice.
Get a toke of this guy. He smells great. I'm telling you.
Well, thank you so much, Herb, for joining us. This has been a lot of fun.
It's always fun with you guys. You are absolutely amazing. I listen to you guys when you don't invite me, so it's really, really cool.
He's the goods, man. He is Herb Howard. You're right, he asked good questions. He was 70% in Caleb Williams yesterday, man.
Not the goods, the Bigs. Get it right, Grote.
He is of the Bigs. He's a Bears reporter for Bigs Media. You can find him right now, if you would like, on Twitter, at Herb Howard 411. He's also on Zoom, so you can see Herb's smiling face out at Hallis Hall.
Look at that hat.
Right
You see that hat he's got on, Grote?
I don't have my thing up here right now.
Let me just tell you, it's a team in town, and it's not the one from the north side. How about that?
Oh, Southside Herb. What's going on, Herb Howard? How you doing, man?
I'm excellent. Definitely Southside Herb. Shout out to the Sox, but it's go Cubs go all day, Marshall, all day.
See, I'm mad at that. See, that's the okey doke, right? That's the ultimate okey doke. All right, I have a very important question to start us off here, Herb. Is Caleb Williams in the offense that good, or can the Bears just not cover anyone? Tell me what happened at practice today.
Yeah, the Bears offense definitely got the better of the defense today. I mean, they were spreading the ball around. They were hitting guys in space. You saw some of those runners balls we've been talking about from Caleb, hitting those guys in stride. And when you hit guys like Luther Burden, Khalif Raymond in stride, they're going to catch it and go a long way. And so you saw a lot of that out there for the offense today. I don't know that it's some huge indictment on the defense or some, declaration about them going forward. That's just a day where the offense won. I'm sure there'll be days where the defense wins, but today it was definitely about the offense.
Tell me about the 50-yard play. Clay Harbor mentioned it, but I don't think he really described it. What did you see out there?
From Khalif?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, no, just down the sideline. It's a tough matchup. You had him one-on-one with Tyreek Stevenson. For all of the skills that Tyreek does have, straight line speed isn't necessarily, what comes to mind when you think about his skill set. And so you put him one-on-one with a guy like Khalif Raymond, he's going to be at a disadvantage. And Khalif just ran right by him. Caleb put a good ball deep down the field. It kind of ended up closer to the middle than the left, but it was too deep for Kobe to kind of get back there and get under it. Kobe was trying to, but Khalif just had a step or two on Tyreek, and Caleb threw a great ball.
Just going through just a little bit of housekeeping on all of that, like as we're going to do day to day. I assume still Braxton Jones at left tackle, Garrett Bradbury playing center. No funny stuff. Still sort of like we saw the first day.
No news like that. They had the same group of guys going, with the ones and the twos. But I think we'll start to maybe find a little bit more about that as they get into pads, and maybe you'll start to see Logan Jones get a couple of reps here and there, see what he can do, or maybe you'll see some switching at that left tackle spot. But so far, Braxton's still getting the first team reps, as is Garrett Bradbury.
Herb Howard, the Bigs Media, joining us from Haugh, where he is out there each and every day. I can't wait to see you out there on Saturday if you're out there, Herb, because I'm making a trip. I'm making a trip to Haugh. Sad I didn't get to be in the room with Rome Odunze talking, but I understand he had some clarifications to make about previous statements.
It was the first thing I wanted to know from him as soon as he walked in the room, because he had made the statement about his new normal, dealing with his foot injury, and maybe it's never going to be the same. We had so many conversations about that since he said it, so I wanted to find out if he wanted to clarify that.
Ron, we've had a ton of conversations about you since you said that your foot's caused a new normal.
Yeah.
We talked about, does that mean you have a lower ceiling now? Can you not be the player you thought you could be?
Yeah.
Can you clarify exactly what you meant by that? And
I just set up a fastball for y'all on that one. That one kind of just went with the wind. That's really, I really didn't articulate it well, honestly. That's not really what I meant. I just kind of meant that I had an injury. That's it. That's football. My foot feels great. My foot feels amazing. Through the training staff, through training staff here, the training staff that I work with in the off season, all the work that I put into to get it right. Honestly, it's not even really something I think about anymore, which I think is the best thing you can have, after an injury. So I know that kind of, I know new normal is that has a bunch of connotations of chronic and severe things, it's never going to be the same. It's not like that at all. I'm completely fine. I went through my process of recovery and rehab, and it's been great. Obviously I do my due diligence, all those things, because being out sucks. That really is the number one thing as a football player, any athlete, y'all know. You don't want to be out, practice, games, whatever it is. So went through my process, getting that right, man. I feel amazing. Body feels amazing.
Herb, you could be top tier, number one receiver in this league.
Absolutely. Without a doubt.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the interaction right there. But Herb, I'm a little bit conflicted here. I don't know that necessarily means that it's not true. I don't know if he misspoke, because it doesn't mean he's got a chronic issue that's he's gonna lose a step. But I believe it probably is something he's still gonna have to manage. Do you think that he just wishes he didn't say it? Because as he said, it was a fastball for all of us.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever going to be that transparent with us again. I I like to say often that two truths don't make a lie, right? There's two truths, and it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's lying. I think you got a situation where he did understand that his foot is different, and it's not going to be exactly the same. But when we hear this new normal, we instantly thought, wait, now he can't be the great player we expected him to be, or maybe he thinks he can't be the great player he expected himself to be. And I don't know that he meant that. I think he really did feel like there is a new normal with his foot. When you go through such catastrophic injuries, I've had one myself, rupturing my Achilles. It's never really been quite the same, but it's not necessarily. It's not like it's limited me from doing something that I could do previously. But it doesn't feel the exact same. It just doesn't. So I think that's what he was kind of referring to, not to necessarily say I cannot hit the ceiling that I once thought I could.
Herb, look, he doesn't have to convince us. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that his head coach, Ben Johnson, the play caller, and more importantly, his quarterback believe that he can still do all the things, because there's going to be only so many balls. And I'm looking around. You just mentioned Khalif Raymond. And when you talk about Luther Burden III, Colston Loveland, you can go down the list. It seems like there's going to be a lot of competition for those targets.
Ton of competition, a lot of talent, a lot of good pass catchers. I think it was Mark Carmen who asked him about that friendly competition between the wide receivers on the Bears roster.
Is there maybe a friendly competition brewing with you and Luther to sort of be that number one guy, get the balls as much as possible?
Absolutely. With Luther, with Jade, with Leaf. I mean, it's all of us in the room. I think that's what it takes, the mentality to be a great receiver in this league. Is you want the ball every single play, and you think you're best receiver in the room in the league. But at the end of the day, there's only one ball to go around. So we compete with one another for that ball, but it's not malicious in any way. Obviously, we want everybody in the room to do well.
Weren't they saying this stuff like last year too, and like the race to 1,000 yards? I thought it was a fun year for the receivers, but nobody ever did get to 1,000 yards last year.
The race is incomplete.
I think that's going to be something they kind of got to deal with. I think it's a bit of an interesting dichotomy because they do have so many talented pass catchers: Rome, Colston, Luther. You got Cole Kmet. You bring over Khalif Raymond. You draft Xavion. So there's so many guys, and you're going to dump the ball off to the backs at times too. And so there's so many guys. There's only one football. And I think that Coach Johnson likes the ball to be spread around so that no defense can kind of hone in on one particular target this week or the next. He tends to figure out, okay, where can I create the best mismatch this week versus this particular defense? And so you end up with a situation. Last year they had 4 guys with over 650 receiving yards. And I actually asked Rome about that a little later in the press conference. I didn't get a chance to send that clip in to Ray, but I asked him about, he's got these goals, and he told Jason Leisure early in that press conference that I want to get to 1,000 yards, and I want double-digit touchdowns, and I want 100 catches. And I was like, well, it's a lot of people to kind of get the ball to. I get the competition that you guys want to do those things. You want to be the best. But do you have to kind of check your ego when you have so many pass catchers that are looking for the football? He says, listen, we all want the ball. We all want it. We all think we're the best guy on the team. We think we're the best guy in the league, and that's cool. But you're also going to be happy for your teammates. And so if that comes at a personal sacrifice, I think they'll all be able to check their egos. But I think it will be interesting.
Absolutely. Lastly, what's Grady Jarrett saying out there, Herb?
It's always fun to talk to Grady Jarrett. From his very first introductory press conference, you could just tell he had a different kind of energy when he speaks, and that remains true to this day. I wanted to know from him, is he going to have to be more intentional about his health and maintenance, because they need him to play as many games as possible and be certainly more impactful than he was last year.
Grady, for your own health, are you at a point where you have to be more intentional about maintenance, or taking days off, just listening to your body a little bit more? I know you go hard as you can all the time, but do you need to be more intentional about making sure that you can go for 17 games and what that may look like for snap count or days through training camp?
Yeah. I think the plan that we have between coach, training staff, strength staff, I think they got a really good plan for me, and my intent is to follow it all the way through. And they know that means me putting my best foot forward every day, whether it's a high ramp day or it's a low ramp day. I'm on my low ramp day, I'm going to give everything I got for the low ramp. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to help me manage that, and so we can have a full successful season. And at the end of the day, man, it's a physical game, and it's never guaranteed to have a healthy season. Whenever you do, it's a blessing, and you just got to have your mind and your body right to be prepared for whatever comes.
With that plan they have set for you, how is that established, and how do they communicate to you what the plan for you is going to be?
I think with me being around them, understanding the things I need to be at my best, the things that they're going to ask of me spending time in the building, working out. It's amazing what they can do with sports science now, trying to help you, and the things that if you really buy in, you can really help yourself. And so that's what I've done. And we have wonderful people here that I've definitely got to know and become friends and family with that I definitely trust to help me put my best foot forward. And so that's kind of how it's a team effort, and I definitely appreciate it.
It's a huge year for him, Herb, obviously, on the field. And we do love talking to Grady Jarrett, but we got to see it on the field for the Bears to get what they invested in him. And he's a prideful man, so hopefully he's moving closer towards that.
Definitely want to get that return on the investment. We know the player that he has been throughout his career, but at the end of the day, we're talking about production today. They need him to be a difference maker consistently in the middle of that defensive line. We talked about that defensive line all season long. If they are going to get better with the pieces that they already have in-house, he's got to be a huge part of that.
Herb, great stuff, man. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon.
See you, Herb.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that's Herb Howard. We're blessed to have him on our team here, Herb Howard of the Bigs. Training camp coverage on The Score is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency. Call the professionals available 24/7, 1-833-PLUM-911. Coming up, we have halftime. I have been to 4 White Sox games this year because I enjoy watching their brand of baseball, and I have enjoyed being at the ballpark. I plan to go to more games. I enjoy the whole experience. You know I love a good Comiskey dog. That's my go-to out there. I think I have a complaint about the entertainment production out there, and this will fall in the category of, is it just me? So I've got a question for you coming up next on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
NBA career. Like, dude, you could have been 7'6", and I'm not sure you'd make the NBA.
I don't know. Even if I didn't make
a lot clumsier than you are.
That's an insult. That's an insult.
7'6".
If you could stand up and dunk a basketball and still not make the NBA, that's an insult.
Check my statistics at Lane Tech basketball team. You'd say if you add 6 inches on to me, I think I'd been all right. Bruce Weber. I'll tell you a story. Bruce Weber. I went to I graduated from UIC, but my first year I went to SIU. Bruce Weber was the coach at SIU, who went to Illinois and Kansas State. He was the coach down there, and I thought I was exceptional at basketball. So I went to the open tryouts for SIU. Win the knockout competition, killing on 5-on-5. But there were these 2 twins that were like 6'5", dunked on me, dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes after.
Do you find the expression 2 twins a bit redundant?
Oh yeah, you're right. Twins that were 6'5". Thank you, Mully. Twins that were 6'5", dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes up to me at the end, because obviously I didn't make the team, and he's like,
"So there weren't 2 sets of twins?"
No.
Okay.
1 set of twins, but there was. Yes, you get it. Bruce Weber puts his arm around me. He goes, "If you were 6'5", you would have made this team." See, Bruce Weber, get him on the phone. Maybe he might remember that story. Mully, I'm getting defensive.
How did you get dunked on though? Like, was it Noah Essengate type dunk? Like,
no, not that bad. It was we were doing 3-on-2 fast break drills, and so I thought and then I didn't make the team. So
I wonder how many times Bruce told that to a player. Son, if you were only 7 feet tall.
Hey, I'll take it.
Because Gabe took that and he ran with it the whole way.
And I'm telling the story 20 years later.
He's in the NBA. He's mentally in the NBA, and he's giving up digits to get there.
Damn, pinky toe. I wish it would have happened.
Wow.
It's all right. Sorry, Mully.
Can't we just accept that we are as God made us and not try to just wish our
with
life
all that
away?
money, I could buy new pinky toes. I could get them back.
Yeah.
See Deion Sanders, right?
Could have put it back on there. That's all right.
See,
but you know what?
Sanders?
Fortunately, we're
he got new toes. He had to have them removed because
we have reached a level.
Isn't that true? Did I not misread that? Deion had it he got new toes.
You don't get new toes. They don't grow
Deion
back.
got new toes.
It's like a prosthetic. It's like a prosthetic.
Yes, the prosthetic toe is not a new toe.
You buy a new toe. I mean, you bought them. They're paid for.
Good God, Dustin. If you had a prosthetic leg, you think that's as good as your leg?
I never suggested that he grew a new toe.
I would call a prosthetic leg a new leg.
He
I
went
got
to
a new
Home
leg.
Depot, would he go to Home Depot? He got the best Miracle Grow out there and soaked his foot in it? I mean, no, of course it didn't happen.
Chia toes.
Dustin said, look, Lieutenant Dion got new magic toes. Lieutenant Dan has magic legs. Good God, that is so weird. It's weird that you both have the same kind of secret, I don't want to say desire, but bizarre self-belief that you would have been this had you only...
So what else would you have needed to have been a pro soccer player?
Like a new body, like a different identity,
like a prosthetic body,
I need
a brand new one.
I needed to lose about 5 inches.
Well, perhaps you were too tall, right? You were too tall.
No, I've always enjoyed I've always felt I was the right height for me, just for me.
I'm comfortable in your own skin.
Yeah, I kind of accept how I turned out.
Yeah,
that's it. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. I've never wished, oh, God, if only I was 7 feet tall. Or
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show.
We started the show talking about the White Sox 12-inning win over the New York Yankees last night. Sam Antonacci and Munetaka Murakami and Edgar Caro all coming up large last night. Cubs lost to the Cardinals 3-2-10, but I was smitten with the PCA 2-run homer and the way he comported himself afterwards with that sick bat drop, the chest pumping, the slow glide and dance steps around the bases. It almost mitigated the fact that the Cubs lost. I forgave the Cubs for losing last night.
He might get hit today. I was just thinking about that.
You know what? He might get hit today, and I get it, man. I still understand old school baseball. I don't begrudge people who don't like that. Like if you don't like the bat flips and you don't like the bat slams, like I feel like we got to a point in society where if you don't like that stuff, you're not with the cool kids. It's okay, because guess what? Half of Major League Baseball is still old school, and I'm talking about 25-year-old kids who are old school. So just know
Depends
that.
on how they were raised. You're right.
Absolutely. So, yeah, that potential exists. We also talked about the fact that the Cubs, per Patrick Mooney and The Athletic, are considering Tariq Skubal as a potential blockbuster deal, and we talked about what it could take, what you would be willing to give up, what you would not be willing to give up, and we took a bunch of calls on that as well. And then we just had our big Bears hour. We were live at Hallis Hall for a good 45 minutes with your guy, Clay Harbor, and, of course, Herb Howard, who we just had on.
To be clear, Herb Howard is my guy, too. Just want to point that out.
I'm just saying it just feels like you have claimed Clay as your protege in some ways. Or something like that.
I don't think that's a good reflection on me.
Okay, fair enough.
We're associates.
It's halftime.
It is halftime. Okay.
Let's get into it. I've been waiting for this.
I enjoy the White Sox, the Rate Field experience. Like I said, I've been to 4 games. I'm going to more games this year. I've already got a couple down on my schedule to go with my guy Dorfman. He's my Sox guy. He's my White Sox historian. Love hanging out with Mr. Daniel Isaac Dorfman. But there is something in the entertainment package that at the very least is bothering me. And I put this again in the category of, because I'm willing to accept that it's just me, because I've heard nobody else complain about this. I've heard nobody at the ballpark complain about this. But there is a part of a song which will be incredibly familiar, probably to 100% of you when you hear it. This is what you hear throughout White Sox games, presumably as a way to pump up the crowd or just to feel something. You hear this probably about a dozen times throughout White Sox games. Listen to this. So you know what that is, right? You know that sound, right?
Refresh my memory.
That is House of Pain right there. The beginning of House of Pain, Jump Around, which gets played at many stadiums. Most stadiums, it feels like. It's been made famous at Wisconsin specifically. But when you hear that part right there, I am left empty when I don't hear the second part, which is where it goes crazy.
It does go
Whereas
crazy.
where the adrenaline goes to a 30, where you feel something, but then they never play that part.
Jump up, and get down.
Yeah, here's how it's supposed to sound. Yes. Yes. Something about John McEnroe in here. Yes. That I like.
So why are they pausing it there?
I don't know. And I feel empty. I wanted to source this. I wanted to work through this. I want to know the why on why they would play the first part without this part where everybody jumps up and goes crazy and loses their damn minds. So I don't get the tease part of it. I am left unfulfilled dozens of times throughout the White Sox games that I have attended.
I noticed, Grote, that there's another ballpark that is doing something similar with a number of different songs. I don't remember the songs exactly, but Sunday is when I took notice of it, because Sunday was when the marquee broadcast took note of it, and it was Alex Cohen and JD. Alex Cohen will be on the show tomorrow. We can ask him about it tomorrow. But I do remember them taking note of they're just playing short clips, but the crowd there, I don't know how long they've been doing this, but the crowd is it's like a call and response thing. The crowd is singing along or singing the next part of the song. So they had 2 or 3 different songs that they were working in that I took notice of on Sunday.
Okay, so you guys answer honestly here. Do you guys feel that too? Like when you hear the first part, do you not need to hear the second part? Or is it just me? It's just me, isn't it?
No, I think I'm with you. I think different songs have different songs evoke different feelings of anticipation and, all right, I'm ready to go. It's like when you hear the first few bars to Back That Thing Up, not thing, by the way, you know what's about to happen. I've been in a space out when it comes on, and sometimes the DJ's mixing, right? And so he'll just mix that first part with whatever the song currently is going. And women literally get up out their seats.
Yes.
And like they're doing a knee gauge check to make sure that I can do what needs to be done when this song comes on.
Grote, I'm with you. I need the rest of the song to come through, especially a song like this. It's different in the Queen song where you hear "They-o."
Oh yeah,
that's a little different. That I can get down with having silence in between and then having everyone else sing along because they know it. But if you're not expecting the rest of the song to come out, it sounds awful.
It hurts. It does. It stresses me out.
Hurt your feelings a little bit, right? Hurt your feelings a little bit.
A little bit. I don't know about my feelings, my sensibilities.
It's like when your friend asks you, "Hey, do you want something?" I'm going to the store, and he goes to the store, and now you're thinking about the thing that he said he was going to get you, and he comes back and he's like, "I forgot to get what I said I was going to get you."
Texters chiming in here.
What do you got?
Maybe it's for the 847. Maybe it's a copyright issue, and they can only play that part.
I'm not buying that at all.
Yeah. Let's see here. House of Pain's manager is their heyday was Happy Walters, namesake of Happy Gilmore. Another one says maybe licensing, but I don't know. I mean, maybe they would have to pay extra for that because I have heard it. Doesn't Wisconsin? Isn't that the whole thing? Has the University of Wisconsin football games? Didn't they essentially take? I don't know if they were the ones who originally play it, but Wisconsin, I believe, is the one that has taken it to a new level or the level. Really.
Yeah, I know that's one of their main traditions over there during their football games.
Yeah, because that's an old song. That song came out. What year would we guess? I'm gonna look it up, but tell me your guesses for what year.
When this song came out, I'm gonna say.
1991. Oh no, it's been more recent than that.
Oh, I was going to say 91 as well. That was going to be my
Jump
guess.
Around probably came out. I'm going to guess 95.
Oh well, God, you acted like we were a decade off, man. That's 4 years, dude. Real, I'm standing
92.
strong. Oh, okay.
So you were closer than me.
See, dude,
I was wrong, guys.
You're a little too righteous today, man. Yeah,
a little too.
I think
they're okay, Grote.
I think the White Sox have taken note to what the Pirates are doing, And the Pirates have the audience participation.
Yeah.
And I think they're trying to go for that. I think they're trying to make.
So the crowd's missing a cue, maybe.
They're trying to make fetch happen. Or they're trying, you know what I'm saying?
But did the crowd miss the cue at the White Sox game?
Is anybody doing anything?
I have not necessarily noticed people.
So no response in the
responding to it. I don't think so.
They did not respond to the call.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying. Maybe they'll change it up. Maybe they're trying to find that one.
Yeah.
That one song that works that everybody will respond to.
That's right.
The song, and another texter says, I don't know how all this stuff works, but the 630 says this song is public domain, over 30 years old. And here's another one from the 323. Jump Around was a thing with Packers players. Then it was adopted by Wisconsin football. This is from a Packers player. So the person texting is a Packers player.
Oh, okay.
I like that we've converted the Packers player to listening to Chicago.
You can call us, man. Call us. I would love to hear from a Packers player. We're nice and easy right here. 312-644-6767. Obviously, he knows the number.
You know what that is? That is also a call-in response. Will you get a response, though? We'll find out.
Yeah, we will. We'll see if he is left empty and his sensibilities insulted. But, hey, I'll keep coming back, White Sox. I'm just wondering what's going on out there. When we come back, it is time for 5 on It. We have selected what we think to be 5 compelling questions that we will ask, and Marshall and I will discuss. That is next on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score.
Hey, Chicago football fans, this season has the makings of something special, and the excitement has never been higher. Join Dan Wiederer and me, Mark Grote, for a special Take the North Live on Monday, August 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Gurney Hyundai, right here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. Listen as we break down all the biggest storylines from training camp and the preseason and get you ready for the 2026 season. Don't miss Take the North Live with Dan Wiederer and me, Mark Grote, Monday, August 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Gurney Hyundai. Live on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Myself in the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and like I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get out of the shower, I dry my hair, I put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Wait, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on The Score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's question? Scale of 1 to 10. He just asked you 2 really good questions. What do you think?
10. Both great.
Yeah! Robbie, well done. You were the inspiration for us to even be bold enough to request the interview.
He's getting a haircut. Like, that's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Like, the fact that he plays a game and the hair's never in his eyes, it's insane. Like, how does that happen?
You were made to do a Josh Giddey interview post-game show. You were. So how did you feel about everything? Did you get everything
You guys
off?
nailed it. I had goosebumps. I said the word glaze. I don't know if I should have said that, but I did.
He knew what you were saying. But are you relieved to know, Robbie Triano, that the haircut is only a trim and not like a full-on new look?
Right, but I could see why he was taken aback a little bit by that. Yeah.
Do you think he'd ever go with a headband? If we ever get headband Giddey, like, the league may be on notice.
He's never done that?
I think he's done headband.
I was gonna say, I feel like
I'm pretty sure in Oklahoma City he did a headband thing.
We might have had that.
It would be. Would he do like the thin headband? These are the questions on the tops of everybody's
See,
mind.
like I said, like I'm a long-haired hooper. Like, people call me the Giddey on a pickup court. Like, when I play, like, I have to have the hairband, or else like it's just in my eyes and I can't see.
Let's flash back to the fateful day where Robbie got to interview Josh Giddey. And Robbie said, "What's up, King?" And then he proceeded to ask him about being a long-haired hooper and how Giddey keeps his hair out of his face while he's able to ball. And apparently Giddey said that this is a common topic that comes up, but his sister is the one who helps him out with the hair product. Well, the Bulls heard your question, Robbie.
Heard.
And they have something for you. This is courtesy of Josh Giddey, his sister, and the Bulls.
What is this?
Whoa.
What do we have here?
What do
oh
ye
my
have?
God.
What do ye have for us today?
No way. I got the hair product. Let's go. I'm running out too, so hell yeah.
Is there a note? Is there a note?
Read the note and hold it up for the camera.
There's
right
a
here,
note.
Robbie.
There's a note.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, here's a note. No way.
Oh boy.
Robbie, for keeping the flow fresh this season, Josh Giddey and the Bulls. Hell yeah.
Oh,
Josh
they
Giddey,
gave
that's
you a
why you're
card?
absolutely the
Hold on,
best.
I'm going to go down there and see Robbie right now. He might be overwhelmed. I'll be right back.
You're going to go
faint.
check on him? Throw that headset, Hawk. Go get out there.
Josh Giddey, this is why you're the best, and because of this hair, that's why he's averaging a triple-double and will be averaging, and that's why he will be an all-NBA player by the end of the year and an all-star.
Robbie, you doing okay?
What is the product?
Am I
Can you
Todd
tell us
Frazier?
what the product is?
Yeah, what's the product called?
Oh,
This is called
he's gotten a hug from Mark Grote.
MUK, Raw Muck Styling Mud. I got to take a whiff of this. Hold on real quick.
Is it Australian?
It's got to be.
What? Spell it again, Robbie?
MUK.
MUK, Raw Muck.
That doesn't sound like a hair product.
They
but
won't
I
let me
believe
open
him.
it. Oh, God, this is expensive if they won't let me open it.
I love it.
Robbie is opening the hair product that Josh
my
Giddey and the
God.
Bulls gave
Take a
him.
whiff of that.
What does it smell like?
Smells Australian is what it smells.
Smells like a triple-double.
Like a kangaroo.
Yeah, this is fancy smelling right here.
Well, I guess I have to put it in my hair
Does
then.
it smell like something else? Is it eucalyptus scented? If we're speaking of Australia, like what is it?
I can't put my finger on it. We're gonna pass it around, and everyone can describe it for themselves.
Take a little dab. Put a little bit in your beard. Let's see how it looks, Ray. Yeah,
We're all
put a
going
little
to
bit
get
in
a
there.
whiff of the Josh Giddey hair product. So yeah, how kind of the Bulls and Josh Giddey to
Thanks,
give you
Bulls.
this hair product that Josh Giddey uses. That was not the goal of the interview.
On Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score!
This hour is being brought to you by Goldilocks. Protect your home or business with Goldilocks doors, locks, and security. GoldilocksInc.com.
It's time for 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score.
Number 1. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the disappointment meter.
5 buttes.
How much of a letdown was the Cubs' 3-2 loss to the Cardinals in extra innings?
I'm going to say this was not disappointing to me. It was only, I'm going to put it at a 3. They did lose in extra innings. Ivan Herrera did get to Trent Thornton, and it hurts because 2 runs scored, and there was a potential play at the plate, so it hurts that they lost. But it's low because of Pete Crow Armstrong, because of the 10th inning 2-run blast where he does the bat drop, where he turns to the Cubs dugout, pumps his chest a little bit, then he does his little dance around the bases, and I just thought it was awesome. I am not somebody who needs that necessarily, bat drops, bat flips, all that kind of stuff. I'm cool with it, but I don't have to have it. I couldn't get enough of watching the replay. I'd put it up. If you go to my Instagram story right now, Mark_Grote on Instagram, I posted the PCA home run. So if you don't even know what we're talking about, go to my Instagram and check it out, and you can see the video. It was just absolutely sick to see it. And I also said it earlier that because of the way the Cubs had performed in the first 2 games, which was in dominant fashion, the 7-3 win on Monday with both Bregman and Nico Horner getting 4 hits, and then the Tuesday game where they just tortured Michael McGreevy with some of the at-bat approaches the Cubs had, I was okay with the Cubs losing. I forgave the Cubs for losing, so only a 3 for me on the disappointment meter.
I'm going to go 2 on the disappointment meter.
I'm surprised. I didn't think you would be with me.
Because it's disappointing, yes. The biggest factor is that, again, the offense had a down day. But as you said, Mark, they have been so good since the All-Star break, the offense, by and large. I mean, you're looking at the run totals for the Cubs since the All-Star break. It goes 2, 6, 10, 6, 11, 1, 3, 11, 7, 7, 10, and now 2. That's, 3 games where they've scored less than 4 runs?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Especially relative to earlier this year when we were tortured by the Cubs' lack of runners in scoring position.
They had guys who did things in this game from a pitching standpoint that they're going to need down the stretch. Again, Matthew Boyd pitched well, and they need to continue that. Trent Thornton, he had a rough day, but like you pitch enough pitchers, somebody's going to have a bad day. And that's the risk you take when a game goes to extra innings. So, yeah, I'll give it a 2. The most disappointing thing about the loss,
yeah,
you didn't take advantage of a Brewers loss, and now you're still back, 6 games of them in the standings.
Yeah.
So that's probably the biggest thing, is that you could have been 5 games back in the standings. But there's plenty of time, especially if the Cubs keep playing like they've been playing, and depending on what happens on the trade deadline Monday, there's plenty of time, I believe, for the Cubs to potentially catch the Brewers.
It was also a reminder again last night that no matter how well the Cubs have managed to patch the bullpen together, and there was some nice bullpen work from Jacob Webb and Caleb Thielbar, it was a reminder that it may not be ideal to have Trent Thornton in the game in the 10th inning of a game that feels big.
Just out of options.
Yeah.
Number 2.
What was the biggest aspect of the White Sox 6-5 win over the Yankees in extra innings?
So there's so many things you can talk about here, whether it's Davis Martin bouncing back after giving up the 4 innings to keep it going and make a career-high 106 pitchings. But I'm going to go with another career high as my big thing. Did you notice that Grant Taylor was back out there for a 3rd inning to take care of a batter and end up pitching a career-high 2 1/3 innings in this one? That was my big thing, because it's like, if he can be a guy that you can implement for multiple innings to that degree, now if the Sox, don't come up with a Mason Miller at the trade deadline, maybe Grant Taylor can be their version of Mason Miller. Because we know if you can shorten a game, if a starting pitcher is only going to go max 2 times through a lineup in a playoff game, again, with him, with Jordan, I throw over 100 all the time because I can Hicks. And with Ryan Hudson and even Sean Newcomb, you feel like there's a path for them as a team to shorten just about every game they pitch in once they get a lead. And so the Grant Taylor thing was big for me because he had never done that before. He'd never gotten 7 outs in an outing in his career. And I'm curious to see if they continue to use him in that manner, getting ready for the playoffs, because we were told at the beginning of the season, hey, he's going to come out of the bullpen. The object is to get him somewhat stretched out by the end of the year where he's comfortable taking on bigger loads. That has happened. He went from opener to now back into the game, and now a guy who can keep a game alive for you. They don't win this game, I don't believe, without Grant Taylor giving them the solid work that he did.
It's amazing all the different ways that Grant Taylor has been used. Remember when we were doing our opening show this year, we were talking about Grant Taylor, the opener, right? He would for back-to-back days, right?
Yeah.
Back-to-back days. He's been the closer. He's been the 8th inning guy, and now he's the semi-long relief guy late in games. I mean, it'll be very interesting to see what Grant Taylor, does he still have a shot to be a starter? Or are we just looking at this guy as one of the great bullpenners, developing into for the White Sox?
Well, it's an interesting question, right? He's got a whip this season, walks and hits to innings pitch of 1.024, which is highly impressive. The strikeouts per 9, 12.3. He's only pitched 54 2/3 innings. And I thought that number, and maybe it will be by the end of the season, will be closer to 100, if not 100. So, keep him rested, because if you're trying to make a playoff run, you need him in the playoffs.
Right.
So I don't know the question about the starter thing. He was the opener a total of 4 times this season before going into his current role. But I love what I've seen from him for a while now, and he just has to keep it going.
I'm going to go right for the red meat here in answering this question here on what the biggest aspect of the White Sox extra innings win was last night. And I'm going to go, and actually there's a lot of red meat, but I'm going to go the Edgar Caro red meat, right to the game-winning hit, scoring Tristan Peters, and the elation of that, because it's been a rough year for Edgar Caro. It's like he took a step back this year. He had a bad throwing moment in the game. So that was a moment where I was happy to be happy for somebody. I was happy to be happy for Edgar Caro. I don't know what his future is with the White Sox and where he fits in and how much he's going to play going forward. Hopefully there is a catcher added eventually for the White Sox, but I enjoyed him having a nice moment. And yeah, the other red meat would have been the Sam Antonacci hitting the 2-run homer, and it never gets old seeing Munetaka Murakami continue to entertain the crowds out at the rate.
Number 3.
This is 5 on it on 104.3 The Score with Marshall Harris and Mark Grote. Here's question number 3. The Athletic's Patrick Mooney has reported, quote, the Cubs are considering Tarik Skubal as their blockbuster option ahead of Monday's trade deadline. So here's the question. If the Cubs do indeed make a move to acquire Skubal, who would be in the package headed to Detroit?
Man, like, first of all, there's nobody that I wouldn't put in the package, and I'm saying that except for the Major League roster, and I know that there's some guys that you could talk about with running out of contract. Ian Happ's name has popped up, but then again, he also has a no trade, but I am not interested in doing that. I would put Mo Baller in there. I would put Moises Ballesteros in there. I would put Matt Shaw in there. I would put Jackson Wiggins in there as a part of it. I would probably even go with some of the higher prospects as well if they wanted one of those guys. I would do that. So in other words, I mean, I'm kind of all over the place here. There's not a whole lot that I wouldn't do at this point in time because the Cubs farm system is just okay right now. And I get it, that's part of the future, but the Cubs are right damn now. They are a team that is in win now mode. And if they were to do, I get it, you're rolling the dice a little bit with your future. If you're getting Skubal, who would most likely be a rental because it seems he is desirous of going where everybody wants to go, and that would be to the Los Angeles Dodgers. So that's probably the package that I would start with: Ballesteros, Shaw, Jackson Wiggins, and then talk to me about other prospects too, if you would like.
Do you have a cap on number of players, by the way?
The quantity, the actual quantity.
Yeah, because you start talking like that, it's like,
yeah, right. Like I don't know, six.
Whoa!
I mean, like, it's gonna have to be like, dude, it's gotta have to be a whopper. Like, this is going to be a big deal trade.
You think 6 players, including 2 players with major league experience? I guess I was surprised that the number because of that. I would say 4.
Don't you think that's what the Tigers would be asking because the Cubs don't have as talented of a system as some of the other teams do, and the position from power that they are coming from?
We're doing a disservice here when we talk about, like, they don't have as talented a system. But remember where Moises Ballesteros and Matt Shaw are in comparison to some of these other quote-unquote prospects. They've already shown the skill set and what they can do at the major league level, where some of these other guys have not shown anything at that. So you're taking a more proven commodity in a lot of ways. When you talk about Matt Shaw or Pedro Ramirez, those are guys who have contributed to a team that is the top wild card in the National League.
But if they asked for Pedro Ramirez, wouldn't you be like, yep, yes?
Oh,
yes,
no,
yes.
Absolutely. But that's why I'm saying you don't have to give them like 6 players.
So if they asked for all those guys, you'd be like, nope, sorry, we got to draw the line.
6 players. You do have, but that's the thing. You do have to draw the line.
I'm not saying that they're all going to be top 10 guys either.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I should make that distinction.
But their top 10 is different from another organization's top 10.
Probably, yes.
And I think that's one of the problems here.
I mean, and I get what you're saying, like proven commodity over top prospect, but who's the White Sox guy?
But Matt Shaw is a prospect. Like some of these prospects, if they're 20, 21 years old, and Matt Shaw's 23? Like, I'd rather have Matt Shaw.
There is proven. We know he can play very good defense, especially infield, especially third base. Yeah,
and he's got speed.
I know.
So, yeah, look, it's going to be fun and interesting, and we're going to have a lot to dissect come Tuesday morning. How about that? Is that a fair statement to make?
Amen. And I can't wait, by the way.
And that's for both the Cubs and White Sox.
Yeah, like even, guess what? Even in sports talk radio, we get a little tired of speculating as well. As much as it has fueled us and given us much content, which we hope the audience enjoys, there is an end game, and it's happening on Monday, so I am with you on that.
Number 4.
Who will hit more home runs this season? Cubs outfielder Pete Crow Armstrong or White Sox first baseman Munetaka Murakami?
So I brought this question to the foray because I'm watching that game last night. And in short order, here comes Mune. Boom, goes the proverbial dynamite. Back-to-back pitches for home runs following Sam Antonacci. Like a good, Spades player, he follows suit. And meanwhile, PCA, it may be my favorite home run of the year. I'm not even a Cubs fan, but the way that he handled it was hilarious and entertaining, and I'm here for entertainment. And PCA's got 24 home runs. And Munetaka Murakami was real quiet for a long time, but all of a sudden, he's got, 3 home runs in his last 4 games? And I'm wondering who would be the guy. I'm going to go with Mune, but I think it's going to be interesting if PCA continues to get hitting around him, because you can't pitch around him if he gets the guy in front of him and the guy behind him producing.
Stroking.
And if Seiya Suzuki's out here as a threat, you can't just be out here walking PCA. You got to attack him. And when you attack PCA, sometimes you'll get him, sometimes you won't. What's amazed me about Munetaka Murakami, they talked about this a little bit on the broadcast last night. The whole knock was the fastball. Oh, he can't handle Major League cheese. He's doing more against Major League cheese 97 and above than anybody from an OPS standpoint. So I'm going to go with Mune, but I think it's going to be closer than people think.
You may be surprised to hear that my answer is Munetaka Murakami.
Okay.
Stroking.
I think he will have.
He has power.
23 right now.
I have power.
PCA has 24.
So PCA's got the lead.
Yeah, you do. He does have the lead right now. What needs to be mentioned here is that Mune did miss 35 games this year. So we know the relativity factor, that if he had been playing in those games, we know that number would be higher. I also go back to the fact that it still feels like, despite what PCA has done with the home runs, it feels like ultimately Munetaka Murakami is a more natural power guy. I mean, it's not like he didn't hit 56 home runs in the year 2022 in the Nippon Professional Baseball League. He did do that. So I think ultimately, let's just put it this way. I think Munetaka Murakami is simply just built to hit more home runs than somebody like PCA. Not that PCA won't have another 30 home run season this year, and not that the sky isn't the limit for PCA, but I got to go to Munetaka on this one.
Okay.
Number 5.
This is 5 on it at 104.3 The Score. Here's the final question. Who will be the unsung hero of the Bears' offense this season?
You had a good one, so I'm going to let you go first on this one.
So we think of unsung hero, you're just like somebody who is important, and if they happen to repeat as division winners and go back to the playoffs, this guy would do the work, but people really wouldn't give him that much credit. I think it's the left tackle, and I think the left tackle will be Braxton Jones.
There it is.
I think he's got a lot to play for because, money is a thing.
Yeah.
I was taught that by song lyrics and whatnot.
Money's a thing.
Yes.
Must be the money, from what I've been told in song.
What about Mo Money, Mo Problems?
Oh, yeah. That's true.
I think for him specifically.
What about the dollar bill, y'all?
Dollar bill, y'all.
Many versions there.
All I'm saying is cash rules everything around me.
That's the best version.
I just have to point out there, since we're running through the gamut of these, it is money ain't a thing. I don't know if that changes your view on it. That's frivolously spending that cash.
No, I mean, I know that. Yes, you're right, Ray. It's Braxton Jones, because if the offense functions as aspiring to be a top 3 offense, let's say top 3 offense. If they get to top 3 even if they're a top 5 offense in football, you're telling me Braxton Jones is a problem? How can it be a problem if they're one of the best offenses in football? That means things are going swimmingly over on the left side. And that's really what Braxton Jones, he doesn't have to be great. He just has to be better than what they had last year at left tackle. Run the ball over there a little bit. Don't give up a whole bunch of sacks. Caleb Williams, be on time. You can help yourself with that one.
I like this answer because that's what Braxton Jones has been, a fine player. And when he is healthy, he has been just fine. And I know that that's not necessarily what people want to hear, but there are plenty of tackles throughout the league that are just fine.
You can't be all pro everywhere. You can't be Pro Bowl everywhere.
You can't. You're absolutely right. And the Bears have my goodness, it does not get old saying the Bears have a very good offensive line. And to the coaching staff's credit, to Dan Rochar's credit, to Ben Johnson's credit, They handled that situation very well last year with Ozzie Trapillo developing nicely. Getting anything out of Theo Benedette was pretty amazing, that they were able to, that this is a rising player considering from whence he came. That Braxton Jones, you did get some goodness out of Braxton Jones last year as well. The Bears handled the position very well, but of course you want Braxton Jones to be the steadying force, and he will be. Like if he's healthy, if he's truly healthy, like Braxton Jones will be fine. There'll be times where like, he just got bull rushed again, gave up a sack or whatever the case may be. But this has never, ever been a bad player.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
What's up with that one guy, Karan Amagaji?
Oh, yeah. Well, now, we did not ask about Karan Amagaji today, but when I was out there yesterday, I did see him performing at left tackle on the second line.
Okay, so second unit. He's one of the people in the mix then?
I mean...
Is he in the mix?
We'll see. Like, we have not seen any of the competition take place yet.
But they got to get pads on to really see.
Absolutely, but they have given no appearance of anything else. But and I could say this from watching the offseason program and some of the OTAs, it was always Braxton Jones. And as a matter of fact, I pointed this out yesterday and probably a couple times previously, they keep talking about Theo Benedette being part of the competition at left tackle, and maybe he is, but I've seen him nothing but on the right side, working out at right tackle for second and third strings.
Only so many reps to go around, Grote.
Yeah.
We're getting a little deep in number of reps at left tackle.
Oh, man. All right, so my answer, maybe unsung hero, maybe this might be wish casting a little bit because of the sitch at the nickel cornerback position, because of what's going on with Kyler Gordon. You ready for this? Are you ready for this? C.J. Gardner-Johnson. No.
Whoa!
My answer is going to be, there's a name that you keep hearing out there, and this is a guy that the Bears do like, and maybe it doesn't feel ideal. Jalen Jones, ladies and gentlemen, a Bears cornerback who seems to be getting the first crack at playing that spot. I want to see if maybe he is the guy this year, like the Bears did with Nashawn Wright last year, in terms of developing a player that you didn't necessarily know much about or that you didn't necessarily think was going to pop. I want to see if the Bears' defensive infrastructure and the Bears organization can maybe turn this guy in to their extra cornerback, their slot cornerback, and be a contributor in that way. So that is the depth to which I am going for my unsung hero, and I am wish casting.
I like this for you.
Thank you.
Except this seems like not desperation, because it's too early to be desperate about anything, but if Jalen Jones is your starter at the slot corner, I don't know who your backup is, and what does that look like? Because people get hurt, man. This is football. People get hurt, and every team has weaknesses, but it feels like the Bears' weakness is really going to jump up and bite them.
Well, it doesn't feel like there's a better option right now. It doesn't feel like there's a better option on the way. Like, which team at this point is going to cut or waive an inside cornerback?
No,
that
they
you
need
think
those players.
Yeah, they need those players. So that guy is not walking through the door. I just don't feel good about Malik Muhammad in that position. We talked about that earlier with Clay Harbor, just because of how difficult the position is, because he didn't play it, barely played it, if at all, at Texas. And I thought Dennis Allen was telling the world yesterday that that position is way too complicated for a rookie just to be expected to step in and perform at. In a year where the Bears are expected to win and be better on defense, by the way.
No, you're absolutely right. The 7%, when Clay hit us and reminded us about the 7% of his snaps in college last year were on the inside, I was like, oh yeah, he does. He really doesn't have that experience. And that hammered home what Dennis Allen told us, was like, yeah, we're going to put him over there for a little bit, see what happens.
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, in the category of I want to be wrong, and Malik Muhammad not thriving in that position, I would like to be wrong about that. Is that it? Is that 5 questions?
That's 5. See, listen, there it goes.
Check me out. Today, the Cubs wrap up their series against the Cardinals. Pre-game coverage is coming up at 12:40. First pitch is at 1:15 on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. Then tonight, the Chicago Sky hosts the Connecticut Sun at Wintrust Arena. Zach Zaidman, where's Layla Rahimi? Layla Rahimi will be doing the analyzing tonight with Zach for the Chicago Sky. And then Alyssa Bergamini will be doing the call starting, or I should say the pregame starting at 6:45 with that tip-off at 7 p.m. It's all going down right here on The Score. And we have a game coming up here on The Score. We're out of here early today. 12:40, as I just said, is when the pregame starts.
We got a game, as you just mentioned, Cubs and Cardinals, and we got lineup. Are you interested? Can I interest you in a Cubs lineup against the Cardinals today?
I'm so interested in a Cubs lineup, yes.
So this is a game taking place at Busch Stadium with a 1:15 first pitch. Javier Assad will be on the mound taking on Andre Palante. I want to make a note here that originally Shota Imanaga was set to make this start, but instead it's Assad, and there's no clear-cut reason as to why that's been offered, but I'm looking at the Yankees' lefty-heavy lineup, and that might have something to do with Shota Imanaga being pushed one day to face the Yankees at Wrigley Field. That makes sense to me. Pete Crow Armstrong will lead off and play center field. Stop me if you've heard any of these before. Actually, don't stop me because you're going to stop me every time.
Don't stop now, boys.
Suzuki will DH and play bat second. Michael Busch will be at first base. He will hit third. Alex Bregman back in the cleanup spot and playing third base. Ian Happ manning left field. He will bat fifth. Nico Horner follows him in the sixth hole. He will play second base. Michael Conforto back in right field. He will bat seventh. Carson Kelly's your backstop. He'll be behind the plate, and he will bat eighth. And Dansby Swanson will bat ninth and play shortstop.
Like it all. The Javier Assad thing is interesting, but what you said makes absolute sense, and you just feel more comfortable, I think, in general with Shota Imanaga than Javier Assad. And Javier Assad, look, he is 6-1 with a 3.86 ERA. He has been just fine this year and has saved the Cubs at times. He is always there in a pinch. You get, between him and Colin Ray, I mean, these are not flashy guys. These are guys that are where they're supposed to be at the end of the rotation or spot starter style. Like, I'm not saying that either should be considered for a playoff start anytime soon, but Assad has worked his role to a T, and you could say the same thing about Colin Ray as well, who in that he kept things under control when the Cubs in that Tuesday game, the 10-2 win over the Cards, big lead, 94 pitches, 6 innings, and 1 run. It has been nice having that guy around.
Mark, that's a quality start. I don't know that they'll get a quality start out of Javier Assad. Here's why. He's made 17 appearances this year. 8 of them have been starts, but in his last outing, he only threw 32 pitches. He went 3 innings. His appearance before that, which was 5 days prior, he only pitched 1 inning, and he only threw 26 pitches. Now, you got to go back all the way to July 11th, which I believe was on a Saturday. And he, in that game, threw 82 pitches. So will they try to get him to 70, 80 pitches, or will he be more in that 40 to 50 range? I mean, it's the final game of a series, and we already know that they've been using that bullpen. That bullpen got used last night.
It did. Yeah, today's going to feel like a grind too, because last night was a late nighter, day game after a night game, whether it went extra innings or not, always creates some complications with the 1:15 start. But man, it would be to me, even though I gave forgiveness to the Cubs for losing last night, it would be a huge disappointment to me if at this point the Cubs didn't take 3 out of 4 from a Cardinals team, which, by the way, very clearly is. And then we had Mark Sweeney on the other day. I don't think he liked the idea that I was saying that they were getting tired, the Cardinals, because they're a young team. But in some way, shape, or form, this ball club is running out of gas. I mean, they've already dipped under 500 once in this series. They are at 54-54 on the outside, looking in to both of the wild card races. So these are the types of teams that you're supposed to beat. They're not exactly getting the most adrenalizing crowds anymore at Busch either. I mean, they're still decent crowds, like 27 to 30,000, but it doesn't. I mean, that place packs 50,000 usually.
Have you heard Pat Hughes describe the crowds and kind of his disdain for the lack of people that have shown up for what's one of the premier rivalries, not only in baseball, but in all of sports? And I get it. It's a weekday series, but still, it's been lackluster. And you mentioned it, Grote, but at 54-54, they're only 2.5 games out. They're not dead. And here's one of the fears that we're brought to the table, and I want to know if it's a fear of yours. Could PCA have woken up the Cardinals with his actions last night after the home run?
Dustin Marshall?
No,
Dustin.
It's. I was thinking about when he hit the home run. I was like, I wish the game was over right now, but I know it's not. And sure enough, they lost the game.
Did PCA awaken them when the shirts off crowd, the tarps off crowd was chanting overrated, and then PCA hit a 440-foot home run and kind of was enjoying himself on that one as well?
It's a bummer when you talk and then whap.
Yeah, I just think that the car. I hear what you're saying. I hear, and who knows?
But back then, the Cardinals had a winning record, right? And they were much more in the mix than they are today. They were 5 games over 500. Right now, they're at 500. And the trade deadline's right here, and you can feel the walls kind of closing in. But they are a young team, and young teams can be resilient.
I'd like to think that instead of putting the spin that you just put on it, I'm gonna go with the spin of last night was their triumph. That they got
they shot their bullet.
That was Ivan Herrera, big 2-run double in the gap, close play at the plate. They're jumping around the room after that. So that's the way I'm going to look at it. They partied hard after that. They probably went back in the clubhouse. They were probably slamming Anheuser-Busch back there in the club. That would be my guess. That's the spin I'd like. How you like me now?
I don't think that's a great spin to have because, again,
why? You don't think that that's plausible? That they could have been hardcore celebrating and they know the season's kind of over and done.
You can't think the season's over when you're 2.5 games out of a playoff spot. One, but two. Day game after night game, they don't even have time to celebrate in the way you're describing. Now, if it was another night game, okay, but they knew they had to be back at the ballpark this morning. I think that's a factor here.
But the other factor, too, is the Cubs up until last night, kind of a draw last night. The Cubs have dominated the first 2 games of this series. So, to me, you know what? Prediction time. I know people don't like it when I make predictions for the Cubs.
Let's do it. I love when you make predictions for the Cubs.
Do you?
It gives me fodder.
I have the Cubs winning this game by a final of 7-2. And my pick to click, if I may steal from the White Sox, is Michael Busch is going to hit a 3-run homer.
That's very specific.
Today. Yeah. I'm very specific in these things. Take it to the bank. Take it to whatever gambling site you use. 7-2 Michael Busch with a 3-run homer. I'll say Javier Assad is gonna fight through. I think he's gonna do the Javier Assad thing. I think he's gonna get himself in and out of trouble. He's gonna have a lot of pitches, but Craig's gonna need him. Craig's gonna do the Tommy Hotovy's gonna go out there, a couple of visits. We need you. We need a little bit more out of you. We need one more inning out of you.
In and out of trouble. How many pitches do you think he can throw? He hasn't thrown a lot of pitches.
I know, but I'm just saying they need him. With burning some of the bullpen last night with Webb and Thielbar and your guy Trent Thornton.
Over under 65 pitches. You taking the over or the under on?
I'm gonna say he's going over. I'm gonna say it's gonna be. I'm gonna say it's gonna be a little bit of a grind for Javier Assad today, but he's gonna come out of it fine, and we're all gonna be like, "Boy, he fought through it, man. He played through it. We needed that out of you. Good job." Because Craig has been known to take Javier Assad out a little early because when things start to go bad for Assad. But they're gonna need him. They're gonna play through it.
They're in a stretch of 17 straight days playing baseball. And they don't have another off day until a week from Monday, a week after the trade deadline.
Yeah,
because that Toronto Blue Jays game that they got to play on a Thursday, that had to be rescheduled. The rain out. I just think that they're going to give up more than 2 runs, Grote. I think you need to take a step back and be like, wait, this bullpen, Javier Assad, not knowing what he's doing, I think they're going to score more than 2 runs. The Cardinals.
Do you got a prediction of the Cubs winning today or not?
I don't have a prediction.
Okay,
I'm like Pete Rose. I'm not gonna gamble on my team unless I believe my team can win.
Put me on blast tomorrow again when the Cubs lose 14-4.
I'm just like, I can't believe you thought they were only going to give up 2 runs.
If I am wildly off with my prediction, I will suspend myself from temporarily from further Cubs predictions.
There's my prediction: the Cubs will give up more than 4. Will give up at least 4 runs in this game. The Cubs will give up at least 4 runs.
Okay, all right, that's something. You gave me something. This has been fun, Marshall. Always a pleasure to work with you. Rahimi, Harrison, Grote. Layla will be back with us tomorrow. We'll be out at Gallagher Way. You can catch Layla on the Sky broadcast tonight. She is awesome at that. She's always the most well-read, most practiced person in the building when I've heard her do those things. Thank yous to our guests today. Herb Howard was on the show. We also had Clay on the show. Who else did we have on the show today? Was that it?
That's
Clay
it.
Harbor?
Short show.
Just those
Shorty.
two guys. I wanted to make up more people that were on it. Thanks to Ray Diaz and Tyler Buterbaugh, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis. I see Mike Esposito. He will have your pregame next. Thanks for listening to Rahimi, Harrison, Grote on the Score. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
Thanks, Ben. Go Cubs.
Cubs
Go
and Sox
Cubs.
fans,
I said
the
it too.
MLB trade deadline is coming up Monday at 5 p.m. At 104.3 The Score is your trade deadline headquarters as the trade winds are blowing on both sides of town.
There is an opportunity here at the trade deadline to go out and get a great veteran catcher. There are 3 all-star catchers available right now. Don't you consider putting a package together for one of these absolute stud hitters from the catcher position?
Keep it here as we approach the MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This summer, making memories in a Volvo SUV is easier than ever. Now, for a limited time, get savings on Volvo SUVs during the Summer Safely sales event, built with advanced safety features, so you can focus on the road ahead. Find your Volvo today. The Summer Safely sales event is on now. Visit volvocars.com/US to save.
Welcome to Old National Bank. Is that a suit of bubble wrap?
Hi. Yeah, I'm all about protecting myself and my finances. I understand Old National takes protection seriously.
You bet. We protect you with advanced fraud monitoring and secure digital banking to protect you today, and dedicated personal bankers to protect your tomorrow.
I'm impressed.
So bubble wrap, huh?
Yeah, came with my couch.
Financial protection for today and tomorrow. Old National Bank. Just another reason to get old. Member FDIC.
Hey, Chicago, Coom here. Stats don't lie. Want MVP numbers in a light beer? That's Yingling Flight. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, crisp, refreshing. That's elite efficiency. Other beers, padding stats with extra carbs, no flavor. Care about your beer stats? The choice is obvious. Yingling Flight is dominating. Numbers don't lie, Chicago. Yingling Flight, the next generation light beer. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey, Cubs fans, we know you also love Bears football, and the start of the season is coming up fast.
Mully and Haugh here. The Bears have new faces. It's Ben Johnson's second year. Caleb Williams looks to take another leap. This is where you want to be to get the full story on every Bears story.
Start your morning with us, Chicago. Mully and Haugh mornings 5:30 to 10, covering the biggest storylines for the start of the 2026 season on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Did you know you could earn up to $600 when you open a checking account at Old National Bank?
$600? You could do a lot with that. Like tickets to somewhere warm?
Now boarding for Miami.
Or tickets to your favorite band.
Or tickets to your favorite band in Miami.
Boom! Now you're talking.
Earn up to a $600 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Additional restrictions apply. Visit oldnational.com/checking. Offer valid through October 30th, 2026. Member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the official radio home of the Chicago Cubs. Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3.
We just need to kick Adam Haugh off the show and let him come back on Tuesday.
Adam Haugh or Haugh, excuse me, I don't know how to pronounce the last name.
And there's so many others on here. Our own Adam Haugh says, just found out.
With Spiegel and Holmes.
Coach, other than the kick being short, were you pleased with the execution?
Yeah, I was, Coach. I really was.
On 104.3, The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we've only got you for an hour today because crazy baseball stuff, and there's a lot of baseball to discuss in the hour. We are going to talk with Adam Haugh in just a couple of minutes, and we are glad to be here. We've got Johnny Maroon. We've got our guy Alex, Tanny. Oh, that's my bad. Tanny, and Speegs is off today, and he's off tomorrow, so you get me. But if you're on Twitch, he's doing something. I don't know. He just kind of it's summertime, right? So he can just do some of that stuff. But I decided I wasn't going to deal with the Lollapalooza stuff today. So I am doing the show from home. So, if you want to see what my office looks like, you can. If you jump on to Twitch or if you jump on to YouTube, you can see usually what House of L podcasts look like. I'm so excited to talk a little bit of baseball and a lot of football with Adam Haugh. Adam Haugh does an incredible job for CHGO, and he joins us now on the Potawatomi Casino hotline. Potawatomi Casino is the Midwest's best casino. You should go and hang out there. Haugh, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Lawrence. Yes, it's always good to be talking football and getting back out on practice field. It's training camp. Doesn't feel like it used to back in Bourbonnais, but it's still fun for me.
No, I'm with you wholeheartedly. What year was this? I feel like I heard you say that this was year 16 for you?
16, yeah. Training camp number 16.
That's insane. How does it feel to be one of the old guys now?
Well, that's the scary thing. Johns and I were talking about that on our show the other day. It's like, man, we're the old guys. You start looking around the room, and you're like, yeah, Larry's there and Biggs is there, but it's kind of we're like the next one, so it's a little scary.
You're right. Like you guys are kind of the old heads now, and it's fun to watch. Like when I see you or I see Emma. And I'm like, God, I remember when these guys like started. And now you've got all of that wisdom. We can see the grays. Like that is from years of covering the Bears year in and year out. So it's awesome. So before we talk about the Bears, I know that you were probably watching the White Sox before you came and joined us. I thought that they were for sure heading for a sweep against the Yankees, and they have fought their way back to a split with an incredible pitching performance yesterday and today, and a lot of resilience with that bunch.
I mean, 18 hours ago, it looked like they were getting swept in this series. And I'm going to raise my hand, full disclosure. I checked out after the 10th inning last night. Once they left the guy on third with nobody out, I'm like, I got a 5 a.m. wake-up call for camp. If they win, great, but I'm not putting myself through this for another hour if that's where this goes. And so I was very happy to wake up this morning and see that they pulled it out. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, man, if they could steal this game today, that's a split. And it wasn't pretty, but I think that's kind of been this team's identity. I still worry, Lawrence, about like, I don't know, World Series seems a little crazy to be talking about. I think they should be careful here at the trade deadline. I like to see a piece or two added. But the lineup feels a year away. It still feels like they don't have quite enough pitching, even if they add to it. So I'm looking at this all like almost like a bonus ride. I hope it keeps going. And the fact that they pull out games like last night and today and somehow salvage a split in what was otherwise kind of an ugly homestand in series against the Yankees, it's kind of what they've done. They're never going to quit, and it makes me feel like they're going to certainly stay in the mix all the way to the end, but don't do anything too crazy is kind of where I'm standing on all this.
No, that's fair. I understand where you're coming from. And you're right. Like they didn't play great baseball in this series. I think this was their best game overall. And even in this game, they had a couple of defensive miscues. And yesterday's game in extras looked like dumb baseball Olympics with some of the choices that were being made by both teams. But for them, they keep fighting, and it's been really fun to watch. And today was crazy because I'm bouncing back and forth. The Cubs are playing a crazy game too, and trying to time up both of those games was old school like score hosting right there. I can tell you that.
Well, and that's the fun part about the season, honestly, on both sides, is like to have. I go back to that Cubs Sox series, which was like, a couple months ago now, just how fun that weekend was. And to see both teams competing against each other and being, good for the first time in a long time. And we got another series coming up here that should be fun. It's just good to have baseball matter, especially for us Sox fans. I mean, it's been a rough, basically from the day Tony La Russa was hired. I know they still won the division and made the playoffs, but that whole era just didn't, even when they were in the playoffs, it didn't feel right to me. I didn't enjoy it that much. And it's just, this year's been enjoyable. So I'm happy for all the fans that have being able to go to the games. The crowds have been awesome. Let's keep it going.
No, you're right. Like, and this team is pumped some air back into White Sox fandom, which I think is definitely appreciated. Let's talk about the Bears as they've opened up camp. They've had a couple of practices now. I want to start with something that Speegs and I were having a conversation about yesterday. This coaching staff, man, they do not pull punches when they are upset with players. And I know that it probably comes from a place of them talking with the player first, but Lovey was never like this. And then some of the other, John Fox kept everything super secret. And I don't really remember Matt Nagy like getting after people publicly. I like that in a season where there could be an argument about regression and complacency, that the coaches, at least to start things off, are standing on business with what their standards are.
Right, and that it works as long as that's how it is behind the scenes too. And I would say behind the scenes, I mean, like, the part that's not public with the media. If those standards are being upheld within the meeting, in all the meetings, in the weight room, on the practice field, in the locker room too. I always talk about the self-policing amongst players, which I think is important. I think really, going back to the last era under Matt Eberflus, there weren't enough guys in even the locker room that could step up but that comes from a place of not really understanding where the coaches are coming from. So it starts with the message with the head guy. And as long as everybody understands what those standards are, then the self-policing can happen. So, this going back to the Lovey days, even though Lovey wasn't this level of critical publicly with the microphones, they had the standard and what he was not afraid to hold those guys to those standards. There's plenty of stories of meetings with him and players where, he would get after guys. And so then they knew how to self-police themselves in the locker room too. So this is a little different when you hear Ben Johnson, and now even Ryan Poles is feeding off of Ben Johnson and being a little bit more critical in his comments of Kyler Gordon in a way that we don't really hear him talk in the past before. The only caveat that I still am waiting to see a little bit is when the adversity strikes, how bad could it potentially get? Because that's when you do start to wonder now. But we do have a little bit of evidence of that because they started 0-2 last year. Right. And they got their butts beat in Detroit against Ben's former team, and he kept it level. They survived that. So it does give me some encouragement that, even though there will be a common time, and I said this going into last year too, there will be a rough patch this year. Even if they're good, there will be a rough patch. Don't know when it's going to hit, how they weather that storm. But if they do weather it, then it shows you that all of this is working.
Two questions about Kyler Gordon. One, how much do they need him? Because I'm in the camp of they do need him a lot. And two, how worried should he be?
Well, I'll answer the second one first. Based on the public comments, I mean, and it's not even just the Ben and Ryan being critical the other day. Dennis Allen got up the podium next morning and was talking about a nickel competition like he wasn't even on the roster.
Yes.
Like that was like just hearing him talk about all the options they had. And based on what Ryan Poles said, even if Kyler Gordon does return, I think his starting job isn't guaranteed. Now, it might be guaranteed just based on the fact that he's the best player, but I don't think that's how they're going to treat it when he comes back. Like, it wouldn't shock me if, and it seems like a big if at this point, let's say he just hypothetically comes back like 2 weeks from now, 2 or 3 weeks from now, he's all of a sudden healthy, gets back out there. Like, it wouldn't shock me if he's running with the twos in that first practice. So he's got to fight for that job coming back. So in my opinion, he definitely should be worried. The first part, how much they need him, I mean, they definitely need him. The options they're running out there right now are guys that have gotten the opportunity to do this in the past that haven't kept the job. I'm talking about Jalen Jones, Josh Blackwell. They were on the roster last year. The Bears went out and got somebody else off the street who had been cut multiple times in the same season. Now, it turned out to be a decent pickup in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but that told you how they felt about those guys back then. I don't know what would suddenly be different now. Cam Lewis is new. He's been getting some reps with the ones, splitting times with Jalen Jones the last couple of days is what we've seen. So, but even in the past, he's been more of a tweener between the slot and the safety, not necessarily a full-time starter. So they seemingly need Kyler Gordon, or they need to go get somebody like Kenny Moore, who's available right now as a free agent, and that could be an option too.
Adam Haugh of CHGO is joining me here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. Spieg's got the day off. When it comes to Rome Odunze, I think everyone is hoping that he will have a big year this year. Is he okay, or did he just see how the coaching staff treated Kyler Gordon and was like, you know what? I don't have any complaints. My foot's fine. I'm ready to go.
So, yeah, let me back up a little bit on this one and ride the roller coaster with me, if you will, just from my lens. So how last year went obviously wasn't ideal. He fought through the injuries. He made some plays at the end of the season. I like to keep bringing up. He was on the receiving end of that awesome 4th and 8 against the Packers, one of the best plays we've seen in years. So I give him a lot of credit for that. And he came back in the spring, and I thought he looked awesome. I thought he looked like himself. I thought he was running around just fine. So then we get to that press conference where he's talking about the new normal, and I'm like, ooh, well, wait a minute. That gave me some pause because it sounded like he still had some worry about his own foot, and but I'm like, that doesn't match what I'm seeing on the field. So it was confusing even for me to sort of take in. So I was glad that he clarified his comments today. I was kind of always leading that he probably just means that in the sense of anytime any of us suffer an injury, it never feels like it did before. So that's probably just what he means. But we had to endure a couple months here where we didn't really know what it meant. He gets up there today. He clarifies it. And beyond that, to hear him talking about how he wants to get double-digit touchdowns, 100 catches, 1,000 receiving yards, those are all goals that jive better with what I'm seeing with my own eyes, which is what I always try to lean on because he looks good right now. And so to hear him confident and play confident on the practice field so far, today was a great day for the entire offense, but I thought Rome looked good too. That gives me more confidence that this kid can still be the dude I thought he was coming out of Washington. That, I was very happy about the draft selection, and I think the Bears should still be. So I feel way better about the situation after today than honestly maybe I even did this morning when I woke up.
I love what is possible when you look at the people that the Bears have available to be pass catchers. And when I look at Colston Loveland and go, man, that he creates so many problems for a DC. But then there's Luther Burden. So if Rome Odunze is able to stay healthy and kind of find his game, it's limitless what Ben Johnson might be able to scheme up.
So let me take you inside practice today because it was not open to the public. There weren't fans there. And I realized that it was just, still on the short end of practices, no pads, all those caveats. And it's going to be different every day. The defense is going to have their good days too. All of that said, today is what everybody in the Bears organization wants it to look like, and especially Ben Johnson. With what exactly you were just talking about, Lawrence. The defense, I don't even think the coverage was bad half the time. They just didn't have the answers. I mean, there was a Colston Loveland diving catch where Devin Bush is in coverage. That's a tough assignment for any linebacker, but they got faster on defense for that exact reason. Devin Bush is faster than Tremaine Edmonds. I didn't think it was bad coverage. I thought Caleb put the ball kind of down and away in a spot where only his tight end could go get it, and he made the play. And the ball was spread around. It went to Luther Burden a lot. It went to Roma Dunze a lot. Khalif Raymond had a great day. Those are pretty much right now what look like your top 3 receivers, and the ball barely hit the ground. I counted 4 incompletions the entire day. 2 of those were knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Another one was on a free play that was offsides on the defense. I thought that was one of the 2 Caleb should have made, but technically it doesn't even count if it were a game because it would have been offsides. The point of that, all that is the defense couldn't come up with the answers. And for a rare time in those 16 years I've been covering this team, on day 2 of training camp, the offense looked way ahead of the defense. That never happens. So it might not look like that tomorrow, but it did today. And this is what Ben Johnson wants it to look like. There's just not a lot of answers defensively. The answers are tilted towards the offense. And if Caleb can get through his reads and the protection's there and he can throw the ball accurately, boy, are they going to be hard to stop. And none of that even mentions the possibilities in the run game, which oftentimes get overlooked this time of year because the pads aren't on, and that's totally fine. But they still expect to be explosive in the run game. We know Ben Johnson cares about that. So you add in that to it too, and I really do think that that's where you get really excited about what this offense could be this season.
When it comes to your reporter's notepad, like I know some of the things that I'm interested in. I'd love to know what you're interested in. Like what are the things like day in and day out that you're like, well, maybe I can get a little glimpse of how this is going to play out for them?
So, yeah, here, I'll give you an example today because I have this right in front of me right now. I try to like to focus on something a little bit different every day. I'll just tell you what's standing out to me. I was watching a wide receiver drills today during the individual period, and Antoine Randall really the last couple days has been focusing on quarterback cadence and hard counts and making sure the wide receivers are watching the ball. Essentially, block out whatever you're hearing with your ears. Go on the ball. You're a wide receiver. You should never false start, right? Like we always talk about that. Watch the ball. And so he's been making it really hard on these guys with hard counts and trying to emphasize getting not only just move when the ball moves, but you still want to have a good get off as a wide receiver. Get that first step, get that advantage on the defensive back. So they're drilling that hard. And then the other thing too, and we know this was an issue at times last year, making hard catches through contact. Honestly, I would even say a couple times with Colston Loveland, as good of a strong, he great end of the last year. Everybody's got high expectations. There were a couple catches he left, I thought, on the table just because he got a little bit of contact or he wasn't strong enough with his hands through contact. So they were drilling that hard today as well. Also throwing in, oh, guess what? The quarterback got hit on this too. So the ball's not exactly where he expected. It's on this shoulder instead of that shoulder. All sort of real life NFL things that are going to happen in any game, no matter who you are or what team you're playing. So that level of detail, I love seeing that. The other thing I would point out too, that I think is a huge step above last year is how, I don't know how, I think this matters, but maybe someone else will roll their eyes at it. Just how businesslike and smooth practice has been these last couple of days, getting from one drill to the next. Press Taylor talked today about how they're literally getting more reps in than they were last year because everybody's just they're just getting the line of scrimmage faster. The clock's always ticking in practice. You only have so much time mandated by the CBA. So the more you can get in sync with, we're getting done with this period, we're moving this period. You still got to build your breaks in, your water breaks and all that stuff to make sure everybody stays healthy at the same time. I've been really impressed with just the overall operation from head coach to assistant coaches to the players to even the ball boys. I mean, there was one instance yesterday during the punt drills where actually I was like wondering, why are these ball boys not here to get the ball back to the punter? So the special teams coach in me came out like, come on, we got to get these footballs moving. And they corrected it. They corrected it in like a minute. And then I saw no issues today. So leaving little things like that, they're on top of.
When it comes to the pass rush, and I know that Dennis Allen talked about it kind of as a big thing, even though I think when most of us talk about the pass rush, we're talking about the defensive line. We know that he can scheme pressure. We understand that. But do you think you'll know anything about kind of the next step for Austin Booker, or if anyone else can emerge before we actually see them in a padded practice or a preseason game?
I'd say I need to see the padded practices at least. I've seen a couple glimpses. Today, Austin Booker had a very clean win against Braxton Jones, which I guess you could view that positively or negatively depending on which lens you're looking through. I'd say 9 times out of 10, you got to take those with a grain of salt when the pads aren't on. But every once in a while, there's a very clean win off the ball that you're like, oh yeah. In fact, if they were wearing pads, the win probably would have been even bigger because he probably would have run right through the offensive tackle as well. So there's been a couple of things here and there, but honestly, I'm going to wait. I like what I hear and what I've seen about Dio Dengbo so far, because
great,
regardless of last year's results, let's give this guy credit. He's come back incredibly fast from a torn Achilles. The fact he was out there by the end of spring was very surprising. I think even the Bears were surprised by that themselves. And he looks okay so far. So yeah, give me some padded practices, but and then we'll track the health too. That's the other thing. Just continue to stay healthy up front. So far, so good, I think.
Haugh, as always, man, I appreciate it. I love talking football with you. So whenever you're available, we love to do it. Continued success. Like, you're like the Bears guy now, man. Like, for real. Like, you're closing on 2 decades of covering this team. It's really great. And the Hogan Johns podcast is must listen for any Bears fan. Haugh, we'll talk to you next time.
I feel the same way, Lawrence. Love talking ball with you, and we'll talk soon.
That is Adam Haugh from CHGO and the Hogan Johns podcast. Like, just, man, we were talking in the meeting yesterday about him as a producer and when he like made the jump to writer and then reporter, and now he's like the dude. Like, it's beautiful. I love seeing it. We need to take a time out. When we come back, let's talk about the Cubs and their win today. Let's get into that. This team is still doing it. Like, they found a way to get back, and there's someone who's actually really starting to do well offensively. So we need to discuss that. And what are the chances and what does it cost if the Cubs would like to go and find Tarek Skubal? We'll let you hear what one person, very smart person, thinks about that next here on The Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for USDH.
What are you guys calling me for? What are you calling me for?
Because
you got Sox, you got the Cubs, you got the Blackhawks, and you got the Bulls, and you're calling me.
We love you, Coach.
Oh,
you know everybody, and then we know you, which makes us feel like we know everybody. It's the best.
I don't know. I will get around Mario Lemieux and some of those Penguin guys. Oh, I promise you that. When I get back to Pittsburgh, I used to play in Mario's golf tournament, back in the day. He had a great charity golf tournament when I was coaching. And so I will reconnect with some of those old Penguins,
This is why we call you.
This is exactly why we call you.
This is what we do. Hey, by the way, so have you noticed that we don't have Alex? Have you noticed that? We've got Lawrence. We've got Taddy.
Where's Alex?
He's in Europe, Coach.
Oh, God. Really? That disappoints me.
He's been gone for 2 weeks.
Why does that disappoint you, Coach? He's on vacation.
He wanted to get ready for football. So he's like, I'm going to go take a vacation. I'm going to go to Europe, and then I'm going to be ready for football when I get back.
Alex should be out in Wyoming somewhere on a dude ranch or something. You know what I mean? Riding horses. What's he doing in Europe? I mean, come on.
He did say he was going to try to go to Monte Carlo, Coach. It's fancy.
Yeah. I gotta see that. There you go. I gotta see that.
Maybe there's a dude ranch in Europe we'll find. We never know.
Yeah. He needs to. Yeah. Alex needs to get down to the south side down there with Mitch. That's where
people live.
Please.
Coach.
Yeah, exactly.
You're the best. Thank you so much for taking the call. We'll see you soon.